Chapter 1132. In fact, the Devil Queen couldn't even react in time. The Demon King's words, to her, were like a voice from beyond the heavens, unreal. Their relationship had spanned more than 200 years. Perhaps the soul of the Demon King in front of her had already become incomparably complicated. But in the end, it was still Wentian's. No matter if it was the Wentian of Earth or the crippled Wentian of the evil ways in the primal chaos world. This Demon King in front of her, no matter how many times he had changed, the soul of this Demon King's body was still Wentian. Not Yongxi, not Su Yan. Yongxi's soul had long been shattered. As for Su Yan's soul, it had long been destroyed by the dark energy and was suppressed in a corner, trembling. 200 years ago, the Wentian that fell in love with Nihility Piaoling was the combination of Earth's Wentian and the Wentian of the alien world. She had never been able to differentiate clearly, nor did she want to, nor could she differentiate clearly. In terms of love, Nihility Piaoling had never betrayed her. Ever since she had been demonized, she had never left. Even when Yang Dingtian had once obtained complete victory and was willing to accept her return, she had resolutely chosen to be loyal to her love, even if the consequence of that was death. And just now, she had once again rejected Yang Dingtian's invitation to return. She completely had a reason to return. She was originally the successor of the Nihility race. Furthermore, she was Dongfang Bingling's teacher. After demonizing into the Devil Queen, although she wasn't very outstanding and had lost 2 world extermination wars, she was still loyal to him. But at the very least, she was wholeheartedly loyal to the Devil King and the evil Tao. Just now, she would rather choose to live and die with her lover. So she had chosen to come over. Again and again, she had launched a suicidal attack, turning herself into ashes. It was all to fight side by side with her man, to save the Demon King. Although she hadn't done it, she had done her best. In other words, for her love, Devil Queen had sacrificed everything, including her own life. The word betrayal, she had never thought of it. Not only had she never thought of herself, she had also never thought of the Demon King. This was the world's most solid love. How could there be betrayal? However, this solid faith, with the Demon King's casual words, turned to ashes. When the Demon King said that he would use the evil soul art to deal with her, he said that he would destroy her sea of qi and her soul. His tone was calm, without any fluctuations. After a long while, all of his senses seemed to have returned to his body from his surroundings. Only then did she remember why she had felt so uneasy before she came out of the dark crevice. He felt even more uneasy than Crown Prince Li Ming. So this was the source. This was a huge trap. However, it wasn't the trap that Yang Dingtian had set up. It was the Devil King's trap. Sheet. Tea. What tea? Why did he insist on bringing her to the first dark domain to fight against Yang Dingtian? There was no reason at all. Although the Infernal Queen's cultivation level was powerful, she was clearly superfluous in this battle at the 24th level. If Yang Dingtian hadn't found the Nagashuang, the Demon King could have won effortlessly and captured Yang Dingtian. There was no need for her, the Devil Queen, to come. If Yang Dingtian had found the Nagashuang, or even stronger helpers, Queen Devil Queen, there was no need for her to come either, because she couldn't help at all and would even become a burden. Reality had proven this point. She, the Queen Devil Queen, couldn't even defeat Yang Dingtian, even though she tried her best to commit suicide again and again, shattering her bones again and again. She couldn't even slow down the sea snake Empress's attacks. Even though her attacks were tragic, they were useless. Everyone present treated her as if she didn't exist. There was no need for her to come at all. So why did the Demon King insist on bringing her here? The reason was simple. He wanted to bring her here as a bargaining chip. At the crucial moment, he wanted to use her to trade, to sacrifice her. This wasn't something the Demon King came up with on the spur of the moment. He had planned this long ago. If the situation became worse, he would do this. The Queen Devil Queen couldn't hold it in anymore. Wen Tian, didn't you say that there are two kinds of feelings that are eternal and single-minded? One is spiritual sustenance, and the other is the responsibility to protect. And I am your spiritual sustenance. Without me, you will forever fall into the dark abyss without a trace of happiness. The Demon King didn't answer her. Instead, he stared at the Nagashwang and asked, Deal? Deal or no deal? The Queen Devil Queen hissed, Answer me. Yang Dingtian looked at the Nagashwang and said, Shuang-er, don't agree. I won't allow it. This was the first time Yang Dingtian had used a commanding tone to the Nagashwang. The Nagashwang frowned slightly. She stopped her attacks and sneered, then deal. The Demon King was overjoyed. The Sea Snake Empress was astonished. Then she continued to attack the Demon King crazily. The Nagashwang ordered, Sea Snake, stop attacking! Even though she was astonished and confused, the Sea Snake Empress couldn't disobey Naga's order. She stopped her attacks and even transformed back into her human form. Her face was filled with disbelief and shock as she looked at the Nagashwang. The Demon King calmly transformed from his octopus form back into his human form. His powerful spiritual ability disappeared and was replaced by incomparably powerful martial strength. He looked at the Queen Devil Queen and opened his demon claws. Yang Dingtian shouted, Shuang-er, don't make the deal. Stop him, do you hear me? The Nagashwang turned a deaf ear and only stared at the Demon King. Yang Dingtian said sternly, Shuang-er, stop the Demon King. The Nagashwang said, Husband, do you still want to save the Devil Queen? Yang Dingtian roared, Even if the Devil Queen deserves to die, she should die in our hands, not the Demon King's. The Nagashwang turned her face away and didn't respond. Whoosh! The Demon King's hand suddenly opened and sucked the Demon Queen's undead concubine over. The Queen Devil Queen looked at the other party and didn't resist at all. She asked word by word, Didn't you say that I was your spiritual sustenance? Without me, will you fall into the dark abyss without a trace of beauty in your heart? The Demon King said indifferently, Don't you know that my heart has long fallen into the abyss? What beauty is there? After saying that, his eyes instantly turned dark green. An incomparably terrifying energy overflowed from his hand. In the entire space, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The entire sky suddenly darkened. Then, countless green lights suddenly drilled into the Queen Devil Queen's body. Her soul was pulled out from her body while she was still alive. Ah, the Queen Devil Queen, or the nothingness Piaoling, let out an incomparably shrill and painful scream. No! Yang Dingtian roared and rushed over. However, he crashed into the energy wall. Previously, the energy wall in the middle was one way, and Yang Dingtian could pass through it. But now it was changed by the Nagashwang, so he couldn't pass through. In fact, Yang Dingtian's anger didn't come from the Devil Queen's tragic experience. He had already said that the Devil Queen refused to return, and she deserved to die. He had also decided that he wouldn't forgive the Devil Queen. His anger came from the ugliness in front of him. The Demon King and the Nagashwang played the ugliness together. The Devil Queen deserved to die, but it should have been Yang Dingtian who did it, and definitely not the Demon King. Yang Dingtian suddenly released the dark, profound flame, and was about to create a spatial door and jump over. However, in the next moment, his body was completely frozen. His energy sea and profound veins were completely frozen. The Nagashwang directly used the energy of her cultivation to suppress him. Ah! Ah! The beautiful Devil Queen, who was as beautiful as a celestial, let out the most mournful scream in history. Her beautiful face began to distort. Her beautiful body began to distort. Huge black wings burst out of her back. Ah! Just like this, the primeval evil spirit wrapped around her soul, and bit by bit it was pulled out alive. The evil soul art was over. In the end, the Devil Queen's soul was wrapped by the evil spirit and turned into a strange energy shadow floating in the Demon King's hand. And the Queen Devil Queen's magic-like celestial body, that incomparably beautiful face, she had completely turned into a walking corpse. Without the protection of the evil spirit, her body was no longer beautiful. Her entire body cracked, and her face also cracked because it was distorted too much. Her entire body was dripping with blood. On her back, the bone spurs suddenly smashed out, also dripping with blood. Bang! Her walking corpse directly smashed to the ground, motionless. The evil spirit wrapped around a soul, constantly surging in his hand. The cry of the evil spirit had already resounded throughout the entire space. Nagashwang looked at the half of the evil spirit in the Demon King's hand. Her eyes were filled with infinite greed. Even her breathing had become heavy. "Leave it to me," Nagashwang said to the Demon King. The Demon King slowly walked over and gently played with the half of the evil spirit in his hand. Then he trembled and said, "Your Excellency Naga, since we've started the transaction, why don't you ask for more?" Nagashwang said, "Tell me about it." Demon King said, "Yang Dingtian is your lover, your partner, right?" "Yes," Nagashwang said. Demon King said, "Moreover, if I'm not wrong, you're going to enter the first estrus soon, right? Once you're in estrus, but not truly released, it's very disadvantageous to your cultivation, right?" When these words came out, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. There was actually such a thing. She really didn't know. After Nagashwang heard this, she nodded in agreement. Demon King said, "You're a force Naga, not a spiritual Naga. Only spiritual Naga won't be suffering from estrus. When you're in estrus, if you don't succeed in mating, it will cause irreparable damage to your body, right?" Nagashwang was already very angry, but she still nodded. Chapter 1133. The Demon King said, "And Yang Dingtian's cultivation is too low. Once you mate with him, you'll lose at least half of your energy to transform his body. Not only does he have to share your demigod body, but he also has to share your powerful cultivation. He's like a parasite, isn't he?" This time, the Nagashwang didn't nod and responded in silence. The Demon King said, "But you don't have a choice, because there's no longer a male Naga in this world. Yang Dingtian is the only human who can make you fall in love. So he's your only partner and can't be replaced, right?" The Nagashwang was motionless in the air. Her body, which was hundreds of meters tall, seemed to be frozen. The Demon King said, "So you're in a dilemma. Once you mate with him, you'll lose most of your energy. And if you don't, you'll be greatly injured. Now, I have a way to satisfy both sides. Are you willing to listen?" The Nagashwang nodded and said, "Let's hear it." The Demon King said with a smile, "You should know that my cultivation is infinitely close to that of a demigod. I don't know how much mystic chi is stored in my energy reserve, but it can only sink into the abyss of my energy reserve. Over the past 200 years, I've devoured an endless amount of energy on the throne of darkness. It can be said that if it weren't for the limitation of my talent, my cultivation and Su Yan's energy reserve would have already broken through to the demigod realm." The Nagashwang sneered and said, "I'm not here to hear you brag. No matter if you're a lowly human or a lowly octopus, breaking through to the demigod realm is just a dream." The Demon King said, "What I want to say is that the energy stored in my body isn't inferior to yours, Your Excellency Naga. It's just that most of it can only sleep in the abyss of my energy reserve and can't be used." And then the Nagashwang asked. The Demon King said, "The reason why Yang Dingtian made you go into heat is because of the special energy in his body. It has nothing to do with his character, right?" Nagashwang thought for a while and said, "I want to say that it has something to do with personality, but it really has nothing to do with it. Our Naga's emotions are based on the sense of energy." The Demon King said, "This way we have the best of both worlds. I will completely destroy Yang Dingtian's soul and turn him into a walking corpse. Then I will possess his body and combine with you. How about that?" The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the sea, snake empress, and vulture changed completely. Only Yang Dingtian remained, expressionless. Naga Shuang asked, "You're wearing the Chaos Monarch armor. How are you going to possess someone?" The Demon King said, "It's simple. Go to the Empire of Darkness." I put on the Chaos Emperor armor and Yang Dingtian's body. Together, we entered the Empire of Darkness refinement and fusion arrays. This way, we can complete the possession. My soul and all my energy will be injected into Yang Dingtian's body. Furthermore, the Chaos Emperor armor will also envelop Yang Dingtian's body, preventing this incomparably powerful energy from leaking out, and Yang Dingtian's body will not be reduced to ashes. Naga Shuang said, "How do we combine with him being enveloped by the Chaos Emperor armor?" The Demon King said, "We can find a place where the Xian pressure is incomparably strong. This way it can balance out with the pressure in his energy reserve. Then we will combine in that place." Was there such a place? Of course there was. In the heart of the ruins of the old Naga Empire, there was Xian Qi that was hundreds of thousands of times stronger. The crystallized Xian Qi had this energy pressure. After destroying the Chaos Emperor armor there, Yang Dingtian's body would not be reduced to ashes. Then they would combine in that place. Naga Shuang could not only pass the estrus period, but also not lose energy. Instead, she could gain a lot of energy. This was indeed the best of both worlds. Demon King smiled and said, "My Queen of Naga, what do you think of my idea?" Naga Shuang said, "It is indeed the best of both worlds." Demon King said, "Then do you agree?" At this moment, the Sea Snake Empress's expression had become extremely ugly, even though she did not have any extra feelings for Yang Dingtian. But at the very least, he was a man of Naga. He was the only savior in this world. At this moment, the Demon King and Naga were openly discussing how to kill Yang Dingtian's soul and occupy his body. But Yang Dingtian was completely expressionless. As for Vulture, she was completely stunned, as if she had lost the ability to react. She had no idea how a simple matter of eliminating the Demon King would develop to this point. Demon King Yan Yan asked the sky, "Queen of Naga, what is your decision?" Naga Shuang said, "Your suggestion is not bad, but do you think I will agree? Will I betray my husband? Do you know that our loyalty and single-mindedness to our partners is eternal?" "No, no, no." Demon King Yan Yan said, "Your greed for energy is eternal. The reason why you are loyal to your partners is because you share cultivation and fate. Moreover, once Naga combines, their combat strength is greater than 2. Because in the Naga Empire, there are no families and almost no descendants, so in order to compete for more energy, they have to combine. If they fight alone, they are very likely to lose. Therefore, this is the reason why Naga are loyal to their partners. It has nothing to do with feelings." Demon King Yan Yan smiled and said, "So I think you will agree." Naga Shuang smiled and said, "If that is the case, why are you still asking for my decision?" Demon King Yan Yan smiled and said, "It is better to ask clearly." Naga Shuang said, "I have already said that I agree to the deal." Even though this sentence was still not very clear, Demon King Yan Yan Wentian did not have the slightest intention of forcing her, because there was already an irreparable crack between Naga and Yang Dingtian. Naga Shuang waved and said, "Give me the evil spirit of the primordial beginning." Demon King Yan Yan said, "Of course, but I think you can slightly express your sincerity." Naga Shuang said, "I have already stopped attacking you. Your Chaos Emperor armor does not even have 1% of its energy left. What do you want from me?" Demon King Yan Yan Wentian said, "For example, remove the energy wall in the middle." Sea Snake Empress said, "Master Naga, you can't." At this moment, Yang Dingtian said to the spirit Vulture, "Enter my ring." Vulture's expression changed, and it turned into a stream of light and drilled into Yang Dingtian's space ring. Naga Shuang stretched out her hand and said slowly, "Since I've agreed, it naturally counts. Give me the evil spirit of the primordial beginning." Demon King Yen Wen hesitated for a moment, and then his hand gently loosened. Whoosh! The evil spirit of the primordial beginning, which was wrapped in Devil Queen's soul, flew into Naga Shuang's hand. Naga Shuang's eyes shone brightly, and the golden light from her entire body almost burst out into the sky. Incomparable ecstasy and excitement. Then Naga's face suddenly turned ferocious. She stretched out her sharp claws, and her terrifying claws stretched out again and again. The part that grew back was completely green energy. Squeak! Just like that, Naga's energy claws pierced into the evil spirit. Just this point alone, no human could directly pierce into the evil spirit's body. Then Naga tore apart the evil spirit of the primordial beginning bit by bit, crushing the soul of Queen Devil Queen inside bit by bit, and finally pulling it out bit by bit. Throughout the entire process, Queen Devil Queen's soul no longer struggled, nor did it scream or howl. All of her grief, indignation, misery, and death had been completely exhausted just now. Therefore, she did not react at all during the process of her soul being completely destroyed. Just like that, nothingness Piao Ling's soul was turned into ashes. The evil spirit of the primordial beginning was completely stripped away. Then, very directly, she swallowed the evil spirit of the primordial beginning into her mouth. Ao! Ao! The evil spirit of the primordial beginning entered Naga's body and instantly burst out with an incomparably resplendent white light. Naga Shuang's huge body, which was hundreds of meters long, suddenly straightened. Then her golden body quickly grew larger. The light that burst out from her entire body surpassed 2 suns, almost completely illuminating the first dark domain. Then she let out an incomparably excited and crazy scream. Roar! This instant of powerful energy made her lose all her rationality. She was like a dark wanderer with a huge addiction, devouring countless dark energy in an instant. In an instant, she was like an immortal, enough to make her forget everything. Finally, she turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. The 2 halves of the evil spirit of the primordial beginning in her body had merged into one. The most powerful energy in history had erupted in her body. Ao! Ao! This half of the evil spirit of the primordial beginning was in Devil Queen's body. However, after entering Naga's body, the energy that burst out was completely earth-shattering. She was in the air, crazily releasing it. In the blink of an eye, she had flown thousands of miles away. She was like the sun flying wildly in the sky. Naga had completely forgotten about the battlefield here. She threw Yang Dingtian and the Sea Snake Empress on the spot. Immediately, the energy shield that he had set up disappeared without a trace. At this moment, only Yang Dingtian, the Sea Snake Empress, the Demon King, and Su Yan Wentian were left in the original open space. The Demon King spread his hands at Yang Dingtian and said, "Yang Dingtian, have you ever thought of this scene?" Yang Dingtian laughed at himself. He really didn't think of it. The Demon King said, "I've long said that Naga's greed for energy is eternal. What Naga is forever loyal to her partner? Only an idiot would believe such words. When you treated Naga as your savior, you were already destined to have a tragic ending." Yang Dingtian still laughed at himself. The Demon King curled his lips and said, "Actually, after Naga completes her transformation, her first estrus period will arrive. At this time, their feelings will become more and more intense. Therefore, as long as you take the initiative to tease her and then half refuse, you can combine with her. Because when she was blinded by her emotions, she forgot that she had to pay half of her energy. At that time, you can cook the rice. And when she woke up afterwards, everything was already a foregone conclusion and could not be undone. And at that time, you were already her true partner. She was really loyal to you forever because she had no other choice." Yang Dingtian had indeed thought of this possibility. The Demon King curled his lips and mocked, "But I know that you're a hypocrite. You don't care about doing such a thing. You have to wait for a woman to take the initiative and not force yourself on her. Hypocrisy really kills people. And then you were killed. If you forced yourself to combine with Naga, you would directly have an indestructible body. What chance would I have? Yang Dingtian, my hypocrisy and stupidity have been seen through by you. What else is there to say? The Demon King no longer used his blink technique. He walked over step by step and said slowly, Yang Dingtian, is there anyone in the world who can save you now? Yang Dingtian, probably not. The Demon King said, then I'm very sorry. I will use the evil soul art to pull out your soul and completely destroy it. Then I will take over your body, occupy your identity, and enjoy your woman. Isn't there a saying like this? Your children, I will raise them. Your wife, I will sleep with. Yang Dingtian, then my wife, Shiminyanyan, will you also sleep with her? As soon as he said this, the Demon King paused for a moment. Yang Dingtian said slowly, Your Majesty, Demon King, what should I call you now? The soul in this body of yours is already unprecedentedly complex, isn't it? There is Wentian on Earth. There is also the crippled Wentian in the Chaos world. And there is also Su Yen, who is hiding in a corner and trembling because of depravity. What about the other one? Who is it? When you leave the throne of darkness and enter a person's body, who is he? The Demon King stopped and said, Yang Dingtian, what do you mean by this? Yang Dingtian, the Demon King Wentian from before had always been on the throne of darkness. He was just a ball of incomparably powerful soul energy. Later, you failed to take over my body and had no choice but to leave the Empire of Darkness personally. Therefore, you had to have a body. Of course, this body has to be particular. It can't be an ordinary body. You have to leave a soul imprint unique to you on his brain. This way, you can use this body without any hindrance and use his brain. Otherwise, you will be like my master Dongfang Minmi. Although he completely took over Martial Uncle Lung Qingchen's body, there was still a strong rejection in his brain. Therefore, his memories would shatter and become chaotic. For a long time, he was tormented. Also, Yang Yunchong took over Yang Zheng's body. Every 3 to 5 days, he would have a splitting headache and be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Regarding this point, Yongxi Wentian must remember it clearly. The Demon King's face suddenly twitched. Clearly, he had awakened the relevant, painful memories. He said hoarsely, Continue, continue. Yang Dingtian, the so-called soul imprint, I think it should be a kind of soul duplication. That is, completely duplicating a person's consciousness and memories and placing them in the depths of another person's brain. Usually, these consciousness and memories are completely dormant. When necessary, you can directly take over this person's body and easily activate these duplicated consciousness and memories, seamlessly connecting the soul and the body. Is it like this? His Majesty Demon King? The Demon King nodded and said, Although it's not completely correct, it's not much different. This kind of body is called a contracted body. Yang Dingtian, I think that in the entire world, besides Empress Medusa, there shouldn't be anyone who can do soul duplication. Therefore, the original owner of this contracted body must have been to the soul leaving palace. The Demon King nodded and said, Completely correct. Yang Dingtian counted with his fingers and said, Who has been to the soul leaving palace? Zhu Qingzhu, Guru Irin, Dugashao, and one more person. I don't know who it is. Among these 4 people, which one of them is your contracted body? The Demon King said, Take a guess. Yang Dingtian, Dugashao it shouldn't be, because this kind of energy duplication may still require a completely voluntary principle. Therefore, the soul leaving palace will use certain things in exchange to make them willingly offer their brain. For example, Dugu Irin obtained the body of an incomparably powerful male Shura. Zhu Qingzhu obtained the soul devouring mystic qi. Dugu Shao, on the other hand, didn't obtain anything. The Demon King said, At that time I thought so too. Later, I found out that he took away a baby girl. Yang Dingtian, Dugu Irin is not your contracted body. Zhu Qingzhu has disappeared for a long time. He might be. Of course, your contracted body might be another person, the fourth mysterious person who entered the soul leaving palace. The demon king's pupils shrank. Yang Dingtian, then I guess that your contracted body is this mysterious fourth person, not Zhu Qingzhu. You guessed right, the demon king said. Continue guessing. Yang Dingtian, Your Majesty, Demon King, which soul is in charge of your body now? Earth asks the heavens, the chaos world asks the heavens, or the contracted body? The Demon King smiled. The contracted body. When the time is up, his soul will completely disappear. How can he make the decision? Yang Dingtian, what if he is very smart? For example, before the time is up, he lets someone use the soul-devouring mystic qi to destroy himself and then completely freeze himself? This way he will be completely between death and not death. Maybe he will escape the time limit and his soul won't be destroyed? This is called being put on the brink of death to live. When these words came out, the Demon King's expression changed. He even involuntarily took half a step back. Yang Dingtian, we all know that whether it is Earth's Wintian or the Chaos World's Wintian, their souls have been destroyed and split countless times. They are already incomplete. Therefore, they are basically going to lose. As for Su Yan's soul, because it has been swallowing dark energy for a long time, it has long been hiding in the corner of its brain and shivering. Among all the souls in this body, only you are complete and strong. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In this battle of souls, I am very optimistic about you, father-in-law. In an instant, the Demon King's eyes burst out with a trembling light. Yang Dingtian slowly said, My master, Dongfang Minmi, had his cultivation destroyed by you and was imprisoned in the world of ice and snow. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that I met you in the world of ice and snow? Why did you take such a big detour to go from Cloud Sky City to Yinyang School? There was no need to go through the world of ice and snow. The Demon King's breathing gradually calmed down after being extremely chaotic. Yang Dingtian, also, when you first met me, you wanted to pass down the Lord of Cloud Sky City to me and betroth Yin to me. It doesn't make sense. Now that I think about it, I must have said something in Earth's Chinese when I was unconscious. Chapter 1134. Yang Dingtian said, In this world, other than the Demon King's people, only his contracted bodies can understand Chinese. That's because you have all of the Demon King's memories in your heads. The Demon King was silent for a long time before asking, Did Dongfang Minmi tell you? Did he recognize me? Yang Dingtian said, No, master never told me. In fact, even after he revived, the memories in his head were already incomplete. I don't know if he recognized you. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But after he revived, he basically never talked to me about you. The Demon King said, Then how did you guess? Yang Dingtian said, First, when he was in Cloud Sky City, Shimenwia didn't have enough talent because he cultivated a 9th grade martial technique. So he didn't make any progress. He was already in his 20s, but he still didn't have any prospects. If this continued, even if he and Yang Peipei loved each other, they definitely wouldn't be together. So he left his hometown. I don't know if he was escaping or looking for a fortuitous encounter. After a few years, he came back and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. From a trash that was looked down upon by others, he became a top-notch expert. He successfully won the heart of a beauty and became the Lord of Cloud Sky City. The Demon King said, What does this prove? It's just a fortuitous encounter. Are your fortuitous encounters any less than mine? Yang Dingtian said, I have many fortuitous encounters, but they were all destined, as if they were arranged by the hands of the heavens. So, your so-called fortuitous encounter is probably the same. It's just a transaction, a transaction where you sold your soul. The Demon King said, "Just because of my sudden rise, you suspect me? This reason isn't enough." Yang Dingtan said, "Then the second reason is that when you and I met for the first time, you wanted me to be the successor to the Lord of Cloud Sky City and betrothed Yen Yen to me. You even sacrificed your own life in order to save me. Of course, I admit that there are indeed very noble people in this world. But later on, I learned that when you were the Lord of Cloud Sky City, your methods were extremely cruel when you quelled the rebellion. You could be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. Would an ambitious and ruthless person sacrifice his life for a young man he just met? Although this is very shocking, it's not realistic enough." The Demon King asked, "What else? What other reasons do you have?" Yang Dingtian said, "That night, when the Devil Queen was carrying a coffin through Cloud Sky City, I went to the Hell Prison's energy array to check on Shimin Wuya's body. The substitute looked exactly the same. I couldn't tell that anything was wrong, and neither could Yen Yen. However, she was stunned for a brief moment before she immediately denied it. Of course, these aren't enough reasons. The more important reason is that you didn't even blink when you killed the Devil Queen." The Demon King said, "Why should I blink? I'm a dark Demon King. Why should I blink when I kill a woman I once loved? There must be other reasons. Tell me." Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time before saying, "Shiminju, when you knew that there was a spy in the evil ways, you immediately knew it was Shiminju, because you understood him the most. However, you couldn't take the initiative to pick him out because that would expose him. Therefore, as long as anyone comes out to expose Shiminju, you will immediately execute Shiminju. Then, you let all the evil martial artists possess the bodies of saint and half-saint demon foxes, without any worries." The Demon King's eyes narrowed. "Continue," Yang Dingtian replied. "With your suspicious character, how is it possible for you to believe whatever others say? Because you already had the answer in your mind. You just borrowed Yang Zheng's mouth to say it. It was also because you were so confident that you misjudged Yang Zheng and put the blame on him. Otherwise, with your meticulousness and cunning, how could you let Yang Zheng succeed? It was just that you were prejudiced by first impressions and believed that it was Shiminju. Not only that, your understanding of Yang Zheng completely exceeded the normal range. That was why you firmly believed in him and believed in his extreme hatred for me and Cloud Heaven City. If it wasn't Shimin Wuya who would understand Shiminju and Yang Zheng so well." The Demon King took a deep breath and said, "This reason is very sufficient to be able to see through such a small flaw. Yang Dingtian, who said that you're not smart. You're very smart." Yang Dingtian said, "Everyone is smart. It's just that many people aren't willing to think of others in such a bad way, so they seem to be slow to realize it." "All right." The Demon King said, "Since it's already like this, I won't say anything more." "That's right. I'm the Demon King Wintian's contracted body, and I'm also his dark walker. Your master, Dongfang Minmi, was crippled by me and imprisoned in this world of ice and snow. When I was young, I overestimated my talent and cultivated a rank 9 martial technique. When I was in my 20s, my cultivation didn't improve at all, and I became a laughingstock. That was why I went to the ends of the world, and when I was on the verge of death, I was led to the soul-leaving palace. They used 20 years of glory in exchange for my soul and life. I agreed, so I turned from a trash to a genius expert." The Demon King's gaze fell into confusion and said, "When I made the deal with the soul-leaving palace, I had nothing. That was why I felt that using my soul in exchange for 20 years of glory was worth it. But after the deal, I became stronger. Not only did I have a beautiful wife, I also had a cute daughter, and I even had Cloud Heaven City as my foundation. If nothing had happened after that, I would have very likely become the #1 expert in the Taiendo League. Who would be willing to end such days? I also felt that this deal was a huge loss. This thought was very normal. Everyone was like that, greedy and greedy." The Demon King continued, "But at that time the 20-year period was about to end. The soul imprint that the demon king Wen Tian left in my brain was about to completely awaken and take over my body. My soul was about to scatter in the wind. I couldn't accept it. I couldn't accept it. That was why I thought of a way to survive after putting myself on the brink of death. I made Zhu Qingzhu, who was also a spy for the Demon King, attack me. He let me be hit by the soul-devouring Xianqi. This way, I would be between death and immortality, and I would be able to escape the time limit of my soul being destroyed. Yang Dingtian said, "You were very lucky, and you succeeded." The Demon King said, "Yes, I succeeded, because only by dying could I escape from the 20-year contract. But I wasn't willing to really die, so the soul-devouring Xianqi became the best choice." Yan Dingtian said, "Then you were frozen in a near-death state for a few years, waiting for the day when the Demon Queen took out your body, thawed it, and gave it to the Demon King Wen Tian for possession. In the end, who knew that after the possession, there was actually a Shimen Wuya's soul hidden inside?" The Demon King said, "Yes, and it was a complete soul." Yan Dingtian, you haven't stayed in the brain world before, so you don't know how wonderful it is inside. The human brain is like a complete, boundless universe, incomparably large and incomparably complicated. Yang Dingtian said, "I know, of course I know. I have entered my own brain world before. It is full of mystery and infinite traps." The Demon King sneered and said, "No, you still don't know. You haven't experienced the battle of the brain world. After the Demon King took over my body and put on the Chaos Emperor armor, my soul and his began a fierce battle for possession of his soul. His soul was incomplete, so my chances of winning were higher. However, for our common goal, our two souls temporarily stopped fighting. I will temporarily lay low and allow the Demon King to take control of my body. In the end, he stayed on the throne of darkness for too long. His soul was already numb, and he actually fell into your hands." Yan Dingtian said, "Then, when we were about to execute the Demon King Wen Tian, we didn't expect Su Yan's soul to fall and be possessed by Eternal Farewell Wen Tian. Then, Eternal Farewell Wen Tian, who schemed, finally completely occupied this powerful Demon King's body." The Demon King smiled and said, "Yes, when Su Yan and the Demon King's bodies merged into one, the souls in this brain world were unprecedentedly complicated. There were Wen Tian from the Chaos world, Wen Tian from Earth, and Su Yan who had fallen. However, their souls were either incomplete or depraved and pale. Only my soul in this body is absolutely complete and powerful. That Eternal Farewell, Wen Tian thought that he had everything, but he didn't expect that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Therefore, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, after a few months, I completely occupied the absolute control of this body." Yan Dingtian said, "Then what about Wen Tian from the Chaos world and Wen Tian from Earth?" The Demon King said, "In the corner of the brain world, hibernating." Yang Dingtian said, "In other words, the Demon King is now completely under your control. Then can I call you Shimen Wuya? Wuya." Demon King Shimen Wuya, what a sarcastic name. Absolutely, and I guarantee that this will be the last name for the Demon King. The Demon King said slowly, "It was me who had the last laugh. They crazily fought over this Demon King's body, and in the end it fell into my hands." Yang Dingtian said, "It was as if the 3 kingdoms were fighting for hegemony, and in the end the world fell into the hands of the Sima clan." The Demon King said with a smile, "I know the romance of the 3 kingdoms. I can recite it backwards from the memories of Earth's Wen Tian." Yang Dingtian bowed to him and said, "I pay my respects to father-in-law." "Well said, well said." The Demon King said, "Although you and I are father and son-in-law, I'm sorry, but this body of yours was chosen by the god of chaos, and I've been eyeing it for many, many years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have betrothed my daughter to you. Therefore, I still want to destroy your soul and occupy your body." Yang Dingtian said, "And then Occupy my wife, including Yan Yan Shimin. The Demon King suddenly twitched, but in the end he didn't say anything. Yang Dingtian said, Shimin Wuya, why did you do all this? Don't tell me that you don't even want your daughter and wife for the sake of power? Where is your soul, your heart? No, no, no. The Demon King Shimin Wuya laughed and said, Don't give me chicken soup for the soul. The moment I used my soul to trade in the soul leaving palace, I already had no heart. As I said, I fell into the dark abyss long ago. What emotions, what family, they are all empty. Only strength, only self, only energy are eternal. Even the Naga knows this. I can't be worse than an animal. Then, as if drunk, the Demon King Shimin Wuya greedily sniffed this intoxicating aura and said, Yang Dingtian, I went from being a trash that was ridiculed by others to today's situation and become the new Demon King. Moreover, I'm about to mate with the Naga and become a demigod. In the future, I can even become the ruler of this world and become a new god. Isn't this a miracle? I can even do such a miracle. I really have a feeling of floating in the air. All right. The Demon King once again walked forward step by step and said, The past is the past. Let's look at the present. The rolling waters of the Yangtze River flow to the east. The waves drown the heroes. The Demon King's every step was a poem from Earth. It seemed like Earth's Beidao Wentian's literary reserves were very rich. Wentian won't do. Nihility Piaoling won't do. Yongxi won't do. Demon's Wrath II won't do. Yao Qi won't do. Suyan won't do. Dongfang Minmi won't do. Zhu Qingzhu won't do. Duga Xiao won't do. Qin Wanqiu won't do. The Demon King Shimin Wuya walked in front of Yang Dingtian and lightly grabbed his neck. Raising him up high, he said, Yang Dingtian, I really want to say that sentence in the romance of the three kingdoms. Ha ha. The Demon King Shimin Wuya said, I really want to say the heroes of the world are only you, Yang Dingtian, and I, Shimin Wuya. However, you, Yang Dingtian, still won't do. Of course, even if you, Yang Dingtian, are Liu Bei, then the Demon King Wentian is only Cao Cao. Then I, Shimin Wuya, will bear with it and be Sima Yi for once. Yang Dingtian's neck was grabbed, and he said hoarsely, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. You are indeed familiar with it. The Demon King Shimin Wuya said, I have no choice, it's too boring and lonely. I can only look for books to read in Wentian's memories. Yang Dingtian said, On Earth, there is a saying, the young don't read the water margin, the old don't read the romance of the three kingdoms. I'm not old yet, I'm still in my prime. The Demon King Shimin Wuya laughed loudly and said, After I become a half-god, I will strip off this Chaos Emperor armor, and I will be able to sleep with 10 women. Don't worry. Your women will be happier with me than with you. Yang Dingtian asked again, Then what about Yan Yan? The Demon King's face twitched again, and he slowly said, Yang Dingtian, when I betrothed Yan Yan to you, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Okay. The Demon King said, Time's up, go on your way, go on your way. I want your body, I will enjoy the peerless Naga body, I will also kindly accept the body of a half-god. Go on your way. Suddenly, the Demon King's face twisted, and his eyes burst out with a fierce light. His demon claws were suddenly placed on Yang Dingtian's head. The entire space was instantly filled with wails and howls. Between heaven and earth, a cold wind blew, and black clouds pressed down. The Demon King's hand suddenly overflowed with a terrifying green light, and it suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's brain. Evil soul art. The Demon King Shimin Wuya wanted to extract Yang Dingtian's soul and turn him into a walking corpse. The entire world seemed to be distorted. Countless ghosts seemed to be floating down from the sky and drilling out from the ground. Yang Dingtian's face was torn and distorted. The soul in his brain was about to be stripped away inch by inch. Chapter 1135. No one in this world can save you. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, Demon King Shimenwuya said slowly. Yang Dingtian's soul spirit and willpower were struggling desperately. You were just one step away, just one step away. Demon King Shimenwuya said. At that time, the body of the Naga Digushuang was right in front of you. Why didn't you take the initiative? Why didn't you take the initiative? As long as you took the initiative, you would be invincible. Yang Dingtian couldn't hold on any longer, and the figure of the Naga Digushuang was still infinitely far away, just a golden dot of light. Yang Dingtian could even feel that his soul was being stripped from his brain inch by inch. Then it was being torn and screamed as it was being dragged out of his body. Countless evil spirits stretched out their disgusting claws and dragged his soul. Soon his soul would be destroyed and he would become a walking corpse. People said that before they died, they would play a movie in their mind and reenact all the things they had experienced in their life. But Yang Dingtian didn't have that now. The only thing in his mind was to resist, resist, and resist. The black-green dragon in the depths of his energy reserve was still indifferent and had no intention of making a move. It didn't matter at all if Yang Dingtian's soul was destroyed. As long as his body was not destroyed, it was fine. What did the life and death of Yang Dingtian's soul have to do with it? Demon King Shimenwuya roared and used all his spiritual power to roar. Yang Dingtian, go to hell! No one in this world can save you. At this time, the Sea Snake Empress, who had been quiet on the side, suddenly roared, Who said that? Then she suddenly turned into a stream of light and turned into a huge shadow of a sea snake in the air, fiercely crashing into Demon King's body. Boom! It was like a comet hitting the earth, and also like a nuclear bomb exploding. It was an earth-shattering explosion. Once again, the ground within tens of thousands of meters was peeled off layer by layer and then turned into ashes. Demon King Shimenwuya was still strangling Yang Dingtian. Their bodies flew out tens of thousands of meters like straw. The sea snake Empress's body was instantly turned into ashes. At the same time, the Chaos Emperor armor on Demon King Shimenwuya's body shook slightly. Then it suddenly turned into a ray of light and shattered. Boom, 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 boom. The entire primal Chaos Emperor armor was made from more than 1,000 devil spirits. It was a primal Chaos Emperor armor with unparalleled defensive power. Just like that, he was reduced to ashes and completely exploded. The primal Chaos Emperor armor that required thousands of martial saints to exhaust their cultivation bases to destroy. Under the crazy attacks of Naga and the Sea Snake Empress, especially Naga Schwanger, who had an incomparably shocking energy attack, Shimenwuya wuya wuya. Then it wuya 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 wuya. It was finally completely destroyed, turning into countless energy fragments that scattered in the endless sky and earth of the first dark realm. Demon King Shimenwuya was naked in the air. At first, he was completely shocked, the kind of shock that his clothes were suddenly torn off. And Yang Dingtian also saw his face and body. It was unprecedentedly ugly and strange. This body was a mixture of Su Yan and Shimenwuya. Humans didn't look like humans, and the Silent Clan didn't look like the Silent Clan. His entire face was still that of Shimenwuya. However, he was no longer as handsome and valiant as before. Instead, his face was curved. Not only his face, but his body was also surging and changing all the time. One moment, he would show the characteristics of the Silent Clan, and the next moment, he would show the characteristics of Shimenwuya. When Su Yan's face and Shimenwuya's face were completely mixed together, it was fine. It was just ugly. However, when the two faces were separated, that was not just ugly, but completely disgusting. A face with 2 noses, 2 mouths, and 4 eyes. This was the most disgusting face and the ugliest body that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Perhaps this was the face of the ultimate Demon King. Not only was it ugly, it was disgusting and strange. Seeing Yang Dingtian's surprised gaze, Demon King Shimenwuya's face twisted as he roared, What are you looking at? What are you looking at? I know I'm ugly, but so what? I'm going to snatch your body soon. Then Demon King Shimenuya looked at the surrounding air with incomparable hatred, as if he was looking for the sea snake empress. He roared, "Is this sea snake empress out of her mind? Didn't she hear that Naga ordered him to stop? Idiot, idiot, idiot." That's right, the sea snake empress had never shown any affection for Yang Dingtian. She only obeyed Naga's orders. Naga told her to stop, so she stopped. But who would have thought that, at the last moment, she would still make a move? Furthermore, it was a suicidal attack. No one knew what she was thinking, but in the end, she still made a move. Yang Dingtian desperately wanted to pull Vulture out of the spatial ring and revive the sea snake empress. However, he could not do it. His entire body was controlled. As for the spirit vulture, it had always been in a deep slumber within the spatial ring. When the sea snake empress attacked and used a suicidal attack to destroy Demon King Shimenuya's Chaos Emperor armor, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He looked at this scene in disbelief. The Demon King had already fallen into madness. Without the Chaos Emperor armor, when his ugliest face and body were exposed, he seemed to be extremely uneasy. "I don't have the Chaos Emperor armor anymore, but so what? I'm still close to a demigod. I can still easily destroy your soul and take over your body." The Demon King Shimenuya desperately grabbed Yang Dingtian's throat and roared, "You keep saying, what about Yen Yen? What about Yen Yen? I'm here to tell you officially that I'll raise your child. Your wife I'll sleep with. Are you satisfied? I can even tell you that everything is mine. All the beauties are mine, all. Whether it's your subordinates, your daughters. As long as they're beauties, they're all mine." Then the crazy Demon King Shimenuya continued to activate the evil soul art and continued to extract Yang Dingtian's soul. Yang Dingtian did not struggle or resist. He gathered all his spirit and soul to control the Chaos Emperor Grade Soul Sword. The Demon King's Chaos Emperor armor had exploded. The indestructible Chaos Emperor armor had exploded. Then the time of his death had arrived. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's soul sword suddenly separated. 10,000 swords returned to sect. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless sword spirits that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Darkness, profound fire, sword spirit. It didn't look like a sword, only a thin darkness, profound fire. Darkness to the extreme, like a black hole. The darkness, profound fire, sword spirit. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Crazy, brutal, lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of swords, hundreds of thousands of swords, the energy of the demigod, sea, spirit crystal in the Emperor Grade Soul sword surged out fiercely through the 1,000 miles profound vein essence. An unprecedented wave of attacks. If it was a human with a cultivation close to the demigod level, it would take a very long time to exhaust all the energy in the Chi Si. However, the body of the Emperor Grade Soul sword was countless times more than that of a human. The Emperor Grade Soul sword's profound vein was countless times more than that of a human. In an instant, all the energy passed through countless profound vein exits. It could surge out in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of darkness, profound fire sword. Only attack one place. That was the Demon King Shimenuya's Chi Si. Even if the Demon King had a cultivation close to the demigod level, he was completely unable to dodge this instantaneous attack because he didn't have the Chaos Emperor armor anymore. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of thousands of darkness, profound fire sword spirits attacked. From the beginning to the end, it was less than half a second. Then the energy in the Chaos Emperor Grade Soul sword was almost completely exhausted. After the Demon King Shimenuya reacted, he was completely stunned. He didn't even feel it, only that his stomach seemed to be a little empty. Looking down, there seemed to be another trace of darkness in his stomach's Chi Si. It was very thin, almost invisible to the naked eye, but it was very deep, completely penetrating the entire Chi Si world. His Chi Si world was very deep and thick. How thick was it? In theory, his Chi Si wall in a narrow space was thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles thick, because this was Su Yentian's qi, which was also the Demon King's qi. It had been devoured in the Throne of Darkness for 200 years. In theory, it was impossible to break through. However, Yang Dingtian did it. The energy that was close to the demigod level was guaranteed to be on par with the level of the Demon King's qi. The Chaos Emperor Grade Soul Sword, coupled with the powerful darkness, profound fire. With these three added together, he finally tore open the wall of his qi. The Demon King was completely stupefied, panicked, and horrified. He loosened his grip. Yang Dingtian's body retreated like lightning. At the same time, he used the fastest time to awaken the vulture in the spatial ring. Quickly revive the Sea Snake Empress. Yang Dingtian said loudly. When the vulture came out of the spatial ring and saw the scene in front of it, it was first surprised. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, it released its spiritual energy with all its might, desperately reviving the Sea Snake Empress. At this time, it had already been a few seconds since the Sea Snake Empress turned into ashes. However, the vulture was still gathering the Sea Snake Empress's energy bit by bit, turning it into an extremely faint shadow. At this time, the Demon King, Shimenwia, reached out to touch his qi in his stomach and said with a terrified expression, Yang Dingtian, save me, I don't want to die, I can't die. His panicked face didn't look like a peerless expert at all. Instead, it looked more like the Shimenwia from decades ago, who had cultivated a 9th grade martial technique because of greed and didn't break through at all. It was more like the Shimenwia who was mocked by everyone in Cloud Sky City and fled in panic. It was more like the Shimenwia who was on the verge of death and was summoned to the Soul Leaving Palace. It was more like the Shimenwia who agreed to sell his soul in order to survive. But no matter which one it was, there was only one word for him: weakness. That's right, weakness. One fled in panic, and the other sold his soul. No matter how powerful his cultivation became later on, in the depths of his soul, in his bones, he was weak and cowardly. When death came, all the masks of strength would be stripped clean. Only fear and trembling were left. At this time, the Demon King, Shimenwia, even forgot to attack Yang Dingtian. Instead, he stared at him as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. He covered his qi as if he wanted to stop the bleeding, to stop the countless profound qi energy from crazily overflowing. Yang Dingtian, save me, I don't want to die. His voice trembled as he repeated the words over and over again. At the same time, the golden light on the horizon was quickly approaching from afar. Naga Schwanger had finally ended her self-indulgence of the original evil spirit unification. She finally remembered the battlefield on this side and quickly stopped. When she was 100 miles away, she saw this scene and saw the Demon King surging out of his qi. Immediately, the Naga Shuang roared, "Stop! Yang Dingtian, stop! You're not allowed to kill the Demon King." Then, an earth-shattering energy shield suddenly enveloped him. She tried to cover all the energy that the Demon King was crazily overflowing and not dissipate. However, it was all in vain. The Demon King, Shimenwia, lowered his head sadly and smiled bitterly at Yang Dingtian. A dream of grandeur. Boom! A shocking ray of light shot out. It illuminated all the dark domain within 10,000 miles. The Demon King, Shimenwia, turned into ashes and shattered bones. Brothers. Chapter 1136. Naga Shuang desperately used an energy shield to cover it, but she still could not stop the crazy energy overflowing from the Demon King's Sea of Qi. The energy in the Demon King's Sea of Qi was extremely shocking. After the explosion, even if Yang Dingtian retreated tens of thousands of meters, he was still blown away. And within 1,000 miles, the concentration of internal force suddenly increased by more than 1,000 times. Naga Shuang, like the biggest miser, first used a 10,000-meter energy shield to cover it. Then she quickly drilled into the energy shield desperately devouring the dissipated internal force energy inside. This scene reminded Yang Dingtian of the drunkard accidentally smashing the jar, and the wine flowed all over the ground. The drunkard did not care how dirty the ground was, and immediately lay down to lick the flowing wine. In fact, the Demon King's astonishing sea of qi had already lost most of its energy at the moment of explosion. Even if Nagashwang devoured all the internal force in the energy shield now, it would not be able to compare to 1/10 of the amount he devoured in the core of the Naga Empire ruins. After devouring crazily and greedily for a while, Naga realized that this kind of devouring was useless and only made her look ugly. She suddenly turned into her human form, rushed in front of Yang Dingtian, and hissed, "Why did you kill him? Why did you kill him? Didn't you hear what I said?" Yang Dingtian stared at her and did not answer her. Instead, he asked Vulture next to him, "Where is the Sea Snake Empress?" Vulture said with a sad expression, "Her energy had already dissipated. I resurrected too late, but I could still barely condense an incomplete and weak soul energy." But then the Demon King's sea of qi exploded, and she was completely annihilated. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. In other words, the Sea Snake Empress was dead? Poisa's mother died just like that. She had just been resurrected not long ago, and she died in battle for Yang Dingtian? Although their relationship was not very close, Yang Dingtian still felt a heart-wrenching pain. Such a peerless expert, who did not owe Yang Dingtian anything, died just like that? Why did she die? Firstly, it was because of Yang Dingtian. She had died to help Yang Dingtian. Secondly, it was because of Naga. If not for Naga forgetting righteousness at the sight of Prophet and successfully destroying the Demon King's primal Chaos Emperor armor, and Yang Dingtian directly using the dark mystic Fire Soul sword to kill the Demon King, nothing would have happened. The Sea Snake Empress would not die either. After Nagashwang obtained the other half of the evil spirit from the Demon King, she was so elated that she forgot everything. No one knew if it was on purpose or if it was too high, but it disappeared without a trace. She threw Yang Dingtian to the Demon King. It could be said that if not for the Sea Snake Empress's help, Yang Dingtian would have been finished and become a walking corpse. If not for Yang Dingtian possessing the primal Chaos Emperor Grade Soul sword, if not for Yang Dingtian possessing the dark mystic Fire Sword soul, he would have been finished. The Sea Snake Empress only owed Yang Dingtian kindness and did not owe him anything. However, she died. In an instant, Yang Dingtian wanted to vent all his anger and hatred on Nagashwang. If not for her greed and the Demon King's deal, if not for her disappearing without a trace at the critical moment, how could the Sea Snake Empress die? How was he going to explain this to Poisa? Although Poisa pretended to be calm, it was obvious that the appearance of the Sea Snake Empress made her very happy. It meant that she had a mother from now on. It was all because of Dugashwanger, this greedy animal, that the Sea Snake Empress died. Yang Dingtian looked at Naga as if he wanted to devour her. At this moment, Naga also rushed over in anger and questioned Yang Dingtian. "You, why did you kill the Demon King?" Yang Dingtian said coldly, "If I don't kill him, am I going to wait for him to extract my soul and turn me into a walking corpse?" Great Naga Dugashwanger? Yang Dingtian had never spoken to Dugashwanger in such a tone. Never. Naga's greed and anger towards energy calmed down all of a sudden. "What do you mean?" Nagashwang said slowly, "Yang Dingtian, it means literally, if I didn't kill the Demon King, I would have become a walking corpse long ago. Of course, this is a good result for you. The Demon King can possess me and then fly away with you." As soon as he said this, the lower half of Nagashwang's body suddenly turned into a snake's tail and fiercely whipped the ground. She jumped up and hissed, "Yang Dingtian, what do you mean by that?" "Yang Dingtian, isn't that so? The Demon King proposed a deal. Aren't you willing to accept it?" Nagashwang hissed, "Nonsense, you're talking nonsense. I was just tricking him to hand over the primordial evil spirit." Yang Dingtian, and then? After you devoured the primordial evil spirit, you flew away without a trace. Didn't you give me to the Demon King and let him destroy my soul and turn me into a walking corpse?" Naga Shuang screamed, "I just lost my mind." The two primordial evil spirits merged into one. The energy was too great and temporarily destroyed my mind. Yang Dingtian, then when you took back the primordial evil spirit, you could have immediately turned hostile and destroyed the Demon King's Chaos Emperor armor. Then I would have killed him. Not only did you not do that, but you also disappeared without a trace. When I killed him, you came to question me. From that point of view, you were already standing with him. Naga Shuang said angrily, "I did it for you." "For me?" Yang Dingtian, I didn't see it at all. Naga Shuang said, "Of course I did it for you. He kept saying that he wanted to possess you. Why can't you take away all his cultivation? We can strip the Demon King's second-class evil spirit, then completely destroy his soul and turn him into a walking corpse. Then, in the Empire of Darkness, we can use the refining and fusion arrays to merge you and the Demon King's body into one. In this way, you will have the Chaos Emperor armor and all of the Demon King's cultivation." At this point, Naga Shuang trembled with excitement. "At that time, your cultivation will not be inferior to mine. We will go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire and become an eternal team. We will devour the energy of the old Naga Empire together and break through to the demigod realm. At that time, the two of us will be the Naga Empire. We will pass down the demigod civilization forever and become the masters of the entire chaos world." Yang Dingtian was surprised. Naga Shuanger's plan seemed to be feasible purely in theory. In this way, after stripping the Demon King's second-class evil spirit and destroying his soul, they would not destroy his Chaos Emperor armor and let Yang Dingtian have all of his cultivation. Yang Dingtian felt dizzy. This was a cultivation close to the demigod realm. In terms of cultivation level, it was even higher than Naga Shuang's. Anyone would be tempted. Even Vulture was tempted. If her husband broke through to the demigod realm, she would be able to rise as well. Yang Dingtian's dizziness only lasted for a short time. He quickly calmed down. Yang Dingtian said, slowly, "The Demon King's cultivation level is even higher than yours. How are you going to destroy his soul? Moreover, his second-class evil spirit came from Dongli, but Dongli is long dead. His first-class evil spirit also dissipated in the abyss. How are you going to strip the second-class evil spirit from the Demon King's body?" Naga Shuang's face twitched. She said stubbornly, "Time. As long as you give me time, I can do it." Yang Dingtian said, "Good. Let's talk about the situation just now. After devouring the evil spirit, you didn't immediately disappear without a trace. At that time, the Demon King proposed to destroy my soul and take over my body. What would you do?" Naga Shuang said, "Of course, I would stop him." Yang Dingtian said, "Then you would fall out with the Demon King and continue to fight." Naga Shuang shook her head. "No, I would take you away." Yang Dingtian said, "In other words, you would let the Demon King go. Then you would let him wreak havoc in the human kingdoms. Let him open the door to the human kingdoms, and let the Demon Fox army completely submerge and destroy the human kingdoms. Let the Demon King capture all my wives and children?" Naga Shuang was silent, indicating that she agreed. Yang Dingtian said word by word, "Those are my wives, my children." Naga Shuang was still silent. She just looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said word by word again, "At that time they will be captured, tortured, or even killed. There might even be your beloved Dabao, Yangli." Naga Shuang was still silent. "Say something," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Even so, are you still going to let the Demon King go?" Naga Shuang's beautiful face twitched slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with dignity and anger. She said, "So what? What do these people have to do with me?" Although Yang Dingtian was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by these words. Then he said in disbelief, They are my family, my children." "Yes. What do they have to do with me?" Naga Shwang said, "I'm just related to you. Do you want me to drag any Tom, Dick, or Harry into this? Moreover, I want to help you break through the demigod realm and become the master of this world. What can't these dust, branches, and leaves be abandoned?" Suddenly, Yang Dingtian stopped talking. He was completely speechless, because the worldviews of the two sides were completely different. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said, "Dugashwang, so your plan is to first trick the Demon King into giving up the original evil spirit. Then you will let him go. When you can strip his second-class evil spirit, when your cultivation can suppress it, you will deal with him, destroy his soul, and let me take over his demigod cultivation, right?" "Yes," Nagashwang said. "Everything I do is for you." Yang Dingtian said, "What if you can't strip his second-class evil spirit?" Nagashwang said, "Impossible. When I break through the demigod realm, I can do anything." Yang Dingtian said, "There's still a few decades before you break through the demigod realm. You're a force-type Naga. You'll definitely be in heat if you can't get it. If you don't copulate, you will cause great harm. Can you wait until the day you become a demigod?" Nagashwang said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Dingtian said, "Now you can say that you let go of the Demon King for me, but you are getting closer and closer to the time when you go into heat. When you can't bear the great harm, you still haven't found a way to strip the second-class evil spirit and destroy the Demon King's soul. At that time, you will follow the Demon King's plan. Choose the easy way. Destroy my soul and turn me into a walking corpse. Then the Demon King will take over my body, have sex with you, and fly away together. That will be the best of both worlds." Then Yang Dingtian said word by word, "So, your plan is not for me at all. It is to stall for time so that you can feel at ease and righteous. Wait for the balance of energy in your heart to exceed the balance of feelings." "I didn't." Naga suddenly roared. Her beautiful face suddenly changed. Naga's ferocious face directly appeared, and then changed back to the beautiful face of a human. Then Naga calmed herself down and said, "Husband, I really didn't think so. I stopped attacking the Demon King, really for you." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "No, maybe your thoughts at that time and now don't think so. But in the depths of your soul, you have already made such preparations. So, after devouring the primordial evil spirit, you lost your mind and flew away without a trace. That in itself is a kind of seeking release, letting reality decide everything. On the surface, you have lost all reason. But in reality, you want to create an established fact, let the Demon King destroy my soul and take over my body. Then, you will have no choice but to accept." I didn't. Nagashwang roared and hissed. "You are slandering me, slandering me." In her fury, Naga suddenly transformed into a huge Naga hundreds of meters long. Then, she suddenly opened her mouth and was about to bite Yang Dingtian in half. Of course, she didn't bite down. Then, she gradually changed back to the human appearance of Dugashwang. She first closed her beautiful eyes and calmed herself down. When she opened them again, her beautiful face had already become ice cold. She said word by word, "Husband, I will still call you that. First, don't put a groundless accusation on my head. Second, between you and me, you don't have any moral advantage. Don't forget you can't destroy the Demon King. You can't stop the Demon King's invasion. So let me help you. I don't owe you anything. I can come because of my feelings for you. I love you, so I came to help you, but I don't owe you. So, no matter what decision I make, it's my own business." At this moment, Nagashwang said these words as if she had matured by many years. Nagashwang said, "It's true that I love you. However, you don't have the right to criticize me or order me because of this. You have your position and I have my pursuit. Second, I know that you blame the death of the Sea Snake Empress on me. I can only say one thing about this. Don't use your own incompetence as evidence to blame me. She died for you, not for me. You have the responsibility to save her, I don't. Word by word, clear and cold, the logic concise to the extreme. Chapter 1137. Hearing Nagashwang's cold words. Yang Dingtian gradually woke up from his extreme anger. Putting aside all emotional factors, Nagashwang was right. Of course, Nagashwang was part of the reason for the death of the Sea Snake Empress, but in the end it was still his fault. She died for him. Also, what did Nagashwang owe Yang Dingtian? Yang Dingtian had indeed protected her and taken care of her. However, Nagashwang had saved Yang Dingtian once, when he was in the Empire of Darkness. Even though that time had also allowed her to undergo the most critical transformation. However, if Nagashwang had not snatched away the primordial evil spirit at the critical moment, Yang Dingtian would have been possessed by the Demon King. And this time, Yang Dingtian had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to the ruins of the old Naga Empire to find Nagashwang to help him deal with the Demon King. She was playing the role of a savior. Although these words sounded cold, they were reasonable. Nagashwang had no obligation to help Yang Dingtian. What she did was her own freedom. For many things, once emotions were torn apart, they would become completely cold. This was the same logic. Then, let's not talk about feelings at all. Only talk about benefits, not feelings. Yang Dingtian, who had gradually calmed down, closed his eyes and restrained the anger inside. When he opened his eyes again, he had calmed down and said, "Shuang, are you right? I have no right to criticize you. The death of the Sea Snake Empress is my responsibility, not yours." Then Yang Dingtian said, "This time, I still have to thank you for successfully eliminating the Demon King. Without you, I would have been destroyed by the Demon King long ago." Nagashwang's beautiful face twitched slightly, but she did not say anything. Yang Dingtian said, "Please wait for a day or two. I will send you back to the ruins of the old Naga Empire as soon as possible to continue cultivating." Nagashwang remained cold and silent. Yang Dingtian asked, "Vulture, where is the Demon King's soul?" After the Demon King's body turned into ashes, his soul was still frantically escaping under the protection of the primordial evil spirit. However, how could he escape? Vulture could even control the elements and energy, let alone the soul. Moreover, at this moment, both Soul and Wentian's soul had lost all their cultivation. How could they escape from Vulture's spiritual domain? "I've locked it," said Vulture. The spirit Vulture's mind stirred, and immediately a burst of light and shadow flew over. Several souls' soul was a soul was souls'. There was Earth's, Wentian's, Chaos World's, and Suyan's. And the strange thing was that these three souls were completely wrapped in one soul. And this soul was Shimen Wuya's. He was indeed powerful. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As expected, he had completely gained control of the Demon King's body. Although the other three souls were still there, they were completely wrapped by him. It turned out that the so-called battle of the soul and the battle of the brain was like this. Not only did it have to occupy the largest area of the brain, but it also had to completely wrap the other party's soul and devour it. Seeing Yang Dingtian again, Shimen Wuya's soul immediately opened his mouth and was about to speak. Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said, "I don't want to hear him speak. Just destroy it." Vulture moved his mind, and Shimen Wuya's Demon King's soul immediately flew toward the border of the abyss like lightning. He screamed and screamed with all his might. However, he was completely blocked and could not make a sound. Whoosh! Soon, Vulture controlled the Demon King's soul and arrived at the bottom of the abyss's border. Without any buffer, he was directly thrown into the abyss's border. Wentian, Suyan, Shimen Wuya, and the other souls opened their mouths and let out a silent hiss. Then, at the border of the abyss, they turned into ashes inch by inch. They completely disappeared without a trace. From then on, there was no real Demon King in this world. And Shimen Wuya, who was almost the final victor, also completely died and turned into ashes when he was at his proudest and most glorious moment. It didn't matter how much patience he had or how much perseverance he had. It had all been destroyed. The mission this time was over. The Demon King was completely destroyed. Yang Dingtian looked in the direction of the dark crack. It had long disappeared. Yang Dingtian wanted to feel the air again to see if there was the aura of the Sea Snake Empress, but it was completely gone. There was only the aura of the dark domain. Of course, there was also a high concentration of Xian Qi. The explosion of the Demon King's energy reserve caused the concentration of the entire first dark domain to increase by several times. Husband, I'm sorry. I couldn't save the Sea Snake Empress. Vulture stepped forward and whispered. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, No, you're very amazing. She died because of me. Then Yang Dingtian said, Let's go back. Then Yang Dingtian, Vulture, and Naga Shuang silently flew towards the human countries. From the border of the first abyss, they entered the world of ice and snow. Then they flew back to Cloud Sky City. This time, Naga Shuang followed them to Cloud Sky City. At this moment, everyone in Cloud Sky City was already waiting. Jia, the Demon Fox High Priest, all the surviving elders of the Silver Dragon Temple, all the higher-ups of the Council of Light, and Queen Poisa. Of course, there was also Yang Dingtian's wife and children. There was also his mother-in-law, Yang Peipei, his master, Dongfang Minmi, and everyone else. Seeing Yang Dingtian return, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This at least proved that Yang Dingtian was fine. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and said, The Demon King is dead. As soon as he said this, countless people cheered. The Demon King was dead. The greatest crisis had been resolved. It could even be said that the war in the human countries had completely ended. The calamity of the human countries would not come again. The human countries were saved. Yang Dingtian came in front of Poisa and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. The Sea Snake Empress died to save me. Instantly, Poisa's delicate body trembled. She was at a loss for what to do. She didn't know what expression to use to welcome this news. She definitely wouldn't cry. She had always appeared cold and lonely, but her heart was pure and full of dependence in a certain aspect. After a long while, Poisa revealed a slightly sad smile and said, As long as you're fine, it's fine. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a while and said, When I go to the Little Western Paradise, I will try my best to find Hai Xan and bring her here. Originally, Hai Xan was bound to die. However, now that the Sea Snake Empress was dead, her greatest wish was to revive the people of the Sea Serpent Empire and not let the Sea Serpent Empire be completely destroyed. And Hai Xan was also her daughter. Now, Yang Dingtian could no longer bear to kill Hai Xan. Poisa nodded. Then, Yang Dingtian came in front of Yan Yan. Her delicate face was filled with infinite joy as she said, Husband, from now on, we can stay at home. We don't have to run around and hide anymore, right? Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Yes. Then his gaze fell on Yang Yichen's face and said, Of course, in the future, Yang Yichen will have the final say in Cloud Sky City. We need his permission to live here. Instantly, Yang Yichen was so embarrassed that his face turned red and he couldn't speak. He couldn't wait for his family to be together forever. Then Yan Yan suddenly said, Husband, what's wrong? I'm fine. Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Yan Yan said, I feel that your smile is a little forced. Yang Dingtian said, The biggest opponent in your life has been eliminated. Of course, you'll feel lost. I see, Yan Yan said. In the future, you can stay at home and accompany us more. Sai, if father could see us like this, how good would that be? Yes. Yang Dingtian didn't stop and said, Father-in-law would be happy even if he saw this scene from heaven. At night, the entire Cloud Sky City was truly immersed in a carnival. Naga Shuang definitely wouldn't participate. She directly returned to the cave in Cloud Sky City that she had taken shelter in. He was proud and lonely. After drinking a lot of wine, Yang Dingtian saw Vulture playing with Yen Yen, Wumaji, and the others. She was always like this, forming cliques and trying her best to raise her status. When she saw Yang Dingtian looking over, she nodded like a spoiled child. Yang Dingtian understood what she meant. She wouldn't say it. He would treat the matter of Shimenwuya as an eternal secret. Yang Dingtian took the porcelain wine bottle and walked out. His master, Dongfang Minmi, also followed. The two of them floated lightly and arrived at the highest point of the castle. Yang Dingtian asked, "Master, who is the one who attacked you, destroyed your cultivation, and locked you up in this world of ice and snow? Do you still remember?" Dongfang Minmi took a sip of wine and said, "I have a slight impression, but I can't remember clearly." Then Dongfang Minmi said, "But this isn't important anymore, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, it's not important. Everything is in the past." Dongfang Minmi said, "Then I'll go back and continue drinking." Yang Dingtian nodded and sat at the top of the castle. He began to absorb qi to recover his battle qi. Under the control of his will, his Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword also began to absorb qi. The next morning, Yang Dingtian led the demon fox high priest and all the high priests of the Silver Dragon Temple out of Cloud Sky City and flew toward the Yin-Yang Mirror. In the Yin-Yang Mirror, they opened a spatial door and jumped into the torn space. Then they flew tens of thousands of miles in the torn space. They arrived at the intersection of Mount Buzhou and the torn space. Here, Yang Dingtian opened a spatial door and led all the high priests of the Silver Dragon Temple into Mount Buzhou. Immediately, many high priests cried tears of joy. After nearly half a year, they finally returned to Mount Buzhou. However, the number of people was reduced by nearly half. The entire Mount Buzhou seemed to be the same. Yang Dingtian led the members of the High Priest Association to the Snow Mountain Castle and destroyed the energy door again. This way, the evil spirit army that was loyal to the Demon King would never be able to enter again. "We'll go with you," the Demon Fox High Priest said. "No need," Yang Dingtian said. "The Demon King is already dead. I'm not afraid of the remaining evil spirit warriors." "Vulture, come in," Yang Dingtian said. Vulture immediately entered Yang Dingtian's spatial ring. Yang Dingtian opened a spatial door on an energy wall between the Little Western Paradise and the Snow Mountain Castle. The Demon Fox High Priest suddenly said, "Why didn't you let Naga come with you? She's so powerful and has the primordial evil spirit. Destroying the Demon King's evil spirit army will be easy." Yes, it would be easy. However, the relationship between Naga and Yang Dingtian was completely different now. Most importantly, she was probably very unwilling to enter Yang Dingtian's spatial ring now. Yang Dingtian shook his head and didn't say anything. Then he jumped out of the spatial door and entered the Little Western Paradise, after flying for a few thousand miles. Along the way, the Little Western Paradise didn't seem to be any different. However, the biggest difference from before was that it was completely silent and lifeless. Occasionally, many slogans could be seen in many cities. It said, "Long live the Silver Dragon Temple. Long live President Su Yan. Long live the Demon Fox race." Of course, there were even more extreme ones. For example, the race was superior. Destroy the human race. Occupy the human countries, and the Demon Fox race ruled the world. And so on and so forth. In less than half a year, the Demon King had brainwashed the entire Little Western Paradise. Naked, and the theory of the extinction of the human race had already become the mainstream of the Little Western Paradise. It was easy to open the door of racism, but it was difficult to completely close it. Yang Dingtian flew to an agreed location. This place was in the middle of two huge mountains, and there was a vast sea everywhere. This was the place where Yang Dingtian and the Dark Wanderer had agreed to meet. Yang Dingtian took out an energy crystal and squeezed it. Bang! The energy crystal burst out with an incomparably bright light. Yang Dingtian didn't know if the Dark Wanderer was lured and controlled by the Demon King. He just tried to squeeze the energy crystal. After a few minutes, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Dark Wanderer had completely become the Demon King's claws. He continued to fly forward. At this moment, dozens of figures suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the sea. All the Dark Wanderers were there, and the leader was Mizhu. When he saw Yang Dingtian for the first time, Mizhu was ecstatic and said, "Yang Dingtian, are you okay?" Yang Dingtian said, "I'm fine. What about you guys?" Mizhu said, "President Su Yan has fallen. He has already controlled the entire Little Western Paradise. We had to hide in the energy barrier of the deep sea to avoid his search." Yang Dingtian said, "I know. That's not President Su Yan. He was possessed by the Demon King." The two of them merged into one and became a peerless powerhouse close to a demigod. Mizhu was surprised, but that was all. They were dark wanderers and didn't care about other things. Then he said excitedly, "Now that you're here, let's go to the dark world to enjoy ourselves. It's been more than half a year, and it's really hard for us. Last time in the Dark Rift, we were afraid of Su Yan and didn't dare to appear." Yang Dingtian said, "All right, follow me to the Skull Hall." Now the fox race's millions of troops were outside the Skull Hall. As for the saints and half-saints of the evil spirits, they were all in the Skull Hall. Yang Dingtian wanted to go in and kill all the evil spirit warriors. Then he would bring Dishi Bien, Queen Hai Xian Wulingzi, and the others back to the human world. I worked until almost 10 o'clock before I started writing, so it's still 1 chapter today. Tomorrow, it will definitely be 2 chapters. Chapter 1138. Was it easy to end the battle in the Skull Hall? It was easy to say, but it was not easy to say. The first thing to do was to observe the enemy's situation. Yang Dingtian and the Dark Wanderer flew toward the Skull Hall. When they were still a few hundred miles away from the Skull Hall, they saw the densely packed fox army in the sky. At this moment, even though they were in the air, they were still full of fighting spirit. Moreover, the flags flying in the army were filled with the words, "Long live the Silver Dragon Temple." "Long live leader Su Yan. Destroy the inferior races." There were fanatical slogans like that. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but frown when he saw all of this. Fanatical racism was really like a demon. Once it was released, blood would definitely flow like a river. And the Nazi Germany and the Sun Empire of Japan were all fanatics. They brainwashed countless people and brought a huge disaster to the entire world. Although the Demon King was dead now, it would take many years to eliminate the influence of fanatical racism in Little Western Paradise. Moreover, before this fanatical atmosphere was eliminated, Yang Dingtian would definitely not let the fox demons enter the human countries. Looking at the millions of troops floating in the air, Yang Dingtian suddenly had a scene of hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals attacking Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. He immediately hid his figure. After passing through the millions of fox demons, he arrived at the Skull Hall. At this moment, the door of the Little Western Paradise in the Skull Hall was always open. Yang Dingtian hid himself and looked at the door of the Skull Hall. He didn't enter immediately because Dishi Bien and Wulingzi both had the Netherworld Ghost Fire. Yang Dingtian's invisibility could only be seen through by the undead. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't guarantee that Dishi Bien and Wulingzi, who had the Netherworld Ghost Fire, wouldn't be able to see through it. Therefore, he could only flash at the door and take a look. It was as he had expected. The situation in the Skull Hall wasn't very good, but it wasn't very bad either. Dozens of saint-level evil spirit martial artists were inside. There were also over 200 half-sage evil spirit warriors. Although Yang Dingtian's cultivation had already reached the 24th level, he was still bound to lose or even die in the face of dozens of saint-level powerhouses. Fortunately, he had a soul sword that was close to the level of a demigod. In that case, it would be much easier to eliminate these evil spirit warriors. Using the darkness mystic fire soul sword soul, he could directly destroy the sea of chi of a dozen or so saint-level evil spirit martial artists and make their sea of chi explode. The power of the self-destruction of more than a dozen martial saints was extremely shocking. Even a martial saint would not be able to withstand it. At this time, the remaining saint and half-saint evil spirit martial artists would also be blown to smithereens. But because of the evil spirit energy, they would recover very quickly. Yang Dingtian repeated the process again, destroying the chi seas of more than a dozen martial saints. After repeating this a few times, basically all of the saints were finished. Of course, during the whole process, Yang Dingtian was invisible and used the sword soul to fight. It was a pity that not everyone in the Skull Hall was an evil spirit warrior. Nero, Demon's Wrath II, and Queen Hyexen were also inside. The three of them didn't have any evil spirit energy. Once the sea of chi of more than a dozen evil spirit martial artists exploded, their lives would also be in danger. Especially Hyexen, she would definitely die. Then he needed to take Nero, Demon's Wrath II, and Queen Hyexen away from the Skull Hall before the battle started. Was there any way to make all the non-evil spirit martial artists leave the Skull Hall? Yang Dingtian thought for a while. He immediately had a plan. He left the Skull Hall and flew towards the place where the Dark Wanderer was hiding. When he arrived, he summoned the Dark Wanderer again. Yang Dingtian said, "Your Excellency Miju, I need you to bring the saint-level Dark Wanderer into the Skull Hall and bring out all the non-evil spirit martial artists, including Demon's Wrath II, Neru, and Queen Hyexen." Okay, Miju didn't say anything else and was about to go. Wait, Yang Dingtian said, "I haven't told you what to do yet." Miju said, "Tell me." Yang Dingtian said, "Just say that because of the blooming of the Dark Rift, you guys appeared again. So you are also loyal to the Demon King. The Demon King and Devil Queen will enter the first Dark Realm through the Dark Rift and fight with Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian told Miju the entire plan word by word. Miju memorized every word, then nodded and said, "I understand." Yang Dingtian handed over a token and said, "This is the Devil Queen's token. Show it to them and they will believe you." Miju took it and was about to fly towards the Skull Hall with the saint-level Dark Wanderer. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian asked, "Miju, the Demon King also has void-rending fire. Why didn't you choose to be loyal to him? He is much stronger than me. Why are you willing to help me instead of being loyal to him?" Miju was silent for a long time before saying, "You said it yourself. Helping you means being loyal to him. Helping and pledging loyalty were two different things. Although we are dark wanderers after hundreds of years of wandering, we have also become wild. We're used to being free and undisciplined. The last thing we want is to be someone's dog. If we were to be loyal to the Demon King, we would definitely be a dog." Then Miju smiled sadly and said, "Actually, we are not afraid of death, so there is no need to choose a side. We know very well that you feel pity for us lonely souls." After saying that, Miju flew towards the Skull Hall with the saint-level Dark Wanderer. Yang Dingtian fell silent. Because these Dark Wanderers had devoured the dark energy, their minds had become extremely inferior, pure, weak, and sensitive. Therefore, they could indeed see the state of mind of others at a glance. Speaking of which, if Su Yan was like Miju and fell for a long time, his soul might be stronger, because the situation could not be worse. He had nothing left, because he had once defeated the dark energy. When he fell again, his soul instantly collapsed. Therefore, eternal separation, when Tian took advantage of the opportunity to fall into the bottomless abyss. Miju quickly flew out of the Skull Hall with the saint-level Dark Wanderer. Immediately, thousands of people from the Fox army flew out like lightning and surrounded Miju and the others. Miju directly took out the Queen Devil Queen's token and said, "We are the Dark Wanderers. We are under the orders of the second leader of the Doomsday Committee to enter the Skull Hall and announce a new decree." That's right, The Queen Devil Queen's current identity in Little Western Paradise was the second in command of the Doomsday Committee and the vice president of the Silver Dragon Temple. The leader of the Fox Army took a look at the token. It was indeed the token of the vice leader of Piaoling. He waved his hand lightly and let them all pass. Mi Zhu brought the Dark Wanderers and flew directly into the Skull Hall. At this moment, all the Saint-level and half-Saint-level powerhouses were sitting cross-legged in the Skull Hall. Hundreds of people filled the huge ground. At this moment, they were waiting for the door to the human kingdom to open. Once it opened, they would surge into the human kingdom. They were anxious, but they were not worried at all. As long as the time was up, the door to the human kingdom would definitely open. None of the evil spirit warriors doubted that the Demon King would obtain victory and destroy Yang Dingtian. Of course, a day had already passed since the battle between the Demon King and Yang Dingtian. The door to the human kingdom should have opened long ago. Why hadn't it opened yet? Seeing Mi Zhu and the others enter, Wu Lingzi, Dishi Bian, Demon Rage 2, and the others opened their eyes to take a look. Mi Zhu once again raised the Queen Devil Queen's token and said, "Under the orders of President Piaoling, all non-saint level evil spirit warriors in the Skull Hall are to evacuate. Also, send 10 saint level powerhouses back to Mount Buzhou." The moment these words came out, all the evil spirit warriors were stunned. With the Queen Devil Queen not around, Dishibian was the leader of all the evil spirit warriors. He immediately asked coldly, "Since when did you Dark Wanderers pledge allegiance to His Majesty?" "His Majesty has been looking for you for a long time." Mi Zhu said, "When the dark crack opens, it is time for us to eat. Of course we will appear." Needless to say, everyone present believed it. They felt that this group of Dark Wanderers had no moral integrity. As long as there was dark energy to devour, they would betray Yang Dingtian and pledge allegiance to the Demon King. Dishibian said, "Then why do you want all non-saint level evil spirit warriors to leave the Skull Hall? Why do you want 10 saint level powerhouses to return to Mount Buzhou?" Demon Rage 2 said, "Over at the Dark Realm, how is the battle between His Majesty and Yang Dingtian?" Mi Zhu said His Majesty won, but Yang Dingtian is safe and sound. The moment these words came out, everyone present was shocked. How could Yang Dingtian be safe and sound? His Majesty the Demon King's cultivation was close to that of a demigod. Mi Zhu said, "Yang Dingtian invited 2 helpers. One is the soul of the ancient Sea Snake Empress, and the other is a completely transformed Naga Dugashuang." The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. Yang Dingtian had indeed come to Naga. Only Dishibian was not very surprised, because the Demon King had said to prepare for the worst. Mi Zhu said, "Now His Majesty the Demon King and the Devil Queen have entered the human countries. Naga and the Sea Snake Empress have also entered the human countries together, and the 2 sides have fought again. His Majesty Piao Ling asked me to pass through the dark crack at the last moment. He will report back." At this time, Mi Zhu simply called them Demon King and Devil Queen. In any case, the entire Skull Hall was basically filled with evil spirit warriors. Dishibian fell silent. Mi Zhu said, "The Demon King and the Devil Queen will definitely come to the Taboo Continent's sea area soon and open the door to the human countries. However, Naga is undying and will definitely follow. Furthermore, there is the ancient Sea Snake Empress, who is also close to becoming a demigod. Once the door to the human countries opens and all of our experts swarm out, we will definitely be slaughtered by Naga and the Sea Snake Empress. Therefore, Her Majesty the Devil Queen gave me the token and asked me to pass on the order to withdraw all non-evil spirit warriors from the Skull Hall, lest they be slaughtered by Naga and unable to revive." Dishibian said, "Then when will the door to the human countries open?" Mi Zhu calculated for a while and said, "There are still 3.5 hours." The moment these words came out, everyone present nodded. The door to the human countries should have opened long ago. So this was the reason why it had not opened until now. It turned out that they were waiting for Mi Zhu to pass on the order for all non-evil spirit warriors to leave. Now it made sense. Dishi Bien said, "Then why do you want another 10 saint-level experts to retreat to Mount Buzhou?" Mi Zhu said, "Her Majesty the Devil Queen is worried that Yang Dingtian will return to Mount Buzhou with the people of the Silver Dragon Temple through the spatial door." Dishi Bien nodded. It made sense. Then she directly ordered, "Will Lingzi lead 10 saint-level punishers and all non-evil spirit warriors to leave the Skull Hall and return to Mount Buzhou?" Will Lingzi stood up and said yes. Then he pointed out 9 saint-level evil spirit warriors. There were also 3 non-evil spirit warriors, Demon Rage 2, President Neru, and Queen Hai Exan. Including Wu Lingzi, there were a total of 13 people. Dishi Bien said, "There are many members of the High Priest Association who were rescued by Yang Dingtian. Is 10 saint-level punishers enough?" Mi Zhu said, "And all of our Dark Wanderers will stay behind to guard Mount Buzhou." Dishi Bien nodded, then said to Neru and Demon Rage 2, "The 2 of you are smart enough to know what to do. You should also know that even if Yang Dingtian has Naga on his side now, it won't change anything." Demon Rage 2 nodded. Wu Lingzi said, and the 13 people and Mi Zhu's Dark Wanderers all left the Skull Hall. There was only one kind of people in the entire hall now, and that was the evil spirit warriors. Dozens of saint level and hundreds of half-saint level. They were waiting for Yang Dingtian to come and catch them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 1139. Mi Zhu and 20 saint-level Dark Wanderers brought Wu Lingzi, Neru, Demon Rage 2, and the other 13 people out of the Skull Hall and flew towards Mount Buzhou. When the Demon Fox army outside saw Wu Lingzi traveling together with the token in Mi Zhu's hand, they did not stop them. The dozens of people flew very quickly. In just an hour, they had flown thousands of miles. Wu Lingzi, who was in the lead, continued to fly forward expressionlessly. As for Neru and Demon Rage 2, they would occasionally look at each other. Only Queen Hai Xian's heart became complicated again. At that time, she was captured by Yang Dingtian. Because her cultivation was too high, she was also imprisoned in the hell prison of Mount Buzhou. Later, the Demon King succeeded in his counterattack and released Hai Xian. Queen Hai Xian naturally joined the Demon King without any obstacles. After a trip to the ancient sea Serpent Empire, although she had gained something, her cultivation had not improved at all. Moreover, the Demon King had become unprecedentedly powerful, infinitely close to a demigod. Even her mother, the ancient sea Serpent Empress, was at most at this level of cultivation. Therefore, at this moment, although Hai Xian was still ambitious and hoped that one day she could revive the fossils of the Sea Serpent Empire and inherit the throne of the Sea Serpent Empire. However, she no longer had any thoughts of resisting the Demon King. This was because the Demon King was already incomparably powerful. This time, once he completely destroyed Yang Dingtian, possessed Yang Dingtian, and then mated with Naga, the Demon King would be able to break through to the demigod realm, which would be even more out of reach. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with pledging loyalty to the Demon King, as long as he could achieve the great cause of revitalizing the Sea Serpent clan. However, from Mi Zhu's words, her mother, the Sea Serpent Empress, had actually revived and was helping Yang Dingtian to fight. If that was the case, where should she, Queen Hai Xian, go? Could it be that she had to go against her mother? After flying for 2,000 miles, Queen Hai Xian finally could not help but ask Mi Zhu, "Your Excellency, did you see the ancient sea Serpent Empress? How did she revive?" Mi Zhu glanced at her and said, "The Heaven Spirit Master summoned her soul spirit energy, while Yang Dingtian provided a powerful energy body. With the combination of the two, she was revived." Although Mi Zhu's explanation was very brief, Queen Hai Xian almost immediately. Although she didn't know much about the demon spirit and demon fire spirit, she had heard about it. Her mother was really standing on Yang Dingtian's side. What about her? With the cube's Fangz's head. Just as Queen Seaheart was filled with unease whoosh, 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 suddenly, dozens of black shadows flew out in front of them. Wulingzi and the others were shocked. After seeing them clearly, they calmed down. These dozens of black shadows were also dark wanderers at the half-saint level. However, another figure suddenly appeared in front of them. In an instant, Demon's Wrath 2, Neru, and the others were completely stunned. This figure was actually Yang Dingtian. Not only did Yang Dingtian not die, but he had also killed his way into the little western paradise. This was too shocking. Wulingzi and the other evil martial artists were also stunned at first. Then they immediately drew their swords and were about to attack. Demon King, Devil Queen is dead. Evil ways are at the end of the road. Yang Dingtian said, "Those who are not evil martial artists retreat immediately." After Yang Dingtian gave the order, Neru and Demon's Wrath, too, didn't even have time to show expressions of ecstasy. They immediately retreated a few thousand meters and broke away from the evil martial artist formation. Queen Hai Xian was stunned at first, then quickly retreated. At the same time, Mi Zhu's 20-odd Dark Wanderers suddenly spread out. Together with dozens of half-sage Dark Wanderers, they surrounded the 10 evil martial artists. Wulingzi's will was completely suppressed by the first-class evil spirit. Hearing this news, he wasn't shocked or afraid. He directly said, "Nonsense, attack, kill him." In an instant, not only did the fearless evil martial artists not run, but they also attacked Yang Dingtian crazily. Chaos Emperor-grade soul, swords attacked. Myriad swords returned to origin. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Soul, swords that were close to the demigod, level shot out crazily. At the same time, Neru, Demon's Wrath 2, and dozens of dark wanderers attacked crazily. Countless sword beams shot out crazily toward the 10 saint level evil martial artists. Bang, 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 in almost a moment. The 10 saint level evil martial artists led by Wulingzi were all turned into ashes. But immediately after, under the effect of the evil spirit, their bodies were restored again. Wulingzi sneered and said, "We all have third-grade evil spirits and above. We won't die." Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "Is that so?" "Vulture," Yang Dingtian shouted. The saint-level celestial spirit master, Vulture, suddenly flew out from Yang Dingtian's space ring. At the same time, Yang Dingtian suddenly threw out 10 small space rings that floated in the air. Immediately after, Vulture directly used his mind to control the soul energy of these saint-level evil martial artists and made them fly into the space rings. The evil spirit energy desperately restored the bodies of these saint-level evil martial artists. However, dozens of Dark Wanderers and Yang Dingtian's soul sword attacked continuously. These 10 evil martial artists were constantly turned into ashes. Their bodies could not be restored and were always in an energy state. And as long as they were in an energy state, they were Vulture's prey. Previously, Vulture had not broken through to the saint level and was unable to control so much saint level energy at once. But now it was completely easy. Although these evil martial artists' energy struggled crazily, it was completely unstoppable. Vulture controlled them, and one by one, they flew into the space rings. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, the bodies of the 10 saint-level evil martial artists were all destroyed and turned into a ball of energy that was imprisoned in the space rings. These space rings were all made by Yang Dingtian, and the space inside was less than a foot square. A complete person could not be stored inside. However, the bodies of these evil spirit martial artists had all turned into ashes, leaving only their souls, hearts, Xian meridians, and sea of qi under the protection of the evil spirit. They could all be compressed into a very small ball. A small spatial ring that was less than a foot in size would definitely be able to contain them. And once they entered the space ring, it was completely equivalent to entering another plane of space. As long as Yang Dingtian did not release them, they would never be able to get out. Moreover, there was no life in this space. After entering this space, even the evil martial artists would enter a state of eternal sleep. After imprisoning all 10 saint-level evil martial artists, Yang Dingtian threw these 10 small space rings into the large space ring. This was a double-layered prison, and it was even more impossible to escape. Seeing Vulture's slightly gloomy expression, Yang Dingtian naturally knew the reason. It was because Wulingzi's soul was also imprisoned in the space ring. Although Wulingzi had always been synonymous with cowardice and shamelessness, at the final moment, he had become a qualified father. Gently rubbing her ear, Yang Dingtian said, "Don't worry, I will make a deal with Naga. Strip away your father's first-class evil spirit energy and replace it with a second-class evil spirit energy. This way, your father will be able to regain his sanity and survive." Vulture nodded and smiled sweetly at Yang Dingtian. "Sect Master Yang Dingtian, how have you been?" Nair stepped forward and bowed to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, "Lord President, Lord Demon Rage, how have you been?" Demon Rage, too, looked at Yang Dingtian. "Is what you said just now true? The Demon King and Devil Queen are both dead?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, they're both dead." Nair said, "Were they killed by Naga?" Yang Dingtian's expression suddenly became a little complicated. He said, "With Naga's help, but it was my dark mystic fire soul sword that killed them." Demon Rage too said, "Originally this was a matter of great joy, but I believe you also know that the current little Western paradise has fallen into an incomparably fanatical state. Even if the Demon King is dead, it will be very difficult to reverse it." Yang Dingtian said, "I know. Kill all the evil spirit warriors, and then the righteous priests of the Silver Dragon Temple will return. In another 100 years, we might be able to wash away the Demon King's fanatical racism. But during this time, I will not allow the Demon Fox race to enter the human countries." Demon Rage, too, said bitterly, "I know." At this moment, Queen Hai Xian's expression was incomparably complicated and even fearful. She wanted to escape immediately, but she knew that she definitely could not. Moreover, the shock that Yang Dingtian brought to her was completely unparalleled. He actually killed the Demon King? The Demon King who was close to a demigod? This was simply too inconceivable. Queen Hai Xian was very clear about Yang Dingtian's intention to kill her. But now that her mother was on his side, she did not know if Yang Dingtian's position would change. After hesitating for a moment, Queen Hai Xian still stepped forward and said, "Sect Master Yang, how have you been?" Previously, she had always addressed Yang Dingtian as Yang Dingtian. She had always looked down on him when she addressed him as a little man. But now, Yang Dingtian had become a figure that she looked up to, and her attitude had also become dormant. Yang Dingtian looked at Hai Xian with complicated emotions. He sighed and said, "Hai Xian, your mother, the Sea Snake Empress, died protecting me in the battle with the Demon King." As soon as these words came out, Hai Xian trembled. Her mother, the Sea Snake Empress, was actually dead. Of course, Queen Hai Xian's emotions were very good. She was a little sad, but not very sad. After all, she had never interacted with the Sea Snake Empress for a day, and there was no deep mother-daughter relationship. However, that was her mother after all. Yang Dingtian continued, "After the matters here are resolved, follow me back to the human countries. There will be a secret trial and punishment for you. Are you willing to accept it?" Queen Hai Xian immediately understood Yang Dingtian's words. She could avoid death, but she could not escape punishment. "Then, what about our sea snake race?" Queen Hai Xian asked. Yang Dingtian, "The reason why your mother helped me was because she hoped that I would help the sea snake race continue to pass on." After Queen Hai Xian heard this, she immediately knelt down and said, "Yes, Sect Master Yang." "Yang Dingtian, Your Excellency Mi Zhu, Your Excellency Demon Rage, President Nero, please wait here for a while. I will go and deal with all the remaining evil spirit warriors in the Skull Hall before coming back to meet you. Nero said, there are dozens of sage and hundreds of half-sage experts over there. You are not their match. Let's go together. Yang Dingtian. There are more than a few hundred evil spirit experts over there. There is also an army of millions of demon foxes. Even if you go together, you won't be able to win. You can only seek death. Demon Rage too. Then you won't be able to do it alone. Yang Dingtian, don't worry. It's because there are many sage, evil spirit warriors inside that I have the confidence to win. I won't even be injured. Mi Zhu, Yang Dingtian, do you really not need our help? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I really don't need it. I can handle it alone. And from the beginning to the end, I won't show my face. Demon Rage too said, all right then, we'll wait here. Then, Yang Dingtian flew to the Skull Hall as fast as he could. At a place far away from the Skull Hall, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill to hide himself and Vulture in an isolated space. After passing through the army of millions of demon foxes, they entered the Skull Hall. How to eliminate these dozens of sage evil spirit warriors and hundreds of half-sage evil spirit warriors? It was very simple. Yang Dingtian was about to summon the dark, mystic fire soul sword to tear apart the sea of energy of the dozens of sage evil spirit warriors. However, at this moment, Dishibian suddenly opened her eyes and said, be careful, there are enemies. Then, she suddenly pounced toward Yang Dingtian. Chapter 1140. With a netherworld ghost flame, he could indeed discover Yang Dingtian's invisibility mystic skill, like an undead. However, it was useless. If Yang Dingtian was not Dishibian's match before, Yang Dingtian was now a level 24 powerhouse. He was more than several times stronger than Dishibian. Following Dishibian's shout, dozens of saint-level powerhouses and hundreds of half-step saint-level powerhouses rushed over like lightning. It looked very shocking. However, it was still useless. If Yang Dingtian was surrounded by this group of evil spirit warriors, especially when the Demon King was surrounded by the saint-level expeditionary military array, he would really be finished. However, these saint-level powerhouses could not even see Yang Dingtian. Dark mystic fire soul sword. Myriad swords returned to origin. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The thread-like dark mystic fire soul sword shot out. In less than half a second, thousands of swords shot out. It easily tore open the sea of energy of more than a dozen saint-level evil spirit powerhouses. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian appeared in a flash and flew out of the Skull Hall. Then, he directly closed the silver energy door of the little western paradise. Those saint-level evil spirit warriors whose sea of energy had been cut open did not even feel it at first. They were still rushing over crazily. Suddenly, they felt a chill in their stomachs. Looking down, they found a black line in their sea of energy. Then, countless amounts of mystic chi gushed out crazily. Even the evil spirit energy was unable to heal it. What was going on? These saint-level evil spirit warriors could not help but look at each other. Boom, 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 boom. There was a loud bang. The first one exploded. The saint-level evil spirit warriors' sea of energy exploded. An earth-shattering explosion and an earth-shattering white light. Boom, 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 boom. Following that, one by one, the saint-level evil spirit martial artists self-detonated one after another. The self-destruction of each saint-level evil spirit warrior was like a nuclear explosion. White light flashed. The other evil spirit warriors in the entire hall were instantly turned into ashes. Dozens of saint-rank evil spirit warriors and hundreds of half-saint rank evil spirit warriors had all turned into ashes. The whole scene was incomparably gorgeous. Although the hall was big enough, it was still crowded with hundreds of evil spirit warriors. Dozens of saint-level chi seas exploded. Yang Dingtian closed the energy door, and not a single one of the hundreds of evil spirit martial artists was able to escape. All of them were smashed to pieces. Of course, with how important this skull was, if it couldn't withstand the self-detonation of more than a dozen saint-level martial artists and completely shattered, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, such a thing was impossible. The skull hall was an independent plane of space connected to several planes. The entire hall was an incomparably powerful body of energy, not to mention a dozen saint-level chi seas. Even if hundreds or thousands of saint-level chi seas self-destructed, it wouldn't be damaged at all. Furthermore, the explosion of these saint-level energy seas was the purest form of profound energy. The Great Hall of Skulls was completely devoured. Yang Dingtian closed the door. The entire hall didn't even tremble, let alone be destroyed. Not even a sound could be heard from outside. The Demon Fox army outside the hall was only slightly surprised when they saw the door close. They had no idea what had happened. After waiting for less than a second outside, the self-detonation of more than a dozen saint-level chi seas inside had already ended. Yang Dingtian immediately opened the door to the little western paradise in the Great Hall of Skulls and rushed into the hall once again. At this time, the entire hall, whether it was the huge statue or the walls, were not damaged at all. Moreover, there was not a single complete body inside. Hundreds of energy shadows floated around in shock. The dozens of evil spirit martial artists whose sea of chi had exploded had lost their sea of chi, mystic meridians, and hearts. Only the evil spirit energy was left to wrap around their souls. As for the remaining hundreds of evil spirit martial artists, their bodies were all destroyed. Only the evil spirit energy was left to wrap around their sea of chi, mystic meridians, energy-formed hearts, and brains. At this time, the explosion had just ended. The evil spirit energy was about to start recovering their bodies. At this time, it was impossible for them to attack Yang Dingtian. Whoosh! The saint-level vulture was immediately summoned from the space ring by Yang Dingtian. At the same time, more than a dozen small space rings floated in the air. Vulture used his celestial spirit master talent to control the energy of dozens of saint-level experts and desperately guided them into the space rings. The first of them was Dishibien's soul. The energy of dozens of saint-level evil spirit martial artists struggled desperately. However, the dozen small space rings were like a huge energy vortex, desperately devouring them. One by one, they were locked into the space rings. As for Dishibien, under his desperate struggle, his entire energy body suddenly split into two. The other soul wanted to escape. However, it was useless. Even if his soul was out of his body, it was still an energy body. As long as it was an energy body, it could not escape from Vulture's palm. Although they did not dare to do so, these dozens of saint-level evil spirits were still locked into the space rings one by one. Some space rings even contained 2 or 3 evil spirit martial artists' soul energy. After the soul energy of these dozens of saint-level evil spirit martial artists was completely devoured into the space rings, the remaining hundreds of evil spirit martial artists were quickly recovering their bodies. Some of them did not even recover their bodies and directly rushed out of the door of Little Western Paradise, wanting to escape. However, with Yang Dingtian, a level 24 saint-level powerhouse guarding, this was completely impossible. Bang! Yang Dingtian closed the door of Little Western Paradise again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He collected all the space rings filled with saint-level evil spirit energy and put them into the larger space ring. At this time, the hundreds of evil spirit martial artists had all recovered their bodies, but most of them were half-saints. There were only a few saint-level evil spirit powerhouses left. Hundreds of evil spirit martial artists surrounded Yang Dingtian. Vulture was standing behind Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, a saint-level evil spirit powerhouse asked, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, where are His Majesty Demon King and Her Majesty Devil Queen?" Yang Dingtian took a look and found that it was actually a level 2 evil spirit. It was an enchanting woman, and he vaguely remembered her. After thinking for a while, he remembered. This was the concubine of the Demon City's Merchant Palace's master, Sharon. He vaguely remembered that she was called Sanyang or something. He forgot. He's dead. Yang Dingtian replied immediately. Impossible. Sharon's concubine shrieked. His Majesty Demon King's cultivation is close to that of a half-god, and he has the Chaos Emperor armor. How could he die? Then another voice sounded. Yang Dingtian, it must be because you don't dare to fight with the Demon King. So you didn't stay in the first dark realm. Instead, you tore through space and entered the little western paradise to destroy His Majesty Demon King's lair. Another familiar face, Zhu Hongshue's younger brother, Zhu Hongyu. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sneer. Even at this time, he still hadn't given up his evil intentions. Yang Dingtian said, the Naga Dugashuang and the ancient Sea Snake Empress destroyed the Demon King's Chaos Emperor armor. My dark mystic flame soul sword tore open the Demon King's Sea of Qi. His Sea of Qi exploded and turned into ashes. Impossible. Zhu Hongyu shrieked. Everyone don't believe it. His Majesty Demon King is invincible. How could a mere Yang Dingtian kill him? Everyone, charge forward and kill Yang Dingtian. Wait for the Demon King to open the door to the human kingdom. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud sound. Behind Zhu Hongyu, another evil spirit saint expert slashed down with his sword, directly shattering Zhu Hongyu's body. It was another familiar face, Qin Wancho's wife, Qiu Ruhan. After secretly attacking Zhu Hongyu, she immediately flew to Yang Dingtian's side. I believe in you, Sect Master Yang. Then, she directly stood beside Yang Dingtian with her sword. At the last moment, she had chosen to side with him. Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhu Hongyu quickly recovered her body and roared, Qiu Ruhan, everything you have was given to you by the Demon King. How dare you betray the Demon King? Qiu Ruhan sneered. Idiot, the Demon King and the Devil Queen are already dead. Dream on, dream on. Zhu Hongyu shrieked. All evil spirit saints, attack together and kill Yang Dingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zhu Hongyu and Sharon Base's concubine took the lead and suddenly turned into a stream of light, rushing toward Yang Dingtian. It was actually a suicidal attack. Yang Dingtian sneered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10,000 swords return. Yang Dingtian's sword soul was actually divided into two parts. The first part was the soul sword of the primal chaos attribute. Countless sword souls enveloped Yang Dingtian and the other two, turning into a powerful energy shield. Hundreds of evil spirit saints attacked, like meteors, but they couldn't break in at all. They couldn't hurt Yang Dingtian at all. The other part of the soul sword was the dark mystic fire sword soul. Like a black hole, it suddenly cut open the sea of qi of Zhu Hongyu, Sharon Base's concubine, and the remaining two saint-level evil spirit saints. Boom! First, her lower abdomen was ice-cold. Zhu Hongyu looked down, and then her entire sea of qi exploded. Then, it was Sharon Base's enchanting concubine. No, no, no! Amidst a shrill cry, her delicate body and qi sea were instantly reduced to ashes. She was gone forever. Boom, 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 for saint-level sea of qi exploded. Suddenly, the hundreds of evil spirit saints that attacked Yang Dingtian like meteors were once again turned into ashes. Under the protection of the demigod sword soul energy shield, Yang Dingtian, Vulture, and Qiu Ruhan were unharmed. The explosion of 4 saint-level sea of qi only caused the energy shield to tremble violently. Then Vulture moved again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The hundreds of half-saint evil spirit saints didn't have time to recover their bodies. Under the control of Vulture's spiritual power, they flew into Yang Dingtian's large space ring like countless meteors. There was no other way. Yang Dingtian's small space ring had been used up. In the end, these hundreds of half-saint evil spirit saints could only enter the large space ring. In just a short moment, Yang Dingtian withdrew his soul sword. The entire hall was empty. The final battle was over. All the evil spirit saints had been wiped out. The battle with the evil ways was over. Next, it was time to go back and trade with Nagashwang. Chapter 1141. Yang Dingtian's gaze fell on Qiu Ruhan's face. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and then she knelt down. Yang Dingtian, didn't you possess the demon fox race? Why did you change back to your original appearance? In the battle just now, Yang Dingtian didn't see it clearly, whether it was Salambaza's concubine or Zhu Hongyu. Yang Dingtian could vaguely see their original appearances. Now he could see clearly that Qiu Ruhan was still in the form of a demon fox. Whether it was the ears, the eyes, or the stripes on her neck, they were all characteristics of the demon fox race. However, her face was indeed very similar to the original Qiu Ruhan. Qiu Ruhan. After we possessed the demon fox race powerhouses, we were actually more beautiful than our original appearances. But after a long time, we couldn't find a sense of belonging, so we all tried to find a way to return to our original appearances. Yang Dingtian, the evil spirit energy can change one's appearance? Qiu Ruhan nodded. Yes, but not at the beginning. But later, when the Demon King controlled the entire Little Western Paradise, many people tried to change back to their original appearances. Yang Dingtian looked at her again. Do you know about Shiminju and Yangzheng? Qiu Ruhan nodded. I know. They sacrificed themselves for the sect master. Yang Dingtian, although you changed your position at the last moment and can be spared from death, you can't escape punishment. Do you still have your body? Qiu Ruhan shook her head and said, He's not here anymore. His body was crushed to pieces. Yang Dingtian, that means you and Qin Wanchou can never be husband and wife again. Qiu Ruhan's body was that of a demon fox, and Qin Wanchou couldn't make a demon fox go into heat, so they couldn't be husband and wife. Qiu Ruhan said, After I left him, I became a promiscuous woman. I sold my body. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether I do it or not. Yang Dingtian said, How about this? For the time being, you will continue to help Monsters Wrath 2 and Speaker, Neru, reorganize the Little Western Paradise as a foxman. When the situation in the Little Western Paradise is completely settled, your cultivation will be completely destroyed. Then you will enter the human countries and accompany City, Lord Qin Wanchou. Of course, when the time comes, you might not be able to maintain your human body and might turn into a demon fox. Qiu Ruhan kowtowed and said, I'm willing. If I can't be his wife, then I'll be his pet. I deserve it. Yang Dingtian, all right, that's settled then. Then Yang Dingtian brought Vulture and Qiu Ruhan out of the Skull Hall. More than an hour later, Yang Dingtian met up with Neru and Monsters Wrath 2 again. The evil spirit warriors have all been dealt with. Yang Dingtian, let's go to Mount Buzhou together. Then Yang Dingtian led everyone and flew toward Mount Buzhou. At this time, the energy gate of Mount Buzhou's Snow Mountain Castle had been destroyed again. Yang Dingtian opened the spatial gate and let everyone enter Snow Mountain Castle. At this time, the saint-level priests of the High Priest Association had retaken Snow Mountain Castle. The Demon King's evil spirit army has been completely destroyed. The energy gate can be restored, Yang Dingtian said. Su Yan was dead. Now, the entire High Priest Association was under the control of Fire Dance and Demon Fox High Priest. Next, the biggest problem was how to set Little Western Paradise right and eliminate the influence left behind by the Demon King. This required the High Priest Association, the Joint Council, and the 9 great tribes to complete together. This would take a long time. In fact, in a short period of time, the Doomsday Committee could not be disbanded immediately. It had to be done step by step. Especially now, millions of Demon Fox army were still outside the Skull Hall, waiting to invade the human countries. How to make these millions of Demon Fox army retreat was a difficult time. It was also a major matter that bore the brunt of the problem. Sect Master Yang, Chairman Nehru, and I have lost absolute control of the Demon Fox army, Monster's Wrath too said. You know, once fanatical racism is ignited, it's really difficult to extinguish it. Therefore, the two of us can't make these millions of Demon Fox army retreat. Of course, these millions of Demon Fox army gathered there would have no impact on the human countries. Instead, they might end up destroying Little Western Paradise. Chairman Nehru said, "It's easy to deal with the low-level Demon Fox warriors who have been brainwashed. They are ignorant and blindly follow. Since they can be brainwashed by the Demon King, they can also be brainwashed by us. But the most fanatical core members, it might be necessary to directly eliminate them." Monster's Wrath too said, "Did you leave any images of the Demon King's death? If everyone sees that their leader, President Su Yen, is dead, it might be intimidating. When they killed the Demon King, they were extremely nervous. Naturally, they did not leave any images." Suddenly, Vulture said, "At that time, I used my spiritual power to revive the Sea Snake Empress. When my husband used the dark, profound fire Sword Soul to tear open the Demon King's Sea of Chi, I used the Recovery Jade to record a portion. However, after the Demon King's Sea of Chi exploded, the Recovery Jade was also destroyed." Nehru said, "It's better to deal with the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. If there's no other way, let Naga come out and start a massacre. Kill all the Demon King's fanatical followers." How many could Naga kill if they started a massacre? Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of them were not a problem. However, there were at least a few million of them in the Fox Clan army. Moreover, Yang Dingtian did not really want to borrow the power of Naga anymore. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and then said, "Demon King, who is the highest leader under the Devil Queen?" Nehru said, "Dishibian, Walingzi, and I, Master Monster's Wrath, are all leaders." Yang Dingtian said, "All right, I'll go back and restore Walingzi and Dishibian's consciousness. Then, come to Little Western Paradise again and announce that the master of the Silver Dragon Temple is dead. The invasion of the human countries has been defeated. Then, the four of you will announce that you will continue to lead an army of millions to invade the human countries. However, you have to explain that the human countries are already protected by Naga. Invading might be a dead end. All those who go against their words can go home. And the demon foxes who still insist on invading the human countries are definitely fanatics. Banish this portion of the demon foxes to the dark world and let them fend for themselves." As soon as he said this, everyone fell into silence. This was something that could be done. Yang Dingtian used the void-splitting fire to open the door of darkness in the Skull Hall and lied to the demon foxes that this was the door to enter the human countries. They would not doubt it. This way, many fanatical demon foxes could be completely exiled. However, this exile would not be tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands or even more. However, this group of people had been brainwashed by the Demon King and had become a tumor in Little Western Paradise. It might be better to remove them all at once. Let's do it this way. President Nehru was the first to express her opinion. Banish as many fanatics as there are. Even if it's millions, we won't hesitate. Then Priest Huowu also raised her hand and said, "The Silver Dragon Temple also agrees to banish this group of fanatical demon foxes." Demon Rage, too, raised his hand. All four sides agreed to use deceit to banish all the fanatics. After the four sides had made their decision, Yang Dingtian brought Vulture and the energy of hundreds of evil spirit warriors back to the human countries through a spatial tear. Chiu Ruhan also came along. She would stay in Little Western Paradise to help Demon Rage 2 and President Nehru. This time, she only came to see Qin Wancho. After returning to Cloud Sky City, all the higher-ups of the Council of Light happened to be there, including Qin Wancho. When he saw Chiu Ruhan for the first time, Qin Wanchou could not help but be stunned. Then he revealed a bitter smile. However, he still heaved a long sigh of relief. Qin Wanchou, had always been disdainful and pitiful towards Chiu Ruhan, even though she had betrayed him many times and even cuckolded him. However, in Qin Wanchou's eyes, Chiu Ruhan had always been a pitiful person. Chiu Ruhan was not so quiet in front of Qin Wanchou. She stared at his face for a while and said, "My body now belongs to the fox race, so nothing can happen between us." Qin Wanchou was stunned and said, "That's a pity. However, according to the laws of the Council of Light, you will probably have to spend the rest of your life in prison. But don't worry, I will visit you often." Chiu Ruhan shook her head and said, "I don't need to go to prison. I will redeem myself in Little Western Paradise. When the situation there is relatively stable, all my cultivation will be abolished, and I will return to the human countries as a fox. At that time, you will have another pet." Master, is there any movement from Naga Shuang?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said not at all. In the original cave, she did not communicate with anyone and did not see anyone. Then Dongfang Minmi said, "Little Tian, is there any change in Naga?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Dongfang Minmi said, "Then try not to have any conflict. Let her leave as far away from the human countries as possible. It's best if she never comes back. Naga is invincible." Yang Dingtian said, "I know." Then Yang Dingtian flew to the mountains in the west and entered the familiar cave. When Naga Shuang first appeared, she was like a child, clinging and relying on Yang Dingtian. She could not even bear to leave for a minute. At that time, she spent most of her time in this cave. Every time Yang Dingtian left, he would tell her that he would be back after counting tens of thousands. Therefore, from the minute Yang Dingtian left, Naga Shuang began to count. After counting tens of thousands, Yang Dingtian came back. At that time, Naga Shuang was so clingy, so innocent, and so cute. He walked into the depths of the cave. On the stone bed, Naga Shuang was lying on her side. The curves of her delicate body were like mountains and rivers. Her beautiful face stood at the top of the pyramid of the whole world. When Yang Dingtian came in, her beautiful eyes were also confused, as if she was lost in memories. When she saw Yang Dingtian come in, her eyes instantly became clear. "Is it over? Can we go now?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Shuang, before we go, let's make a deal." Shuang asked, "What deal?" In exchange for powerful energy, she would free the souls of Dishi Bian and Wulingzi. Chapter 1142. Yang Dingtian said, "In the Little Western Paradise, I killed dozens of saint-level evil spirit warriors and hundreds of half-saint-level evil spirit warriors. Most of their souls and energy have been imprisoned in my spatial ring. This should be a relatively large amount of energy. Dozens of saint-level and hundreds of half-saint-level. Many of them were high-level saint-level. Moreover, it was a complete sea of energy, so it was indeed a very powerful energy. It was comparable to all the high-level undead and Shura in the Underworld Empire combined. This energy was very attractive even to Naga." Naga Shuang nodded and looked at Yang Dingtian. "What do you want to trade?" Yang Dingtian said, "Liberate Dishi Bian's soul and liberate Wulingzi's soul." Of course, Wulingzi's Shen meridians are not high enough, so he can't withstand a saint-level sea of energy. "So, I hope you can change his first-class evil spirit to a second-class evil spirit." This was almost impossible for others, but for Naga Shuang, it was a piece of cake because she had a complete primeval evil spirit tree. Even the Demon King and the Devil Queen did not have such an advantage. Hearing the contents of the trade, Naga Shuang could not help but be slightly stunned. Wasn't this transaction a little too simple? She continued, "You are giving a lot of energy. You can also make other requests." Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "Not for now. That's all." "Okay," Naga Shuang said. Then she gently raised her hand. A dozens of meters energy shield appeared and wrapped Yang Dingtian and Naga inside. Then she said to Yang Dingtian, "Release all the soul energy of the evil spirit warriors." Yang Dingtian opened a large spatial ring, and the soul energy of hundreds of half-saint level evil spirit warriors gushed out. Following that, Yang Dingtian opened a few dozen small spatial rings. The soul energies of several dozen saint-level undead warriors flew out. Among them were Wolingzi and Dishibian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the entire energy shield was filled with the soul energy of hundreds of evil spirits. It looked strange, yet gorgeous. The energy of the dozens of saint-level undead immediately tried to rush out of the energy shield. Some of them wanted to attack Yang Dingtian. At that time, everything was of no use. Even the Demon King could not charge out of Naga's energy barrier, let alone these saint-level evil spirit warriors. These saint-level evil spirit martial artists crazily attacked, but they couldn't even budge the energy barrier. Immediately after, all the evil spirit warriors began to recover their bodies. However, they realized that they could not do it at all. Naga's energy field suppressed hundreds of evil spirit warriors. The evil spirit energy seemed to be unable to work here. Only 2 people present could recover their bodies. They were Dishibian and Wolingzi. However, the 2 of them were unable to move at all. They were suppressed by Naga's energy. Hundreds of soul energies tried their best to escape, but they couldn't do it at all. They were instantly panicking. Then Naga made her move. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless energy hands gushed out from her body. They were long and sharp. They quickly stripped the evil spirit energy and souls. That's right, it was so straightforward. She directly pulled out the souls from the protection of the evil spirit energy. Once the evil spirit warrior's soul was stripped from the evil spirit energy, like a malicious spirit, they let out an incomparably shrill scream and then turned into ashes. Thus, an incomparably strange and gorgeous scene appeared. Hundreds of souls were stripped from the evil spirit energy and turned into distorted faces of light. Just as they entered the air, they dissipated in the air. Hundreds of mournful ghost cries shocked the soul. The entire energy shield seemed to have turned into Shura hell. In just a moment, hundreds of evil spirit warriors present. It didn't matter if Yang Dingtian knew them, or if he didn't. It didn't matter if they were originally evil ways, or if they had betrayed them later. Their souls were all turned into ashes. Only a few hundred sea of energy that had lost their souls floated in the air, as well as a few hundred ownerless evil spirits. Naga opened her mouth and sucked. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of evil spirits and hundreds of sea of energy were all sucked into her mouth. Suddenly, Naga Schwanger's body became bright and solid. Her beautiful face and devilishly curvy body made her even more alluring and captivating. Hundreds of evil spirits and hundreds of sea of energy were devoured by Naga in just a few seconds. Then, Naga's delicate body began to tremble. Her entire person was in an incomparably comfortable, incomparably satisfying, and incomparably ethereal state. Devouring energy was Naga's greatest pleasure. This trembling and dazed state lasted for a few minutes. Finally, Naga Schwang quieted down and her gaze fell on Dishibian. Whoosh! A hand of energy suddenly drilled into Dishibian's brain. Then it drilled into her heart, her Xian meridians, and her sea of energy. Then, as if stripping her clothes, the first-class evil spirit energy was suddenly stripped away inch by inch. Dishibian let out a long cry of pain. His entire body, his entire face became distorted. Her snow-white skin cracked inch by inch, and blood gushed out. Finally, in extreme pain, the first-class evil spirit was completely stripped away, like a light and shadow gauze, stripped out of the body. At the moment of stripping, Dishibian's beautiful eyes instantly returned to their previous ethereal and bright state. She shouted at Yang Dingtian, "Yang Dingtian, Then she fainted. Looking at her covered in blood, Naga Shuang frowned slightly. Then she directly took out a third-class evil spirit from the evil spirit tree and planted it into Dishi Bien's body. Under the effect of the third-class evil spirit, Dishi Bien's wounds were completely healed in an instant, and she was unscathed. Then she faintly woke up. When she looked at Yang Dingtian, her gaze became extremely complicated and also filled with guilt. Then she closed her eyes and simply continued to pretend that she had fainted. Anyway, it was too embarrassing. In the past few years, although her soul had been suppressed by the first-class evil spirit, she remembered clearly what she had done. Naga Shuang would not care about Dishi Bien's little tricks. She directly stretched out 2 energy claws. One of the energy hands drilled into Wolingzi's body and stripped the first-class evil spirit. The other hand held the second-class evil spirit and was ready to seamlessly connect. Wolingzi's mystic meridians were not of the same grade as Dishi Bien's, so when the first-class evil spirit was stripped, it was much more painful. It was a completely miserable scream. It was fine when the first-class evil spirit was stripped of its brain, but when the mystic meridians were stripped, it was a bloody and terrifying scene. Without the protection of the first-class evil spirit, his mystic meridians could not withstand the saint-level energy and directly exploded. So, the whole process was a complete mess of flesh and blood. Naga Shuang had no choice but to implant the second-class evil spirit into his body, inch by inch. Otherwise, Wolingzi would have died before the energy reserve exploded. Moreover, he could only implant the second-class evil spirit. The third-class evil spirit could not protect him. Just like that, in the midst of an extremely painful scream, the first-class evil spirit was completely stripped from Wolingzi's body. At the same time, the second-class evil spirit was completely implanted into his body. Then he fainted and fell to the ground. He was not faking it. He really could not bear it and fainted. There was a huge energy gap between a first-class evil spirit and a second-class evil spirit. He needed time to gradually adapt. "It's done," Naga Shuang said. "I'll take my leave first. Yang, Dingtian, then I need to go to the Little Western Paradise again. When I come back, I'll immediately send you to the ruins of the Naga Empire." "Okay," Naga Shuang said, then closed her beautiful eyes and sat on the bed motionlessly. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and said to Dishi Bien, "Okay, it's time to wake up." Dishi Bien opened her beautiful eyes and got up from the ground. She lowered her head as if counting ants. As for Wolingzi, he was still unconscious. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and helped him up. The 3 of them walked out of the cave. He brought Wolingzi to Vulture's room. Vulture had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Wolingzi, she immediately asked, "Husband, is he okay?" "Well, his soul has been liberated, but because he couldn't bear the difference in the energy of the evil spirit, he temporarily fainted." "Yang Dingtian, can you wake him up?" Vulture nodded and said, "Yes, we celestial spirit masters are in charge of souls and energy." "Yang Dingtian, well, you wake your father up here. I'll come to see you later." Vulture nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, husband." Yang Dingtian took Dishi Bien and left Vulture's room. "I'm sorry," Dishi Bien said again in Yang Dingtian's office. Yang Dingtian looked at Dishi Bien. Her skin was snow white before, without a trace of blood. Now it was white with a hint of red. She was very thin before, but now she was still slim, but she was also a little chubby. She looked skinny. "Tell me, what's going on?" Yang Dingtian. He helped Dishi Bien sit down and then poured her a cup of tea. Dishi Bien held the tea with both hands and took a sip. This cup hasn't been used before, right?" Dishi Bien's first sentence made Yang Dingtian roll his eyes. "Well, after your soul recovered, your first sentence was such a neat freak." "Don't worry, no," Yang Dingtian said. Dishi Bien took a sip of tea to calm herself down, and then said, At that time, when you and I were fighting Dongli, I found that I was a complete burden and useless, so I was very sad. And you, at that time, wanted to go to the dark realm to cultivate, and you wanted to take me with you. I felt that I would definitely be a burden to you, so I refused. I wanted to find a powerful way by myself. Yan Dingtian, so you went to the Netherworld Kingdom? Dishi Bien nodded and said, because I found that with the Netherworld ghost fire, I could directly devour hell magic crystals. So I went to hunt the undead there. Yan Dingtian, Ghost Emperor Wentian is there. It's not like you didn't know, but you still dared to go? Dishi Bien said, I thought that since Ghost Emperor Wentian was so far away, as long as I was careful, I would hunt at the border of the Netherworld Kingdom. Moreover, every time I killed for a while, I would leave immediately, thinking that nothing would happen. Yang Dingtian, in the end, you fell into a trap, didn't you? Dishi Bien nodded and said, I hunted more and more, and my cultivation broke through faster and faster. I was very happy. Then, suddenly one day, in front of me, there were more than a dozen saint-level undead waiting for me, and I fell into a trap. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Then Ghost Emperor Wentian handed you over to the Devil Queen. Then you were forcibly given a first-class evil spirit, and your will was completely suppressed, right? Dishi Bien nodded in shame. Then she suddenly looked up and said, By the way, after this incident, if you touch me again, I might not throw up. Maybe, if you want to sleep with me, you can. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Dingtian was about to vomit blood. Chapter 1143. The exile of hundreds of thousands of people lasted for a day and a night. Although Yang Dingtian was a 24th level martial saint, maintaining the flood-splitting gate for a day and a night almost exhausted his celestial chi when the last fanatic of the Fox clan rushed into the dark world. Yang Dingtian withdrew his celestial chi and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Then Yang Dingtian sat on the ground and absorbed celestial chi to recover his celestial chi. Hundreds of thousands of Fox clan were exiled in the dark world, so they could not enter again unless they had no other choice. As for the dark wanderer devouring the dark energy, he could only do it at the abyss border of the first dark realm. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian fully recovered his celestial chi and left the skull hall with Vulture, Wulingzi, and Dishi Bien. At this time, the expeditionary army of millions outside had dispersed and was brought back to their respective clans by Speaker Neru and Monster Wrath II. The Fox clan high priest and the Speechless clan high priest also followed to settle the expeditionary army. High Priest Huowu was still waiting outside the hall. The imminent crisis of Little Western Paradise had been resolved, but this was only the first step. Next, it was unknown how long it would take to turn the Little Western Paradise back on track. But all of this would be left to Neru, Monster Wrath II, and the priests of the Silver Dragon Temple. I'll leave the rest to you, Yang Dingtian said to High Priest Huowu. The Demon King had been stirring up trouble in Little Western Paradise for only half a year, but the damage he had caused was greater than the Demon King's War of the 9 Clans. The Little Western Paradise had lost nearly 70 martial saints. At present, there were less than 20 martial saints left in the Little Western Paradise, except for the Dark Wanderer. Hundreds of demi-saints were lost, which was more than 50% of them. There were also hundreds of thousands of demon fox warriors. A considerable portion of the exiled zealots were high-level demon fox warriors. It could be said that the upheaval this time had caused the loss of more than half of the elites in Little Western Paradise. Nearly 80% of their top forces were lost. In terms of pure martial arts, it was a devastating blow. Moreover, there would be many more deaths and injuries. This was because, although many people had left, their hearts were still filled with fanatical racism. Therefore, in order to reverse and unify Little Western Paradise's ideology, who knew how many conflicts and suppressions they would have to go through. Moreover, following this upheaval, the power in the hands of Chairman Neru and Monster Fury II was no longer an absolute advantage. As for the High Priest Association, They had lost more than 60% of their martial strength. As a result, Mi Zhu's Dark Wanderer became the strongest martial arts force in Little Western Paradise. High Priest Hua Wu said, "Next, Little Western Paradise will be in chaos for at least a few decades." Yang Dingtian nodded. High Priest Hua Wu said, "In the future, Little Western Paradise may still need your help." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "It's my duty to do so and to be honest. A large part of the disaster in Little Western Paradise this time was caused by me." Yang Dingtian's words were not nonsense. If he had not helped Yang Dingtian eliminate the Demon King Wen Tian, and if he had not imprisoned the Demon King Wen Tian in the Hell Prison, there would not have been such upheavals. The top martial arts force in Little Western Paradise would not have suffered such a devastating blow. High Priest Hua Wu shook her head and said, "Don't say such things. We are already inseparable. Although you brought the Demon King Wen Tian here, even if you did not bring him here, Wen Tian would have died. Even if you had not brought him here, you would have brought Little Western Paradise to the abyss of disaster. After the Demon King Wen Tian destroys you, he will still enter Little Western Paradise." This was true. According to the Demon King's plan, he was supposed to control all the known planes, and Little Western Paradise was no exception. Moreover, if not for Yang Dingtian's appearance, Wen Tian would have completely dominated Little Western Paradise. It would have only been a matter of time. As for the Dark Wanderers in Mi Zhu, I can only try to persuade them. Yang Dingtian said, "I will do my best to persuade them." High Priest Hua Wu said, Yang Dingtian said, "Time is of the essence. I need to leave. Goodbye." High Priest Hua Wu said, "Before Little Western Paradise is completely pacified, or at least before we fully control the Silver Palace, Jia and Yaoyang should stay in the human countries." "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. Then he led Dishibian, Vulture, and Wolingzi towards Mount Buzhou. All of a sudden, Vulture asked, "Husband, can you open your spatial door on the human kingdom's door? Then you don't have to go around tearing space." Yang Dingtian said, "I haven't tried it, but the journey home from tearing space is the same as going through the human countries." Oh, Vulture was a little disappointed. Yang Dingtian said, "Next time I will open a portal in the human countries and see if I can go through." 2,000 miles away from Mount Buzhou, Yang Dingtian summoned all the Dark Wanderers and entered Mount Buzhou, then tearing space. After tearing space and flying for a few thousand miles, he opened a portal and entered the Yin-Yang Mirror. "You guys go home first. I will take Mi Zhu and the others to the Abyss border," Yang Dingtian said. Vulture was a little reluctant and wanted to stay with Yang Dingtian. However, Wolingzi was next to him, so he nodded and went back to Dishibian. Wolingzi returned to Cloud Sky City first. Yang Dingtian led Mi Zhu and the other Dark Wanderers and flew towards the world of ice and snow. After passing through the northernmost part of the world of ice and snow, they arrived at the Abyss border of the first Dark Realm. Yang Dingtian used the void-splitting fire to evolve the Abyss border. Then, all the Dark Wanderers cheered and jumped down. In the transparent, crystal-like Abyss border, they frantically devoured the dark energy. It had been more than half a year, and he had finally managed to devour the insane amount of dark energy again. Seeing the scene, Yang Dingtian was a little surprised. Usually, after jumping into the purified Abyss border, they would directly pass through the Abyss border and reach the other side of the Abyss. But these Dark Wanderers, after jumping into the Abyss border, actually spun quickly inside and would not be transported to the other side. However, Yang Dingtian did not ask because he did not intend to devour this dark energy. After devouring for a few hours, the Dark Wanderers were completely satisfied and flew up from the Abyss border. Subsequently, all of them sat cross-legged beside Yang Dingtian as though they were digesting and enjoying the lingering charm. After another 4 hours, the Dark Wanderers finally woke up. "Your Excellency Mi Zhu, what do you plan to do next?" Yang Dingtian asked. Mi Zhu said, "Same as before. hiding in a place where no one knows. When it's time to eat, I'll appear again." Then he said, "Of course, if you need any help, just ask. We will not refuse. Don't be shy, just ask. Living like this is no different from walking corpses, so we are not afraid of death at all." Yang Dingtian said, "Little Western Paradise has suffered an unprecedented calamity. Next, President Nehru, Demon's Wrath 2, and the Silver Dragon Temple want to completely calm the Little Western Paradise and prepare for the apocalypse 1 or 2,000 years later. However, the thoughts in Little Western Paradise are very chaotic now, and a strong force is needed to calm it down. But in this calamity, almost all the top forces in Little Western Paradise have been wiped out. Therefore, this force of yours is very important. I hope you can help them to calm the Little Western Paradise." Mi Zhu said, "You still plan to let the demon foxes live in the human countries before the calamity comes, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, but it must be a demon fox that is no threat and has even destroyed their own martial arts. I will not put the human countries in danger." Mi Zhu nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Yang Dingtian said, "No, we should." Mi Zhu said, "You are very noble." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Let's go back to Little Western Paradise." Then Yang Dingtian took the Dark Wanderer and flew for tens of thousands of miles into the torn space. Then they flew for tens of thousands of miles through the torn space and entered the Buzhou mountain domain. Finally, they entered the Little Western Paradise. "Goodbye." Yang Dingtian said, "Goodbye." Mi Zhu stepped forward and hugged Yang Dingtian, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "I kind of hope that you can reunite with your mother-in-law, Nehru." Mi Zhu blushed, then shook her head and said, "That's impossible. My state of mind is no longer the same." Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and just smiled. Then he turned around and flew towards the Buzhou mountain domain. Then he entered the torn space and returned to the human countries. In just a few days, Yang Dingtian had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. After returning to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian didn't go directly to Naga. Instead, he finally sat down with his family and had a meal. This was probably the first time that Yang Dingtian's family was all present. From Jia, Yaoyang, to Master's wife, to Master, to little Ning Ning, to his mother-in-law Yang Peipei, to Qin Mingli, and so on. Ning Ro, I had given birth for a few months, but it was Yang Dingtian's first time seeing her. She wanted to give birth to a son, but in the end, she gave birth to a beautiful little girl. Fortunately, this little girl was very quiet and obedient. She didn't seem to be as naughty as Yang Ning. Yang Dingtian really felt very guilty towards her. When Ning Ro gave birth to her second baby, not only was he not by her side. At that time, the entire human countries were in a state of panic and disaster. When everyone returned to Cloud Sky City, Ning Ro, who had just given birth, was still recuperating in the Netherworld Sea. Because at that time, Cloud Sky City was still under the terrifying influence of the Demon King. When Ning Ro returned to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian had been traveling hundreds of thousands of miles again. Therefore, even though the baby had been born for a few months, Yang Dingtian had yet to see her or hug her. This time, with a big table full of food, Yang Dingtian could finally hug this baby that was filled with the fragrance of milk. The mermaid Queen Violet's belly was very big, but she still hadn't given birth. She had been pregnant for almost 2 years, but she still hadn't given birth. And Violet's didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. During this family banquet, Dishibian sat quietly beside Wu Maji. Although she didn't say anything, she didn't look embarrassed at all. It was as if Wu Maji didn't force her to come. In fact, Wu Maji didn't want to drag Dishibian into the family anymore. As a snob, she felt that Dishibian was no longer of much help to Yang Dingtian in martial arts. If she married Yang Dingtian, she would have another competitor for his favor. Of course, their relationship was still very good. Furthermore, seeing that Dishibian still followed her lead, It didn't seem that bad if she married into the family. Just like that, listening to the children's chattering, eating and drinking together, it was really the joy of a family reunion. After the family reunion banquet, Yang Dingtian didn't sleep with everyone. He went straight to Nagashwang and said, "Let's go, I'll send you back to the ruins." Chapter 1144. In fact, when Yang Dingtian left, Yen Yen and the others' eyes were filled with grief, especially Wu Maji. Her eyes were almost spitting fire. Vulture even took the initiative to ask her husband to rest early tonight. Yang Dingtian also wanted to. She had been holding it in for a few months, but he did not dare. Yes, he did not dare. Before Naga left, he did not dare to be intimate with his wife. He was afraid that Naga would kill him if she did not like him. When Yang Dingtian entered the cave, Nagashwang was still sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, motionless. "Let's go. I'll send you back to the ruins," Yang Dingtian said. Nagashwang opened her beautiful eyes, then got down from the stone bed and said, "Let's go." This time, Naga did not directly carry Yang Dingtian and fly like lightning. Instead, she flew into the sky with Yang Dingtian and flew toward the Southeast Sea. A day later, the two of them flew to the Eastern Sea and dove into the deep sea. This time, Naga did not directly transform into her Naga form, nor did she swim like lightning with Yang Dingtian in her mouth. Instead, she remained in her beautiful human form and swam with Yang Dingtian at the bottom of the sea, maintaining the same speed. It was just that she directly disintegrated her clothes, completely revealing her peerlessly beautiful celestial body. In fact, only the spiritual type Naga liked to maintain her human form and wear clothes at all times. As long as it was allowed, the pugilist Naga preferred to maintain her Naga form. Even in human form, they did not like to wear clothes. They hated any kind of restraint. They swam for a few days and nights at the bottom of the sea. Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang once again arrived at the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire's capital city. There were still countless sea serpent fossils inside, which had not changed for tens of thousands of years. However, they had already lost their empress. Soon, the two of them arrived at the palace of the sea serpent empire. At this time, the statue of the sea snake queen had already disappeared, and the huge crystal ball was quietly placed on the throne. Naga stepped forward and picked up the crystal ball. The crystal ball was originally very large, with a diameter of 5 meters. However, in Nagashwang's hand, it rapidly shrank until it was only half the size of Nagashwang's snow-white palm. Then, Naga injected a stream of consciousness and energy into the crystal ball. Suddenly, the entire huge imperial palace trembled violently. Then, the ground in the center of the hall began to collapse. Boom, boom, boom! A circular crack appeared in the center of the palace that spanned tens of thousands of meters. Then, an incomparably mysterious and beautiful light suddenly shot out from the crack. This was an energy channel. Seeing this scene, Yang Dingtian said in surprise, "This energy channel leads directly to the ruins of the old Naga Empire?" Nagashwang nodded and said, "This energy channel has always been there. This crystal ball is only the key to opening the energy channel. The crystal ball in the ruins of the old Naga Empire should have been completely destroyed, so it can't directly return to the demon capital from the ruins." Yang Dingtian asked, "Any Naga can open the crystal ball?" Nagashwang said, "Of course. Any Naga is the supreme master of the sea serpent empress." Yang Dingtian said, "In other words, you can enter the ruins of the old Naga Empire by yourself and don't need me to come with you?" "Yes," Nagashwang said. Yang Dingtian fell silent and did not directly ask why she wanted him to come with her. After a long time, Yang Dingtian said, "That's good too. Then you can go back. I'll send you here." Nagashwang said, "You're not going to the ruins of the old Naga Empire with me?" Yang Dingtian shook his head. Nagashwang fell silent and then said, "You're going to completely cut ties with me?" The Nagas were very direct with their words. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes. Nagashwang asked, why? However, before Yang Dingtian could answer, she said, is it because you feel that I've betrayed our relationship? Yang Dingtian nodded. Nagashwang sneered and said, Yang Dingtian, how many wives do you have? If I've betrayed our relationship, then what are you? Are you loyal enough to your relationship? Yang Dingtian was speechless. Of course, it was definitely not because of guilt. Although he had married a few wives, he was definitely not loyal to one. However, if he weighed the love and care for a woman, he really could not say that he had betrayed her. Moreover, he was no longer a child. No matter what, he had to win the argument, so there was no need to explain to Nagashwang. After a moment of silence, Nagashwang said, Yang Dingtian, may I ask what you're going to do next? Yang Dingtian said, I'm going to the Soul Leaving Palace to find a way to save Dongfang Bingling. Then I'm going to find the truth of this world and finally stop the destruction of this world. Nagashwang said, that's a very great ambition. Each goal is greater than the last. Yang Dingtian laughed at himself and did not say anything. Nagashwang said, but the Soul Leaving Palace is the territory of the only surviving Medusa. With your current cultivation level, you're going to the Soul Leaving Palace? Yang Dingtian said, if I go, it might not necessarily be to fight. It might also be to reason with her. Don't be naive. Nagashwang sneered and said, in this world, only strength is real. What reason do you have? There's no reason. Yang Dingtian said, although that's true, I've been weak since I was young until I destroyed the Demon King. Most of the time, I relied on righteousness, reason, and other people's help, not strength. With my own strength, the Demon King can crush me to death with a single finger. Nagashwang said, the biggest reason you were able to destroy the Demon King was because of me. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, this also proves my words. Because of Yang Dingtian's absolutely cold tone, the anger in Nagashwang's beautiful eyes grew stronger and stronger. Then Nagashwang said, now, let me tell you my opinion. How about it? Yang Dingtian, okay. Nagashwang said, if you can't find the Soul Leaving Palace now, you won't even have the chance to die. Many people in this world have been to the Soul Leaving Palace, but they can't go because they want to. They're all summoned. Yang Dingtian did not deny this point. In fact, until now, Yang Dingtian did not know where the Soul Leaving Palace was. No one knew either, including Wentian and Shimanuya. Nagashwang said, one day, I will definitely go to the Soul Leaving Palace. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He had gone to the Soul Leaving Palace to pursue the truth, to save Dongfang Bingling. Why did Nagashwang want to go to the Soul Leaving Palace? Nagashwang said, Medusa betrayed the Naga Empire in the end. She must be punished. Yang Dingtian, just for this reason? Nagashwang was silent for a moment, then said, in this world, only one true demigod is allowed to exist. Her words were incomparably cold. This was the true reason in her heart. If the entire Naga Empire existed, then Dugashwang, I would do her best to climb up and become stronger. However, if there were only 2 Naga in this world, then sorry. A world could accommodate a few hundred demigods, but it could not accommodate 2. However, it definitely couldn't accommodate 2. If there were only 2, then there would only be 1 in the end. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of his son. He already had 2 demigod sons, Yang Yi and Yao Yang. He didn't know whether it was a son or a daughter in the womb of the mermaid queen, Violets. Yang Dingtian didn't expect Nagashwang's attitude to be so strong. Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Nagashwang was in Sky City at that time, and his 3 demigod children were less than 10,000 meters away from her. With her temperament, wouldn't she have been tempted a few times? Nagashwang said, I know what you're thinking. You're worried about your 3 demigod children. Yang Dingtian's expression changed. If Nagashwang decided to do something, Yang Dingtian couldn't stop her. Naga Shuang said, "Don't worry. If I wanted to kill your 3 children, I would have done it long ago. No one in this world can stop me. Your 3 children are all demigod descendants, but that's it. In this world, there's no energy environment that can help them break through to the demigod level. The ruins of the old Naga Empire are their last chance." That's right, it was true. Yang Dingtian immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Although Naga Shuang's tone made him uncomfortable, at least it meant that she wouldn't do anything to his children. The 2 of them were silent for a long time. Naga Shuang said, "Husband, you want to go to the soul-leaving temple. You want to save Dongfang Bingling. You want to destroy Medusa. You want to find the truth of the world. There's a condition that you have to fulfill, and that is to break through to the demigod level." Breaking through to the demigod level would allow him to see Medusa? What kind of theory was that? Moreover, she kept saying that she was the only demigod in this world. If he became a demigod, wouldn't there still be 2? Of course. Yang Dingtian knows that once Naga and Naga Shuang become one, they will share the same fate. They will share energy and life, and that's why the 2 demigods will become one. Naga Shuang continued, "Why doesn't anyone know where the soul-leaving temple is? Why hasn't anyone seen Medusa before? It's because no one is qualified to see her. Only when you and Medusa are both demigods, you have the right to appear before her. If not, you can only wait for her to summon you." What Naga Shuang said makes sense. It's like a low-level programmer and Microsoft CEO. The programmer does not have the right to see Microsoft CEO, and he doesn't even know where he is. But when the programmer becomes Google's CEO, he will be on equal footing with Microsoft CEO. Regardless of whether Microsoft CEO is in his villa or on his private jet, the programmer will be able to see him. Even if they are competitors and enemies, Naga's world is very hierarchical. Of course, the human countries are similar, but Naga's world is more straightforward and not hypocritical. Naga Shuang continued, "Even if I become a demigod, I will not be Medusa's match. However, as long as you break through to the demigod realm, the 2 of us demigods might be able to kill Medusa." Medusa's death? Hearing this, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but frown. Although the soul-leaving palace seemed to be in control of everything, and Medusa was playing an extremely mysterious role, Yang Dingtian didn't have the confidence to kill Medusa before he was clear of the situation. Furthermore, she is Shimin Ningning's mother. In Naga Shuang's heart, Medusa is someone she must kill. Naga Shuang said, "Husband, I know you have been disappointed. I have been avoiding being with you, even though you have never said anything. Now, I can tell you that I will definitely combine with you. Definitely. You will definitely share my demigod body." Yang Dingtian's eyelids twitched when he heard about being with her. Chapter 1145. You are my one and only love in this life, and that will never change. Naga Shuang said, "We Naga will always be faithful to one person, and we will always be loyal to our feelings." The Demon King's words suddenly rang in Yang Dingtian's mind. It was true that Naga were always loyal to their partners, but that was because they shared life and energy and had nothing to do with feelings. Naga Shuang continued, "That's why we will definitely become one, but not now. The Demon King is right. If we become one now, I will lose too much energy." Yang Dingtian said, "My cultivation has already reached the limit of what my Xian veins can reach. It can't go any higher." Naga Shuang said, "That's right, that's true. If you continue to devour Xian energy, your energy reserve won't be able to hold it, and it will all sink into the abyss of your energy reserve. However, that energy will still belong to you. When your talent breaks through, that is, when you and I become one, that energy will still surge out and become our shared energy." Yang Dingtian said, "In other words, if I continue to devour as much energy as I can, it will be stored in the depths of my energy reserve. When my energy reserve is about the same as yours, we will become one. That way, you will lose the least amount of energy." Naga Shuang said, "No, we will become one after I successfully break through to the demigod realm. In that case, my soul and body imprint will have entered the demigod realm, although I will still lose a lot of energy after I become one with you, and my cultivation will regress a lot to the point where it might not even be as good as it is now. But at the very least, my soul and body imprint will have reached the demigod realm. Yang Dingtian asked, "What's the difference?" Nagashwang said, "As long as I have reached the demigod realm, that demigod realm will leave its imprint in my body, my energy reserve, and my soul. Even if I become one with you, I will lose most of my energy. I can make up for it by devouring any energy and return to the demigod realm, even the most ordinary Xian energy in the human world. However, if I were to combine with you now, my cultivation would degenerate a lot. In that case, it might take a long time for me to break through to the demigod realm. By that time, the ruins of the old Naga Empire might have been reduced to ashes. Without this density of energy, I will never be able to break through to demigod anywhere else." Yang Dingtian understood. Breaking through to the saint realm required energy density. Breaking through to the demigod realm also required energy density. The human nations had lost this density a few hundred years ago. Therefore, it was impossible to reach the saint level if one cultivated normally in the human nations. And the ruins of the old Naga Empire were the only energy environment where one could break through to demigod. The Naga Shuang was racing against time to devour and break through to the demigod realm in the shortest time possible, because it could turn into ashes at any moment. If he delayed for a day or two, he might lose the chance to break through to demigod forever. However, if she were to combine with Yang Dingtian now, it would not just be a matter of 1 or 2 days, but a very, very long time. Yang Dingtian considered it from the perspective of Naga. She was indeed racing against the ruins of the old Naga Empire. If the ruins were completely destroyed before she broke through to demigod realm, she would lose the chance forever. And this time, when she went to help Yang Dingtian eliminate the Demon King, she wasted half a month's time. This was a heart-wrenching pain for Naga. Therefore, she coveted the energy in the Demon King's body so much. However, Yang Dingtian could understand her greed for energy. He was willing to believe that she did not kill the Demon King because she wanted to scheme against him and obtain the Demon King's energy. He also believed that Yang Dingtian was sincere in letting her possess the Demon King's energy, even though she could not find any way to do it. However, after devouring the primordial evil spirit, she left without a trace and directly threw herself to the Demon King to possess. This was really unforgivable. Even if he said it to the heavens, it could not be reconciled. Yang Dingtian thought about it from the beginning to the end, but he still could not pass the test in his heart. Moreover, once he combined with Naga, Naga would share his life and everything. He would never be able to separate them. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really could not do it. Yang Dingtian said, "To be honest, I was very eager to combine with you before, because I wanted to destroy the Demon King. But now that the Demon King is dead, I am no longer anxious about this matter." Naga's expression changed and said, "What do you mean? Do you no longer have any desire for energy and cultivation?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, I have no desire. I used to have a huge desire to become stronger, especially when I was escaping from Inyang school, especially when I was fighting for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. But after that, my desire to become stronger was very weak. The Demon King is already dead. No matter how strong I become, there is no meaning. I might not even fight with anyone in this life." Naga Shuang immediately sneered and said, "Then what about Queen Medusa of the Soul leaving palace?" Yang Dingtian said, "I vaguely feel that there is no need for me to fight with her." "Naive and ridiculous," Naga Shuang said. Yang Dingtian said, "So I have already decided. You go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire alone. I will return to the human countries and find a way to the soul leaving palace." Naga Shuang's pupils constricted, and she said coldly, "You mean you don't just want me to go to the ruins alone? Moreover, you want me to be trapped in the ruins for the rest of my life, unable to leave or enter the human countries. Even if the ruins of the Naga Empire are destroyed, I will be trapped in that plane forever." When she said this, Naga's voice was extremely cold. Her beautiful eyes also became dangerous as she stared at Yang Dingtian, waiting for his answer. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "That's right." In an instant, Naga slowly transformed from a beautiful woman to a ferocious and terrifying Naga. She said word by word, "Yang Dingtian, you want to imprison me for life." Yang Dingtian said, "No, I don't want to imprison you for life. You are the one who imprisons yourself for life. In the ruins of the old Naga Empire, you are the only one who reigns supreme. In the human countries, you are still the only one who reigns supreme. Other than you, all other lives are ants. So, what is the difference between being in the ruins of the old Naga Empire and being in the human countries?" Naga's eyes became more and more dangerous. The gorgeous barbs on the back of her neck stood up one by one. "Yang Dingtian, you want to imprison me," Naga said word by word. "If you can do it, you will even want to kill me to prevent me from harming your family, right?" When she said this, Naga was already filled with murderous intent. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "You think too highly of me. Just because I am worried that others will harm me, I will take someone's life. I am not that arrogant. You are the arrogant one. Just because Medusa is the second demigod, you want to kill her." Naga sneered and said, "If you can do it, don't you want to kill me? Tell me the truth, Yang Dingtian." "You think too much," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "I want to imprison you, but I don't want to kill you." Naga Shuang's figure grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a dragon-shaped behemoth hundreds of meters long, looking down at Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, do you like to reason with people?" Suddenly, Naga sneered and said, sarcastically, Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, when you can't beat someone, you can only reason with them." Naga Shuang said, "But we, Naga, have never been reasonable. Everything you said just now is good, but it is meaningless. Don't even think about going back to the human countries. Do you think I will let you go?" Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, "In my opinion, I am not very useful to you at all." Naga Shuang said, "You are my only partner. For you, your family, and the human countries are your everything. But for me, for now, you are my everything. How can I let you go? I won't kill your family, but I can imprison you by my side." Yang Dingtian said, "You are worried that you can't take the damage when you are in heat, right?" "Naga," Schwanger sneered, "you can say whatever you want. Anyway, you don't trust me anymore. Anyway, we have already shed all pretense of cordiality. I can just directly take you away. Do you have the ability to resist?" Yang Dingtian's complexion changed as he was about to flash away. Naga Schwanger opened her mouth and sucked in. In an instant, Yang Dingtian was completely out of control and was sucked into her stomach. Naga Shuang said coldly, "Humans like to talk nonsense as if it is of any use. My dear husband, you are no exception. We Naga like to be straightforward. I have tolerated you for a long time. Also, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. What I'm telling you is true." With that, Naga Shuang dived into the energy channel. The moment she left, Naga Shuang swung her tail and smashed the crystal that opened the energy channel. Because Queen Poisa could also enter the ruins of the old Naga Empire through this crystal ball. And Naga Shuang did not want a third person to enter the ruins. Whoosh, 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 she shuttled through the energy channel at an extremely fast speed. It seemed like a long time, but also like only a few minutes. The extremely fast shuttling was over. This was not a spatial technique, but an energy shuttling. It was still using extreme speed in exchange for long-distance travel. Naga Shuang rushed out of the energy channel and flew into the ruins of the old Naga Empire. "My energy, my old Naga Empire ruins. It is all mine, all mine. Yang Dingtian, I have delayed my devouring for half a month because of you. Perhaps it is because of this that I could not break through to the demigod level. I have sacrificed so much for you. What more do you want? What more do you want? This is the best. It is best to shed all pretense of cordiality. I don't have to be careful anymore. I don't have to be gentle anymore. I can do whatever I want. I don't even have to consider your feelings. I don't have to transform into a vulgar human girl. I don't have to please you anymore. I will never please you again. Then Naga Shuang dived into the energy crystal of the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Without wasting a minute, she began to look for the next energy channel. In just an hour, she found it. Then she began to enjoy the solidified celestial chi crystals. Energy was the best. Energy was the most real. Naga greedily and obsessively devoured the energy that was hundreds of thousands of times more concentrated. And Yang Dingtian, who was in Naga's stomach, was constantly pouring powerful celestial chi into his energy reserve, whether he was willing or not. Naga Shuang shed all pretense of cordiality and forced herself on him. Dongli grassland, under the abandoned pyramid. Under the trial of the Council of Light, Queen Hai Exan was convicted of war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and dozens of other major crimes. Originally, such a heinous crime should have been sentenced to death. However, because she was the daughter of the ancient Sea Snake Empress, to a large extent, the death of the Sea Snake Empress for Yang Dingtian offset Hai Exan's death. Therefore, Queen Hai Exan was sentenced to life imprisonment. That's right, life imprisonment. And her energy prison was under the pyramid of the Dongli grassland. It was jointly built by the 4 saint-level experts. Queen Poisa, Wu Yu, the Mermaid Queen, and Vulture. Moreover, all the energy in her body had been imprisoned. Therefore, she would never, ever be able to escape. No matter how unwilling she was, no matter how ambitious she was, Queen Hai Exan was imprisoned. This pyramid used to be her bedroom. However, at that time, she was at the top of the pyramid, and now she was in the underground prison of the pyramid. Queen Poisa personally escorted her into the energy prison. I will come to see you once every month, Poisa said softly. Hai Exan was the only family she had left. Queen Hai Exan nodded. Poisa and the other 3 closed the energy prison layer by layer. Then Queen Poisa was the last to leave. Suddenly, Queen Hai Exan said, Sister, remember to marry Yang Dingtian and give birth to a sea serpent race Naga. Even at this time, she still did not give up and still wanted to revitalize the sea serpent race. Queen Poisa shook her head and said, It's impossible. Yang Dingtian won't be able to get over it. Queen Hai Exan said, I've already heard about the rift between Naga and Yang Dingtian. It's impossible for her and Yang Dingtian to be together. Even Hai Exan knew about Naga and Yang Dingtian. It seemed that the Demon King did not hide this matter from her. Queen Poisa still shook her head and said, Don't worry, I will take good care of the sisters of the Snake People race. I will let the race continue, but it can only be an ordinary race. Then Queen Poisa left. Queen Hai Exan shook her head in the prison. Her sister had always been like this. She had no ambition. Otherwise, why would she frame and replace her that day? However, no matter how unwilling Hai Exan was, she could not do anything. She could only be imprisoned under this pyramid for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, she did not know about the legend of the white snake. Otherwise, she would definitely be speechless. Bai Sujin was suppressed under Leifeng Tower, and she, Hai Exan, was suppressed under the pyramid. Just like that, day after day, month after month, Yang Dingtian still did not return. Queen Poisa and Vulture had already gone to the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire to search. In the main hall of the demon capital, Poisa saw crystal ball fragments all over the ground. They knew that Yang Dingtian had been kidnapped by the Naga Shuang to the ruins of the old Naga Empire. However, this was the only place they could find. Because they did not have spatial skills and the crystal ball was shattered, they could not go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Therefore, Queen Poisa chose to wait here. Fortunately, the Naga Shuang was only kidnapped and would not hurt Yang Dingtian. Poisa was waiting in the main hall of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire, so she could not visit Queen Hai Xan. For the first 2 or 3 months, Poisa came on time. Then, she never appeared again. After being imprisoned for so many years, Queen Seaheart had nearly gone insane. Therefore, every time Poisa came to visit, it was the moment she looked forward to the most. Although the two of them would not say anything when Poisa came. Even if they could talk, it was mostly Queen Hai Xan who was mocking and ridiculing her. However, this was almost the only time Queen Hai Xan was happy. However, Queen Poisa never came again. Day after day, month after month of imprisonment, Queen Seaheart was about to go crazy. Completely and utterly crazy. It was an endless torment. If she had known this would happen, she would have let Yang Dingtian kill her. In this torment, Queen Hai Xan could only try her best to fall asleep. However, even if she was a serpent person, she could not sleep all day long. Just like that, she kept sleeping. Every day, it was as if she was half awake. Suddenly, one day, she vaguely felt that she was being dragged out of the prison by an incomparably powerful force. Then, she kept shuttling in a space, shuttling. Throughout the whole process, she was still half awake. She did not know if it was real or an illusion. Just like that, she flew aimlessly. When everything was over, she realized that she was no longer in the prison. That's right, this was no longer the energy prison under the pyramid. It was a broken temple. That's right, a broken temple with an indescribable history. Perhaps thousands of years, perhaps even longer. There was only one such broken temple, and that was the soul leaving temple. That's right, the soul leaving temple. Chapter 1146. Queen Hai Xan slowly woke up. She was almost certain that this was the most mysterious place in the chaotic world. Soul leaving palace. It really looked old and worn out. Of course, it was only old, but not broken. It was surrounded by walls on all 4 sides. There were no windows or doors. Oh, to be precise, there were windows. A row of windows made of white paper. And, upon closer inspection, there was a door. It was just the same color as the walls. It was hard to see. Inside, there was no one. Queen Hai Xan climbed up and began to observe everything in the soul leaving palace. Other than 2 huge Buddha statues, there was nothing else inside. These 2 Buddha statues were huge. They were about 40 to 50 feet tall. Hai Xan wanted to go behind the Buddha statues to see what was behind the soul leaving palace. In the end, she couldn't do it at all, because as long as she moved, the Buddha statues would move. The Buddha statues would move, and the entire soul leaving palace would move. So, Queen Hai Xan could only face the Buddha statues forever. She would never be able to go behind the Buddha statues and see what was behind the Buddha statues. After persevering for 2 hours, Queen Hai Xan gave up. Then, she tried to push open the window. When Queen Poisa came to the soul leaving palace, she used all her strength, but still couldn't open the window. But the Queen of the Sea Heart easily pushed him away. But after pushing open a window, there was still a closed window in front. Queen Hai Xan pushed it open again. There was still a closed window in front. Hai Xan kept pushing. She didn't know how many times she pushed open the window. Every time, she easily pushed it open. But every time, there was a closed window in front of her. Queen Hai Xan came to the door again and pushed hard. Again, she easily pushed it open. But after pushing it open, there was still an identical door in front of her that was closed. Hai Xan pushed it open again. There was still a closed door in front of her. Finally, Hai Xan gave up. She couldn't push open the door or the window. She also couldn't go behind the Buddha statues. When they were in the soul leaving palace, Poisa didn't tell Hai Xan everything. However, halfway through, Poisa asked Hai Xan to inquire about some things, especially about Duga Zhao's daughter, Duga Shuang. Then, Duga Shuang became demigod Naga. Therefore, Queen Seaheart definitely knew that her sister had been summoned to the soul departing palace during the time she had disappeared. The Naga Dugashwang was born at that time. In this world, only Yang Dingtian alone could make the Naga tribe go into estrus and give birth to the demigod Naga. But decades ago, Yang Dingtian had not yet come to the chaos world. So the one who made Poise give birth to Naga was definitely not Yang Dingtian. Moreover, even if Queen Poise gave birth to Nagashwang at that time, she was still a virgin. Therefore, it could be seen that Poise's pregnancy was not through normal intercourse between a man and a woman. How did the soul leaving palace do it? In particular, why did the soul leaving palace summon her? Thinking of this, Queen Hai Exan was a little terrified, but also a little excited. Because in history, everyone who entered the soul leaving palace had obtained incomparably powerful energy and benefits, and her barrier Queen Poisa had given birth to Naga after entering the soul leaving palace. Queen Hai Exan hoped that the soul leaving palace had not summoned her to give birth to Naga. She hoped that she could become strong and not just a tool of production. Looking at the Nagashwang's attitude towards Poisa, she knew that Naga did not have a mother, nor did she recognize any blood relations. And it was said that the master of the soul-leaving palace was the ancient Naga Empire's Queen Medusa. Thinking of this, Queen Hai Exan could not help but be a little more excited. After that, the Queen of the Sea Heart waited, waiting for a miracle to befall her. Time passed day by day. Nothing happened. Still, no one appeared, no sound, and no miracle befell. In the entire soul-leaving palace, there was still only Queen Hai Exan alone. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, half a month, 1 month. In this kind of waiting and suffering, Queen Hai Exan was about to go crazy. What was the difference between this and the energy prison under the pyramid? Just like this, day after day, month after month, Queen Hai Exan was about to go crazy. Then, she once again entered a half-awake state. Finally, one day, she was still in a half-awake state. Suddenly, the Buddha statue on the left of the soul-leaving palace began to change, turning into a stone statue with a human face and a snake body. Although it was a human face, it was still hard to see the face clearly. This was because her face was constantly changing, almost changing 2 to 3 times every second. Therefore, she was constantly changing her face, and every strand of her hair was a thin little snake. Queen Hai Exan's heart trembled. Was this stone statue in front of her Queen Medusa? You are Snake Hai Exan, Naga's incubation candidate, right? Suddenly, the stone statue said. Queen Hai Exan's heart was instantly filled with fear, excitement, and fear. Of course, it was more of a dreamy and unreal feeling. Yes, Hai Exan involuntarily knelt down. The stone statue with a human face and a snake body said, "This time the one who summoned you here needs you to do something." Yes, Hai Exan said. The stone statue with a human face and a snake body said, "Before doing this, I need to bestow upon you a set of techniques, the energy universe technique." Queen Hai Exan's heart was suddenly filled with shock. The energy universe technique was a top-secret technique belonging to Naga. Why was Naga able to turn the entire land of Naga Empire into a type of energy crystal, transforming the entire Naga Empire into a gigantic crystal energy array, swallowing the entire world's energy? This was the energy universe technique. This technique could turn all matter into energy. It could be said that the destruction of the Naga Empire and the Great Nirvana 10,000 years ago were all due to the energy universe technique. Therefore, the energy universe technique was the foundation of the rise of the Naga Empire, and also the cause of its destruction. Now, this stone statue with a human face and a snake body actually wanted to teach this terrifying technique to Queen Hai Exan. There were already a few people who had come to the soul-leaving palace, but none of them had obtained anything as terrifying as the energy universe technique. Instantly, Queen Hai Exan desperately knelt down and kowtowed. "Are you ready?" The stone statue with a human face and a snake body asked. Queen Hyexia nodded and said, "Yes, I am ready." Just as she finished speaking, in an instant, endless energy, endless information, and endless codes surged into her brain and body. In the blink of an eye, Queen Seaheart lost all of her divine sense. Her entire body had become a computer with endless information and files being transmitted, to the point that the CPU and hard disk were all occupied. An entire computer entered a state of suspended animation after an unknown amount of time. Finally, the transmission of information ended. Queen Hyexia naturally learned the energy universe technique and did not need to understand the principles behind it. It was equivalent to downloading a software into a computer, and all she had to do was open it and run it. After the energy universe technique transmission ended, Queen Hyexia faintly woke up after an unknown amount of time. Then she realized that she was no longer in the soul-leaving palace, but still in the energy prison under the pyramid. Previously, the few months in the soul-leaving temple seemed to be a dream. Hence, Queen Hyexia hurriedly searched for the energy universe technique in her brain. That's right, the entire energy universe technique was already engraved in her brain, energy C and Xian meridians. She could use it at any time. She even realized that in her brain, there was not only the energy universe technique, but also other very important things. These things were all engraved in her brain, but they were currently blocked and could not be opened. Queen Hyexia tried to explore the contents of this part of her brain, but instantly had a splitting headache and she almost fainted. Hence, she quickly gave up on this idea. Then a thought, or rather, an order came into her mind. Leave the energy prison of the pyramid, leave the Dongli grassland, and head to the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire. Without a doubt, this was the brain imprint left by the soul-leaving palace, and it was also an order. However, now that she was trapped in the energy prison, how could she leave? Then, Queen Hyexia realized the equations of the energy prison were not worth mentioning in front of the energy universe technique and could be easily broken. Then, Queen Hyexia used the energy universe technique to break layer after layer of the energy prison effortlessly. Furthermore, she realized that her imprisoned Xian meridians and energy C had completely recovered. However, her cultivation was still at the peak of the half-saint realm, and she had not broken through to the saint realm. In just 15 minutes, Queen Hyexia had broken all the energy prison, and then directly flew out of the pyramid that once belonged to the Serpent Empire's palace, and flew towards the Southeast Sea. She flew for close to 100,000 miles, and then swam for an unknown distance under the water. Finally, Queen Hyexia came to the gate of the Devil Capital once again. After more than half a month, she finally came to the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire's Devil Capital once again. Head to the Sea Serpent Empire's palace. Just as she entered the Devil Capital, Queen Hyexian's brain seemed to have been unsealed and a new order was issued. Thus, Queen Hyexia followed the soul-leaving palace's order and went to the Sea Serpent Empire's palace's main hall. Along the way, she passed by countless sea serpent fossils. Her heart beat violently because she realized that using the energy universe technique could turn these fossils into pure energy bodies and then provide for her to devour. In other words, she could easily break through the peak of the saint realm and reach the limit of the serpent race. However, because of the soul-leaving palace's order, she did not dare to act rashly. Using her fastest speed, she rushed to the Sea Serpent Empire's palace's main hall. At first glance, she saw Queen Poisa sitting there with her eyes closed. In her brain, the soul-leaving palace's new order was unlocked. Use the energy universe technique to repair the crystal ball and head to the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Queen Hyexia was surprised. What did the soul-leaving palace want to do with this series of missions? Chapter 1147. The moment Hyexia entered the hall, Queen Poisa opened her beautiful eyes. When she saw Hai Xan, she was surprised. Why are you here? How did you escape from the energy prison of the pyramid? Poisa suddenly got up and said coldly. Hai Xan didn't know how to answer. Poisa said, You have committed a heinous crime. If it weren't for Mother sacrificing herself for Yang Dingtian, you would have died long ago. Sentencing you to life imprisonment is already lenient, but you dare to escape. After saying that, Poisa stepped forward and was about to capture Hai Xan. Hai Xan was still a little guilty, but when she heard Poisa mention Yang Dingtian, she couldn't help but sneer. Sister, don't forget, you are a Naga, not a human. Yes, from the perspective of a human, I have committed a heinous crime. But from the perspective of the Naga race and the sea serpent race, not only am I not guilty, but I have been working hard and fighting for the strength of the Naga race. Then Hai Xan said angrily, What about you, my good sister? Have you done anything for the Naga race? Oh, of course, a long time ago, all of us Naga race were taken care of by you. But later on, you were wholeheartedly devoted to Yang Dingtian. Did you even consider the benefits of our Snake Man race? You are the traitor of our Naga race. Hearing Hai Xan's words, Poisa was not angry. She just sneered and said, Then who killed all the Naga race? Who was it that protected the surviving members of the Naga tribe? That's right, the Snake Man Empire had been destroyed by Hai Xan. Poison Shah said, It's your ambition that has caused the deaths of countless serpent men. I'm not as ambitious as you. I don't want the Naga tribe to dominate the world. I just want the Naga tribe to become an ordinary tribe and enjoy peace with the other tribes. Ha ha ha. Queen Hai Xan laughed coldly. My good sister, you are too childish. You are completely childish to the extreme. This world was a world of mutual deception, where only the fittest survived. Only the strong had the right to survive. You want the Mermaid Clan, Naga Clan, Half-Human Clan, Demon Fox Clan, and humans to live together in harmony? The energy of this world and the living space of this world were only so big. If they wanted to survive, they had to destroy the other races. Wake up, my sister. This is a world of life and death. Hearing this, Poisa immediately frowned and said coldly, It seems that Yang Dingtian shouldn't have sentenced you to life imprisonment for the sake of Mother and me. He should have upheld the original sentence. Execute me? Hai Xan's expression changed dramatically. Poisa said, If you continue to be so ambitious and don't know what's good for you. Queen Hai Xan didn't continue to provoke Poisa, because, after all, the current Poisa's cultivation was higher than hers. In fact, when Yang Dingtian destroyed the Demon King, Queen Hai Xan's ambition had already been extinguished. However, the years of imprisonment in the energy prison made her extremely restless. Then, the soul-leaving palace bestowed upon her the energy universe technique, which made her even more ambitious. With the support of the soul-leaving palace and the energy universe technique, she could lead the Sea Serpent Clan and make a comeback. She could still dominate the world. Of course, before that, she wanted to complete the soul-leaving palace's mission, even though she didn't know why the soul-leaving palace wanted her to go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Sister, what are you doing here instead of flying around with Yang Dingtian? Queen Hai Xan asked. Poison Shah said, Then tell me first, how did you escape from the energy prison? Hai Xan said, Tell me and I'll tell you. Poisa was silent for a moment before saying, Naga Shuang kidnapped Yang Dingtian. Hai Xan trembled when she heard this. What? Yang Dingtian was actually kidnapped by Naga. Although she knew that there was already a gap between Naga and Yang Dingtian, she didn't expect them to turn hostile and kidnap Yang Dingtian. Hai Xan said, Then why didn't you go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire immediately? Poisa said, Now, it's your turn to answer my question. Hai Xan was silent for a moment before looking at Poisa and saying, Sister, I once wanted to kill you. Do you hate me? Poisa frowned and said, Answer my question. You don't hate me. Hai Xan said, I know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved my life. Sister, I used to hate you very much, but I don't hate you now. You and I are sisters. We are the only family in this world. We should rely on each other. Poise's beautiful eyes trembled and then said, Quickly answer my question. How did you escape from the energy prison? Hai Xan said, Sister, I hated you before because I was jealous of you. I was jealous that you were stronger than me. I was jealous that you went to the soul-leaving palace. Now, I don't hate you because I've also experienced what you've experienced. Poise said, impatiently and coldly, Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, how did you escape from the energy prison? Queen Poise didn't finish and immediately understood Hai Xan's words. She said with a trembling voice, You also went to the soul-leaving palace? Hai Xan nodded and said, Yes, sister. Poise said, The soul-leaving palace also made you pregnant? Hai Xan shook her head and said, No. The soul-leaving palace gave me a cultivation method and something else injected into my brain. However, I still don't know what it is. I will only know if it unlocks itself. Queen Poise said, Then you came here because of the soul-leaving palace's order? Queen Hai Xan nodded and said yes. Poise said, Then what order did the soul-leaving palace give you? Queen Hai Xan said, Go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Poise's beautiful eyes lit up and said, Did the soul-leaving palace know that Yang Dingtian was kidnapped by the Naga and sent us to save him? Poise said, But with just the two of us, we are no match for the Naga Shuang. Queen Hai Xan said, The soul-leaving palace is omnipotent. As long as we follow its orders and instructions, we should be able to achieve anything. Poise said, But we can't even go to the ruins of the Naga Empire now, because the crystal ball that opened the energy passage was destroyed. Moreover, we don't have spatial techniques. Hai Xan said, I can repair the crystal ball. Poise said in surprise, Really? Then she took out a box and opened it. Inside were fragments of the crystal ball. This was an extremely precise energy body. Once it was broken, there was basically no possibility of repairing it. However, the energy universe technique was an exception. It could completely repair the crystal ball without any cracks. All the fragments are here? Queen Hai Xan said, From what I remember, this crystal ball was very big. Poise said, It's all here. I've pieced it together. Not a single fragment is missing. The Naga Shuang must have shrunk it. Queen Hai Xan took the crystal ball fragments and held them in her palm. Then she began to use the energy universe technique. Instantly, the entire hall suddenly darkened. Only Queen Hai Xan's body lit up and emitted a green light. Then, countless strands of energy floated out of her body and entered the crystal ball fragments. Suddenly, a miraculous scene appeared. These strands of energy pieced the crystal ball fragments together bit by bit. Just like that, Queen Hai Xan used the energy universe technique to repair the entire crystal ball inch by inch. After a full hour, the crystal ball, which was half the size of a palm, was almost complete. There was only one crack left. At this time, Queen Hai Xan had almost exhausted all her internal force. Her face was pale and weak. She originally wanted to use the last of her energy to repair the last crack in the crystal ball. However, after a slight hesitation, she put the crystal ball down and said, There's still one last crack. My internal force has been exhausted. Let's recover it first. Poise took the crystal ball. She was in disbelief. Then she injected her internal force and consciousness. She realized that it was useless. There was still one last crack in the crystal ball. Queen Hai Xan sat down cross-legged. She inhaled and exhaled to recover her internal force. After a full few hours, Hai Xan's internal force was completely recovered. She picked up the crystal ball again and used the energy universe technique to repair the last crack. In an instant, the entire crystal ball was completely intact. Inside, light flashed once again. It was as bright and mysterious as the countless stars in the universe. Then, Hai-Xien tried to inject her internal force and consciousness. She wanted to open an energy channel, but it was a pity that it still didn't work. Even though she had learned the Naga's exclusive energy universe technique, it still didn't work. Suddenly, she felt indignant and angry in her heart. She handed the crystal ball to Queen Poisa and said, "You are the successor of the Sea Serpent Empire. Open the energy channel." Poisa nodded. She took the crystal ball and injected her internal force and consciousness. In an instant, the entire palace began to tremble violently. Then, the ground in the center of the main hall collapsed again. Boom, boom, boom. A circular crack appeared in the center of the main hall that was tens of thousands of meters long. Then, an incomparably mysterious and beautiful ray of light suddenly shot out from the crack. The energy channel that led to the ruins of the old Naga Empire was opened again. Seeing this scene, Hai-Xien's gaze towards Poison Sha could not help but be filled with jealousy and hatred. At this time, Poisa was already focused on injecting her internal force and consciousness into the crystal ball. Whoosh! Queen Hai-Xien jumped into the energy channel. Then, she didn't know what she was thinking. The moment she jumped into the energy channel, she suddenly shot out a burst of energy and hit the crystal ball. Bang! Suddenly, the crystal ball was completely shattered again. Queen Poisa couldn't help but exclaim. Then, she saw that the energy channel disappeared from the main hall. As for Hai-Xien, she had disappeared without a trace. The crystal ball was destroyed, so the entrance to the energy channel disappeared. However, the energy channel was still there and would not disappear. Queen Hai-Xien shuttled quickly in the energy channel, shuttling after an unknown amount of time. The shuttling finally ended. Whoosh! Her figure was suddenly thrown out of the energy channel. In front of her was the ruins of the old Naga Empire. The green ruins of the Naga Empire were like a beautiful and strange planet in the starry sky. Her entire body was exuding an incomparably powerful energy aura. Poisa knew that this was the most powerful energy environment in the entire world. If she were to devour energy here, her cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Why did the soul-leaving palace order her to come here? Could it be that they wanted her to cultivate here so that her cultivation could reach the peak that the Sea Snake clan could reach? Or did they want her to save Yang Dingtian? This was impossible. With Hai-Xien's current cultivation, it was completely impossible to save Yang Dingtian from the Naga. Bang! Queen Hai-Xien landed directly on the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Next, Queen Hai-Xien stood motionless, waiting for a new order to unlock in her brain. Sure enough, a new order came. In the ruins, find an energy storm entrance and jump down. It was actually this order. Hai-Xien was shocked. Why was this? Jumping into the energy storm entrance, was it to save Yang Dingtian? Or was it because of other reasons? What a fog! Endless mystery. Chapter 1148. However, Queen Hai-Xien firmly believed in the soul leaving palace's orders. She began to carefully walk on the ruins, looking for a crack in the energy storm. For some reason, the ruins of the old Naga Empire had entered a relatively stable period. The previous collapses, tearing, and so on had completely disappeared. The upheaval in the ruins seemed to have temporarily stopped. Otherwise, Queen Seaheart, who had never been to the ruins of the abyss before, would have long since run into a storm, a collapse of energy, or an explosion. Of course, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were nowhere to be seen. Hai-Xien searched and searched, but still could not find any energy storm. Later, she simply flew in the air and searched. It was really strange that there was not a single crack in the ruins, as if it had become a complete crystal planet. Of course, Queen Hai-Xien did not know this and thought that this was normal. Just like that, day after day passed. Even though there were still no energy storms or cracks, Suyu was still in a daze. However, Hai-Exen could clearly feel that the energy field of the ruins was becoming more and more oppressive and dignified. This was not a feeling, but a real presence. It was like the silence before the storm, the oppressive feeling of thousands of layers of dark clouds, the feeling of energy gradually accumulating and condensing. That's right, brewing and accumulating. Previously, the ruins of the old Naga Empire had an energy storm every day, and there were cracks and collapses every day, dozens, hundreds, or even more. Every collapse and explosion was a huge release of energy. This caused the internal energy field of the ruins to enter a new temporary equilibrium. However, this time, there was no upheaval for a few days and nights. This was, of course, abnormal. At this time, Naga Shuang, who was madly devouring in the depths of the ruins, also clearly felt a sense of horror and oppression. Previously, every time she devoured celestial chi crystals in the energy cave, it would take 10 days. Then, a huge hole would immediately appear, and a huge energy storm would be generated. Now, this energy cave had been devouring for a month. Over the past month, hundreds of thousands of Xian Qi crystals had been produced. This might seem like a good thing, but it was actually a fatal crisis. Moreover, she could feel that the entire ruins of the old Naga Empire had not changed for a whole month. No one knew better than Naga Shuang how terrible this was. This ruin was the largest and most powerful energy body in the Chaos world. It was enough to destroy the current human kingdoms dozens of times over. Moreover, the energy conflict within the ruins was incomparably huge. Only by collapsing and exploding every day could the excess energy be released. However, at this time there was no explosion or collapse for an entire month. No energy leaked out of the ruins. What kind of fatal crisis was this? This meant that an unprecedented energy storm was brewing inside the ruins. Therefore, any conflicting energy would be devoured. As for the energy storm, it was still brewing. Once this energy storm erupted, what would the consequences be? The Naga Dugu Shuang could hardly imagine it. Perhaps it would lead to the complete destruction of the entire ruins of the old Naga Empire. In this case, her great cause of breaking through to the demigod level would be officially over. Moreover, in the face of such a drastic change in the ruins, she was completely unable to stop it. Everything was up to fate. Therefore, she simply closed her eyes and continued to devour hundreds of thousands of Xian Qi crystals. And Yang Dingtian was still passively devouring countless Xian Qi in her stomach. The energy field of the ruins of the old Naga Empire became more and more oppressive and solidified. Queen Hai-Exan had completely felt a kind of suffocating horror. It had been a full 15 days since she came to the ruins. There was still no crack or energy storm. She found that the ruins of the old Naga Empire had been rotating, but the speed of rotation was getting slower and slower. Finally, it was completely still. Yes, the rotation of the ruins was completely exquisite. Finally, Queen Hai-Exan came to an incomparably huge crystal plain. As mentioned before, the ruins of the old Naga Empire were like an irregular crystal planet with many sides. However, the crystal plain in front of her had never been seen before. The flat surface spanning thousands of miles was all crystal stones, as smooth as jade, like a huge mirror. Not to mention any bumps. There was not even a grain. The plain, spanning thousands of miles, was completely like a green mirror. Then, Queen Hai-Exan discovered in horror. In the center of the plain, there was a black dot, a very small black dot. Following that, the black dot continued to grow bigger, 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 from a few meters to dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters. The entire black turned into an incomparably huge black hole vortex. A crazily rotating black hole vortex. Everyone knew that an incomparably terrifying energy was brewing inside. Any expert who entered would be torn to pieces and turned into ashes. At this time, Queen Hai-Exan's soul leaving palace order was activated again in her mind. Fly to the center of the black hole vortex and jump down. The Sea Heart Queen's heart trembled. If she jumped down like this, she would definitely die. However, this doubt only lasted for a moment. Queen Hyexaen flew directly towards the center of the huge black hole vortex. She absolutely worshipped and believed in the soul leaving palace. Her body was like a speck of dust in front of the huge black hole vortex. After a while, she flew above the black hole vortex. At this time, there was no gravitational force above the vortex. It was completely zero gravity. This scene was incomparably spectacular. Queen Hyexaen, who was like a speck of dust, floated above the huge black hole vortex. Jump down. In her mind, an order was given. Whoosh! The Queen of the Sea Heart, with incomparable determination, jumped into the center of the dark vortex. In an instant, her dust-like body flew directly into the black in the center of the vortex and disappeared without a trace. Then the entire black hole vortex seemed to have reached its limit in an instant. Even a speck of dust broke the huge balance within. Therefore, Hyexaen's speck of dust was like a detonator. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion. The ruins of the old Naga Empire, which was like a planet, were violently torn apart from the middle. Boom, 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 boom. This largest and most concentrated energy body in history was fiercely torn apart. Naga Dugu Shuang gathered all the energy to build layers of energy shields to protect herself and Yang Dingtian, resisting the shocking catastrophe. Hyexaen did not die. Just now, the energy generated by the explosion of the 1,000-mile black hole vortex was enough to destroy the entire land of the human countries. However, Hyexaen was not affected at all. It was as if she had entered a bizarre world of light and land. The earth-shattering explosion and the earth-shattering energy seemed to have pushed her into another space. Around her was a completely dark void. However, there were countless flashes of light. She didn't know if the void around her was moving or if her body was moving. In short, it was moving rapidly. Every second, it could be hundreds or thousands of miles. In short, she had never experienced such a scene. This feeling was like in the illusion of the taboo continent. After completing each stage, in the hall with dense Xian Qi, the surrounding illusion would be constantly shuttling back and forth. The entire floating hall would be shuttling back and forth in the dark void, heading to the next stage of the continent illusion. The only difference was that in the void of the taboo continent illusion, she could see the figure of the fallen black dragon, but she couldn't see it now. This shuttling went on for an unknown period of time, perhaps a few hours, perhaps longer, or perhaps just a moment. Hyexaen felt her figure shuttling back and forth continuously. She didn't even know how far she was from the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of miles, perhaps hundreds of thousands of miles. Suddenly, bang, 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 all the illusions in the surrounding space disappeared. What replaced them was a completely silent night sky. That's right, it was a real night sky. The surroundings were still empty, and there was no gravity. Looking up, it was a sky full of stars. Hyexaen was puzzled. Where is this? In the explosion of the ruins, just now, the black hole vortex had thrown her out of many spaces and arrived here. It seemed to be the starry sky outside the chaotic world. Could it be that she had already left the chaotic world? Just like if the energy was enough, the rockets on Earth could send people into outer space. Queen Hyexaen looked at the stars in the sky in a daze. It seemed to be very close and within reach, but also seemed to be very far and unreachable. At this moment, the command of the soul leaving palace sounded in her mind again. Look down! Hyexaen looked down. Suddenly, she saw a huge vortex again. Her vision was filled with endless thick fog. The whole world was filled with thick fog. Only in the center was an energy vortex that was tens of thousands of meters wide. It was constantly rotating, dark and gorgeous, and it was a fatal attraction. It was also a vortex, but it was definitely not the vortex of the old Naga Empire. Inside is the isolated new Naga. Fly in. In Queen Hai-Exion's mind, a new command was unlocked. Then, Queen Hai-Exion's delicate body almost trembled. This was actually the new Naga that Yang Dingtian had been to. Suddenly, she flew towards the center of the vortex with great excitement. At the same time, the tearing and explosion of the old Naga Empire continued. Naga Shuang was far away from the explosion, but she was still affected by the terrible impact. The energy shield she had built was torn apart layer by layer. Not only that, deep in her body, there was a sudden throbbing. Then, a surge of emotions surged forth like a tidal wave. Naga actually entered the cycle of emotions at this time. Chapter 1149. Damn it, she was actually aroused at this time. Naga were different from humans and fox demons. Even the sea serpent Naga was different from the mermaid Naga. It was common knowledge that snakes were evil by nature. Everyone on Earth knew this. However, when two snakes were in the process of bonding, they must not be disturbed. Otherwise, they would definitely fight to the death. Of course, Poisa and Queen Hai-Exion's Naga clan were born specifically to give birth to Naga, so they could still resist in this aspect. This was especially so for the female Naga clan. After completely transforming into human form, they were almost completely restrained in terms of sexual desire. They kept brewing until the moment of giving birth to Naga would be completely released. Naga, on the other hand, had already reached the level of a supreme being. There was no need for them to suppress themselves. Moreover, once Naga entered the estrus period, it meant that the cycle of male and female mating had begun, which meant that they would become stronger. Therefore, Naga clan did not suppress their desires. Instead, they saw it as a good time. However, that was when the Naga Empire was complete. Now, for Naga Shuang, it meant disaster. This was because once the emotions were triggered, her rationality would gradually be destroyed. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was now in her stomach. If they wanted to mate, they could do so at any time. Once they mated, Naga Shuang would lose almost half of her energy. It was not easy for her to cultivate to the level she was at today. Once she lost half of her energy, she might lose the chance to break through to the demigod level forever. Therefore, Naga Shuang had been preparing for this moment. Once she entered the estrus period, she would use all her energy to imprison herself and suppress the tide-like thoughts. Then, she would endure endless pain to get through this first cycle. But now, the entire ruins were collapsing. She had to use her energy to resist the damage caused by the collapse of the ruins. How could she use the energy to suppress herself? Boom, 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 the shocking explosions in the ruins of the old Naga Empire continued. Each explosion was far more powerful than the nuclear bombs on Earth. Naga Shuang had to use every ounce of energy to construct an energy shield to mitigate the damage from the explosion. Therefore, evil thoughts surged from the depths of her body. Like a huge wave, they attacked her rationality layer by layer. Naga Shuang desperately clenched her teeth to resist. No, he had to forcibly hold it in. Otherwise, all his efforts would be for naught. He would lose half of his energy and never be able to break through to demigod. Naga Shuang gritted her teeth and used all of her willpower to suppress the attack. At the same time, Queen Hai-Exion was getting closer and closer to the vortex entrance in New Naga. Then, she once again felt the suffocating, devouring power. Without the slightest hesitation or fear, Queen Seaheart charged in. Almost instantaneously, Hai-Exion felt like she was about to be smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Soon, she felt that her body no longer belonged to her. Following that, she felt that her spiritual consciousness no longer belonged to her. Then she didn't know anything. She completely lost all of her consciousness. It was no different from being dead. Queen Seaheart had never been so close to death before. So close to death, so close to death. The feeling this time was exactly the same as death. Therefore, when Hai-Exion opened her eyes again, she really felt like she was alive again. The last time young Dingtian woke up, it was in Queen Lanchi's palace. This time, the first thing Queen Hai-Exan saw when she woke up was a huge golden room. The entire room was empty. She got up from the huge bed and found that her legs were gone. Instead, they had turned into a snake's tail. After a brief moment of shock, she slithered to the window and looked outside. What a beautiful scenery! This was a beautiful grassland with lush green grass and clusters of flowers. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, and one after another, golden pyramids sat on the grassland. The pyramids of various sizes rose and fell densely, making the city on the grassland look particularly spectacular. At this moment, the door was opened, and 2 female snakes slithered in. Queen Hai-Exan realized that these 2 female snakes no longer had obvious human characteristics. Other than having hands and a vague human face, they were all snakes. Even their faces had very few human characteristics. Whether it was the eyes or lips, they were more like snakes than humans. And their noses only had 2 holes and no bridge. "Honorable guest, congratulations on waking up," the 2 female snake maids said. At this moment, a new order was unlocked in Queen Hai-Exan's mind. Meet the human Wen Tian. The soul, leaving palace, had summoned Hai-Exan step by step to come to New Naga to meet the human Wen Tian. Immediately, Hai-Exan said, "May I ask where this is?" The female snake maid said, replying to the guest, "This is the old capital of New Naga." The old capital of New Naga, the world of the conservatives, the world of the descendants of the sea snake, the world of the Naga. A few years ago, Yang Dingtian came to New Naga and happened to meet the leader of the sea snake descendants, Buikao, who rebelled and attacked the new capital to overthrow Queen Lanchi. He also opened the scripture pavilion and obtained the greater space technique. At that time, before the Naga Empire was destroyed, they used their energy and life to create a confinement space to avoid the great Nirvana destruction. Not only that, the Naga also modified their descendants, changing from direct energy, devouring, to a spiritual breakthrough. Then, this new batch of Naga lived in the confinement space and created new Naga. However, more than 10,000 years had passed. In the spiritual energy civilization, the later generations of Naga had never achieved a breakthrough. The following generations of Naga were degenerating. Therefore, the entire new Naga was already impatient. They couldn't wait for the day of the spiritual energy breakthrough. They wanted to break through the confinement space and occupy the great world outside. And the new Naga of the sea snake descendants were even more ambitious in this aspect. They wanted to break through the confinement space and take over the entire chaotic world, because New Naga had completely made them lose any chance to break through. Here, their cultivation had already reached the limit, and generation after generation was degenerating. They needed energy. They couldn't wait for the spiritual energy breakthrough. Queen Hai-Exan said, "I want to see the human Wen Tian." The female snake maid bowed and said, "You want to see our military advisor?" Hai-Exan was stunned. The human Wen Tian was actually the military advisor here. Queen Hai-Exan nodded and said, "Yes, please go and inform him." Yes, one of the female snake maids slithered out. New Naga was very big, but a considerable portion of the sea snake descendants lived in the old capital of Naga. After Buikao was defeated, his younger brother, Bo Yiming, took over as the leader of the sea snake descendants in New Naga. Buikao was an infatuated and heroic leader. His younger brother, Bo Yiming, was only left with coldness. Many people felt that he was more like the leader of the Viper clan, a completely poisonous snake, sinister and dangerous. About 2 hours later, Queen Hai-Exan's door was open once again. The person who pushed the door open was a handsome, middle-aged man. He wasn't very handsome, but he was very delicate. Moreover, his entire body was filled with an aura that made people feel close to him. Queen Hai-Exan had seen the Demon King, Wen Tian, before. Moreover, she had seen 2 of them. The first was the Demon King Wen Tian on the throne of darkness. The second was the Demon King who had fused with Su Yan. These two Demon King made people feel incomparably powerful and dangerous at a glance, as if they were creatures from the depths of hell. As for this, Wen Tian in front of her, he was like a scholar. She didn't feel any sense of danger from him. After seeing Queen Hai Xan, the human Wen Tian revealed a trace of amazement. He bowed and said, "I heard that esteemed guest wants to see me." Hai Xan had never seen Wen Tian being so refined and courteous. Queen Hai Xan bowed and said, "Queen Hai Xan of the Naga race greets the Demon King, Wen Tian." "Demon King?" Wen Tian was slightly stunned. "Oh, Demon King, it's been too long. I almost forgot about this matter. Madam, where are you from?" Queen Hai Xan said, "I'm from the human countries." Wen Tian said, "Human countries? Then do you know Yang Dingtian? How is he now?" Instantly, Queen Hai Xan felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. In the human countries, the Demon King and Yang Dingtian were mortal enemies. But here, when Wen Tian talked about Yang Dingtian, it was as if he was an old friend. Also, Hai Xan could tell that Wen Tian's feelings of closeness towards Yang Dingtian weren't fake. Hai Xan instantly said, "Oh, he's still fine. It's just that your clones aren't doing so well." Wen Tian said, "Oh, what's going on?" Hai Xan said, "No matter if it's eternal life Wen Tian or the Demon King Wen Tian, or even Wen Tian, who fused with Su Yan, they were all defeated and killed by Yang Dingtian." Wen Tian was stunned. He said, "Little friend Yang Dingtian has actually become so powerful." Hai Xan was astonished. "Your focus is actually here? At this moment, shouldn't you be concerned about your clones? Your plans from 200 years ago have all been destroyed. The Empire of Darkness and the Little Western Paradise have both fallen. The destruction of the Underworld Empire is only a matter of time. You're not concerned about these things, but you're praising Yang Dingtian for becoming so powerful? What's your standpoint?" And at this moment, a new command was unlocked in Queen Hai Xan's mind. "Pass the greater spatial technique to Wen Tian." Queen Hai Xan was completely stunned. Greater spatial technique? How could she have the greater spatial technique at this moment in the ruins of the old Naga Empire? The destruction was still ongoing. Naga Shuang could no longer suppress it. Boom, 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 boom. Her rationality and willpower had been completely destroyed by her emotions. Chapter 1150. Once Naga lost her rationality, no one could stop her from doing anything. Back then, Naga Shuang had not completely transformed. Once she lost her rationality, she almost beat Yang Dingtian to death. Back then, Duga Shuanger was extremely infatuated with Yang Dingtian. Now, Naga's will dam had been completely destroyed by her desire. She only wanted to do one thing, and that was to have sex with Yang Dingtian to vent all the desires in her heart. No one could stop her. But now, once she had sex, it meant that she had lost the chance to break through to the demigod realm. Of course, now that the ruins had exploded, it might be impossible for her to break through to the demigod realm. Roar! Naga Shuang suddenly roared. Then she turned into a ray of light and tore open her energy shield, rushing out from the depths of the ruins. The huge Naga's body suddenly rushed into the ruins and into the earth-shattering explosion. In an instant, her body was almost completely swallowed by the dazzling explosion. "Tell me, how did Yang Dingtian defeat my clones?" Wen Tian asked excitedly. The Sea Heart Queen was completely flabbergasted. Where are you from?" Although she was puzzled, Queen Hai Xan still told him in detail how Yang Dingtian defeated the Demon King. She told him everything, from the Doomsday Battle to the destruction of the Demon King, Su Yantian. The Sea Heart Queen spoke for over an hour during the entire process. Wen Tian's questions were very detailed, and he kept asking about Yang Dingtian's situation. He seemed to be interested in the Demon King's situation. Biased. The human Wen Tian said, "Some gods are really biased. You made Yang Dingtian so awesome and made me so miserable. We all transmigrated from Earth. Then, when Tian laughed, however, little brother Yang Dingtian is indeed stronger than me. He is stronger than me. Queen Hyexan was even more confused. Was Wen Tian an enemy or a friend? Then, when Tian said, in other words, Yang Dingtian has completely won. Queen Hyexan said, yes, but he was kidnapped by the Naga Dugu. Naga. The human Wen Tian laughed coldly, another real Naga. What are they trying to do? Then Wen Tian said, in other words, the days in the human world, and Yang Dingtian has basically lost his goal. Queen Hyexan was stunned again. This Wen Tian in front of her, the questions he asked were all so unique. Moreover, the point of entry was really strange. Queen Hyexan said that should be the case. For now, Yang Dingtian no longer has any enemies. If there were any, it would be the Naga Digushuang. Wen Tian said, the Naga Shuang will not become her enemy. They are incomparably loyal to their partners. Queen Hyexan said, but there is already a gap between her and Yang Dingtian. Moreover, the reason why Naga are so loyal to their partners is because they share life and energy. It has nothing to do with feelings. Wen Tian said with a hint of mockery, what do you know? These words caused Queen Hyexan to feel somewhat embarrassed. The man in front of her was so amiable that it made her feel as if she was bathing in the spring breeze. But when he said such impolite words, it was rather abrupt. Queen Hyexan said, Your Excellency Wen Tian, don't you want to take revenge for your clones? Revenge? Wen Tian said, I'm not dead. Why should I take revenge? Queen Hyexan said, don't you want to defeat Yang Dingtian? Don't you hate him to the bone? Wen Tian said, Your words are really laughable. Yang Dingtian and I both came from Earth. We met an old friend in a foreign land. When he came to the new Naga Empire, we drank and bragged together. We were so happy. Why should I hate him? Instantly, Queen Hyexan was completely confused. Wen Tian and Yang Dingtian were the greatest enemies. He actually didn't hate Yang Dingtian. Hyexan said, Don't tell me you don't intend to defeat Yang Dingtian and eliminate Yang Dingtian? Wen Tian's expression instantly turned serious. He said, Madam Hyexan, there's a need for me to make things clear to you. My dream, my lifelong goal, is to defeat the primal chaos god, who shamelessly manipulated my fate. As for Yang Dingtian, we are comrades. We are each other's only kin in this world. Hyexan coldly laughed. But don't forget that Yang Dingtian is the representative of the primal chaos god. No, he is the same as me. We are both chess pieces controlled by the primal chaos god. Wen Tian said, that shameless primal chaos god, that disgusting thing, manipulated my fate and his. Therefore, I am the same as Yang Dingtian. Hyexan was stunned. That means to say, you have given up on everything. You don't intend to do anything? Wen Tian said, Why do you have such a ridiculous thought? My will has never changed. I want to completely destroy the primal chaos god. Hyexan said, You don't intend to become the ruler of this world and replace the primal chaos god. Ridiculous. Wen Tian's lips twitched. Hyexan said, But your clone in the human countries has always wanted to replace the primal chaos god and become the ruler of this world. Wen Tian said, That can only prove that his brain is damaged. That's why he would have such a stupid thought. Hyexan looked at Wen Tian. This was the first time she truly looked at this person. After that, Hyexan asked, Why is the thought of becoming the ruler of this world a stupid one? Wen Tian said, Do you know what's the most important thing if you want to defeat the primal chaos god? What? Hyexan asked. Be bold and confident. Wen Tian said, Don't be fooled by the primal chaos god. The moment the greedy thoughts of becoming the ruler of this world and replacing the primal chaos god appear, you have already fallen into the hands of the primal chaos god. How can you win? Hai Xian fell silent. When Tian said, "Go and ask Yang Dingtian again." Would he want to become stronger? Would he have a greedy heart for power? Hai Xian asked, "In that case, how do you think we can defeat the primal chaos god? Can you do it?" Of course. When Tian said, "Create a great nirvana calamity and destroy the entire primal chaos world. Then you will perish together with the primal chaos god." When Tian said it in a very casual manner, Hai Xian said in astonishment, Everything you do is to perish together with the primal chaos god." That's right. When Tian said, "Then, what benefits would that bring you?" Hai Xian asked. "That way, I will be able to defeat the primal chaos god." When Tian said, Hai Xian asked, "But you will also die. You won't be able to enjoy the fruits of victory, right?" When Tian said, "So what?" "Someone is controlling my fate and fooling me. I will kill him and perish together with him." What's wrong with that? Hai Xian was stunned. This didn't seem right no matter how she looked at it. Seeing Hai Xian's astonished expression, when Tian sighed, you don't understand. God once controlled our fate. Of course, we failed and became a tragedy of our generation. But it doesn't matter. At the very least, everyone has fought for a noble dream. After 10 years in the countryside, I finally managed to get into Peking University when I was 30 years old. My wife and I lived happily together and even gave birth to a beautiful daughter. How good are my days now? That damned primal chaos god. What right does he have to drag me to this world? My daughter isn't even a year old yet. If he drags me here, what about my wife and daughter? When Tian drew in a deep breath and continued, "Also, it's one thing to drag me here, but what right does he have to treat me as a stepping stone? Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not a puppet. I'm a proletarian warrior who has been taught, although my faith is already riddled with holes. But forget it. It's useless to say all this to you. What do you know?" Hai Xian didn't understand, but she could tell that when Tian was looking down on her, also when she was being looked down on, she didn't have much will to resist. However, if Wen Tian wanted to perish together with the entire world, Hai Xian would also be destroyed. "How did you come here?" Wen Tian asked. Hai Xian instantly sank into hesitation. Without the void-rending flame, she wouldn't be able to come here. Also, the reason why Wen Tian was able to rise up and escape the fate of being destroyed was also because of the soul-departed hull. From the start to the end, the soul-departed hull had always played the role of the primal chaos god's enemy. Hence, she spoke the truth. The soul-departed hull asked me to come here. Oh, the soul-departed hull. When Tian faintly replied, "The soul-departed hull that allowed me to escape the destruction of the previous world." What did they ask you to bring? The greater spatial technique. Queen Hai Xian replied. When Tian continued, "Oh, they only passed the greater spatial technique to me after Yang Dingtian obtained complete victory." It was hard to tell if these words were praise or derision, following which he stretched out his hand and said, "In that case, pass the greater spatial technique to me." Queen Hai Xian replied, "Actually, I also don't know where the greater spatial technique is." Right at this moment, a large amount of data suddenly surged out from her brain. "Give me a blank energy scroll." Queen Hai Xian suddenly spoke in a mechanical voice. When Tian went to retrieve a blank energy scroll and passed it to Queen Hai Xian, instantly, Queen Hai Xian's body seemed to have been fixed in place. Countless amounts of information surged out from her brain. Borrowing her profound energy, they unceasingly wrote on the blank energy scroll. Layer after layer, layer after layer, countless amounts of information, countless numbers of codes. There were over 100 million codes. Layer after layer, It took her a full hour to finish writing on this blank energy scroll, after which Queen Hyexaen directly collapsed onto the ground. The profound energy in her body was completely exhausted, even though the greater spatial technique was personally written by her. However, she didn't even know half of the code. After writing it, it didn't even leave a trace in her brain. It was only borrowing her hand. At this moment, Queen Hyexaen couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow. So, the soul leaving palace was only looking for her as a tool. However, being a tool once in exchange for the energy universe technique was still worth it. When Tian slightly sensed the energy within the energy scroll, he discovered that there were many codes written on it, but there wasn't enough energy. In other words, this energy scroll was only a half-finished product. The runes within were still empty. There wasn't enough profound energy to change the learner's profound veins. It was unable to cleanse the entire energy sea and profound veins. In other words, if he took this energy scroll over, he wouldn't be able to learn it directly. Thinking about it, it was normal. Queen Hyexaen's cultivation was merely at the peak of the half-sage realm. How could she have enough energy to write a scroll like the greater spatial technique? Next, he still needed to take this energy scroll and inject enough profound energy into it. When Tian closed his eyes and began to ponder and hesitate, should he let the new Naga come out of the imprisonment space and invade the human countries? Of course. He knew that once these hundreds of thousands of sea snake descendants entered the human countries, not a single blade of grass would survive. Humans would all die. Then, this group of new Naga would walk down the same path as before. They would transform the entire human countries into a complete energy environment. Then, they would overdraft the only life force in the primal chaos world. Finally, the great destruction would come. It wouldn't even take a few hundred years for this group of Naga descendants to destroy the entire primal chaos world. At that time, he would truly perish together with the god of chaos. However, once these hundreds of thousands of new Naga descendants entered the human countries, they would kill all humans, including Yang Dingtian and his family. This was the only reason why he was hesitating. The nihility Piaoling that he cared about previously was already dead. In the human countries, there was no one he cared about anymore. Yang Dingtian could barely be considered half a person. As for the deep feelings between him and Yang Dingtian, that might not be the case. But after all, they were all from Earth. It was truly a meeting of old friends in a foreign land. Otherwise, after Yang Dingtian passed away, he would let these new Naga invade the human countries. At most, he would wait for a few decades. This was not a big deal. However, now the situation had changed. A real demigod Naga had appeared, and she was Yang Dingtian's partner. Once this Naga Schwanger broke through to the demigod realm, she would mate with Yang Dingtian. This meant that there would be 2 demigods. Then, it would be enough to resist the invasion of new Naga. Of course, it seemed ridiculous that 2 demigods could stop countless future Naga. But demigods were demigods. The future Naga in new Naga would never be able to break through to demigod. In the face of a real demigod, they would not be able to fight back. Therefore, once Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang broke through to demigod, the invasion of new Naga would definitely fail. Then his plan to destroy the god of chaos would go up in smoke. Sigh. The human Wentian sighed and said, Yang Dingtian, it's not that I don't want you to live a peaceful life. It's just that you don't give me the time. We are all from Earth. If we fight together and destroy the god of chaos, we will count you in. I'm sorry. Then the human Wentian took the greater space technique scroll and walked out. He walked towards the largest pyramid in the old capital. The leader of the new Naga, Bo Yiming, was there. Naga Shuang's will to break through to demigod was incomparably resolute. At the last moment, she tore open the protective shield and rushed towards the energy field that was torn apart by the explosion. She wanted to use the energy of the explosion to suppress the desire in her heart. One had to know that this could no longer be described as dangerous. This could be described as courting death. Naga Shuang was indeed immortal and indestructible. However, that was only for enemies below demigod level. The explosion and tearing of the ruins of the old Naga Empire produced enough energy to destroy the entire human kingdom. How astonishing was the energy contained within it! Now, even a demigod could directly kill Naga Shuang, let alone this earth-shattering energy. Although the explosion was coming to an end, and Naga had rushed into the edge of the explosion, it was still a narrow escape. Indeed, to Naga, there was something more important than desire. That was life and death. The powerful explosion tore open Naga's outer shell. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Naga's indestructible golden scales were instantly reduced to ashes. Naga, which was a few hundred meters long, was completely peeled off layer by layer. Incomparable pain instantly suppressed the desire in the depths of her body. She couldn't even scream. In hell, she could only watch as the powerful energy took her life. Yang Dingtian, who was in Naga's stomach, could feel her vitality rapidly draining away. For the time being, he was safe and sound, because Naga Shuang's body had shielded him from all harm. However, the moment Naga died, Yang Dingtian would also die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Naga's body was peeled off layer by layer. After the scales, it was her flesh. After the flesh, it was her meridians. Once her meridians were completely torn apart, then Naga would die. "Husband, I'm going to die. I can't protect you." Naga Shuang's voice suddenly sounded in Yang Dingtian's ears. "We're probably going to die together. I don't want to, but I don't regret it." The powerful energy began to tear apart Naga's meridians. Even Yang Dingtian could clearly feel death approaching. "I can't die like this." Yang Dingtian roared in his heart. He still had things to do. He couldn't die like this. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yang Dingtian's mind moved. The soul sword, which was close to a demigod's level, suddenly shot out. Moreover, it was a sword soul with the chaos attribute. Countless energy soul swords flew out of Naga's mouth. They desperately wrapped around Naga's body, which was hundreds of meters long, to construct a new energy shield. However, it still didn't help. Although the energy of the explosion was getting smaller and smaller, it still easily tore apart Yang Dingtian's soul sword energy shield that was close to a demigod's level. However, it kept tearing apart. Yang Dingtian kept using the shield so that the powerful energy wouldn't directly attack Naga Shuang. As for whether they could survive or not, that was up to the heavens. If the explosion ended before Yang Dingtian's Emperor-grade soul sword's Sea of Qi was exhausted, Naga and Yang Dingtian would be able to survive. Otherwise, they could only be reduced to ashes. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Yang Dingtian's luck was not bad. The earth-shattering explosion suddenly came to a stop. At this time, Yang Dingtian's Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword still had 1/3 of its energy left in its Sea of Qi. Just like that, it suddenly stopped. Outside, it was completely quiet. Yang Dingtian flew out of Naga Shuang's stomach because Shuang no longer had any control over him. A scarred Naga floated in the void. Its flesh was badly mangled, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, was completely unscathed. Even his skin wasn't broken. Chapter 1151. He looked at the battered Naga Shuang, who showed no signs of waking up. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a severe injury before. Naga's entire body was nearly peeled off while she was still alive. There were no scales, no flesh, and all that was left of her was her tendons and bones. He looked at the ruins of the old Naga Empire below. The earth-shattering explosion had lasted for a few hours. Most of the energy bodies in the ruins of the Naga Empire, which were thousands of miles in diameter, had been reduced to dust and ash. They had turned into rich, celestial Qi energy that drifted in the void. Less than 1/3 of the crystals in the ruins were left. Yes, less than 1/3 was left. It had gone from a crystal the size of an asteroid to a crystal the size of a comet. Yang Dingtian sighed inwardly. Perhaps Naga Shuang would never be able to break through to the demigod level. It was no wonder that Naga Shuang had raced against time to devour the energy in the ruins of the old Naga Empire, even though every time she did so it would be a huge waste. This was because the ruins could be destroyed and collapse at any time. Therefore, in order to help young Dingtian, Naga had left for more than half a month. It was a huge loss in itself. Although Naga Shuang was utilitarian and cold, she was right about many things. At this time, Naga Shuang was unconscious. Yang Dingtian could easily leave. No one would restrict his freedom anymore. He could return to the human countries. Naga Shuang would never be able to enter the human countries and cause any harm. However, if he left just like that, Naga Shuang would probably die, right? Yang Dingtian might have hated Naga and had made up his mind to break off intimate relations with her, but he did not necessarily want her to die. Furthermore, during the previous calamity, if it wasn't for Naga's protection, Yang Dingtian would have already been turned into ashes and couldn't be any more dead. Therefore, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to just leave Naga here. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian carried the unconscious Naga and slowly landed on the ruins that were less than a third of the crystal. This huge explosion seemed to have exhausted most of the conflict energy in the crystal ruin. The remaining ruins seemed to have entered a new equilibrium. So although the whole crystal was still surging, the huge collapse and energy storm were no longer there. Instead, it seemed very calm. Yang Dingtian carried Naga and began to search for the pyramid. The old Naga Empire originally had countless pyramids, but after countless collapses and tearing, there were not many pyramids left. In addition to the big explosion just now, there were even fewer complete pyramids left. After searching for several hours, Yang Dingtian finally found an entrance. This was originally a pyramid, but now it had completely collapsed into the crystal. Yang Dingtian carrying Naga. Fortunately, the whole hall was still relatively intact, and the energy condensation array was still operating. Yang Dingtian placed Naga under the energy condensation array. Naga was indeed the most powerful creature in the world. If it was any other creature, it would have died long ago. After all, Naga had not only lost all of its scales and flesh, but also a small part of its meridians were destroyed. Placed under the energy condensation array, it actually began to recover little by little. Countless amounts of energy condensed on Naga's body, turning into new meridians, and began to recover inch by inch. However, this kind of recovery would probably take a long time. First, it would recover the meridians, then the flesh, and finally the scales. And Yang Dingtian, since he had nothing to do, sat down cross-legged and started to absorb Xian energy. Of course, with his Xian Meridian's talent, the 24th level of cultivation was already the limit, and he could not break through half a step. However, it was not bad to store it in the Qi. Time passed day by day like this. Yan Yan and the others must be very worried. Yang Dingtian really wanted to go back and let them know that he was safe. However, although the remaining energy ruins were much calmer, it was still collapsing on a small scale. If Naga was left here without care, it would still be dangerous. Moreover, most probably everyone knew that Yang Dingtian was kidnapped by Naga Shuang, and his life would not be in danger. At this moment, the human empire was unprecedentedly quiet. The gates to the human empire were also completely closed. Hence, Yan Yan and the children would not be in any danger. In that case, let's just stay here and wait for Naga to come back to life. When Tian arrived at the largest pyramid in the old capital, the Naga Patriarch's golden throne was located on the 99 steps of the Great Hall. His Patriarch's hall was even more majestic and magnificent than Queen Bailanchi's palace. Patriarch Boyi sat high up on the golden throne, looking down at Wen Tian. He was slimmer than Boyi, but also more handsome. His eyes were deep, and his face was long and narrow. His nose bridge was high and slightly curved, and his lips were thin and well-defined. He was a very handsome man, but also a man who looked very sinister. He was different from Bo Ikao. Bo-i-Cow liked this human very much. As for Boi, his attitude towards Wen-Tian was cold. Even though he did not remove Wen-Tian from his position as a strategist, he rarely summoned him, let alone asked him about his plans. Of course, Wen-Tian also rarely took the initiative to flatter him. Even though he wasn't a true demigod, he was at least a postmodern Naga. Hence, Boi looked down on humans, treating them like ants. As for Wen-Tian, he also looked down on Boi. The proud Wen-Tian left the soul, leaving Hull 200 years ago. After nearly 200 years of thinking, he had already rejected many things, but he had also seen through many things. Therefore, he despised the Boi in front of him. He had some admiration for the loyal Queen Lan Chi and the spiritual wise men in the new Naga Empire who had been seeking breakthroughs. However, he looked down on these postmodern Naga who had returned to greed, especially the postmodern Naga who were descendants of sea snakes. Your ancestors, the true demigod Naga, were all dead. As for you, postmodern Naga, you aren't even a true Naga. You will never be able to break through to become a demigod. Yet you still think that you are extraordinary. What a joke. However, using you as a tool is also not bad. Releasing these foolish Nagas of the later generations to destroy the entire world and perish together with the god of chaos was also not a bad idea. Only the stupid greedy ones are the best tools to use. Human, why have you come to see me? Boi asked lazily and impatiently. He did not call him strategist, nor did he call him by his name. Instead, he called him a human. Wen-Tian said, 10,000 years ago, Queen Medusa, who successfully escaped the great Nirvana disaster, asked someone to give me a scroll. Boi's eyes trembled. What is it? Wen-Tian said, the greater space technique. Boi stood up in disbelief. Is it really the greater space technique? Why did his elder brother rebel? Wasn't it for the greater space technique? In the end, he was defeated and died without obtaining the greater space technique. Now, this lowly human in front of him actually said that he had the greater space technique. Boi immediately stretched out his hand. Give it to me. This greater space technique belongs to Naga. Queen Medusa is the ancestor of the Naga race. This Boi's life was indeed incomparably overbearing. Wen-Tian handed over the greater space technique scroll without hesitation. Boi pursed his lips and smiled. He opened his hand and sucked the scroll into his hand. Then he laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. I won't forget your contribution and will reward you. Many thanks, your majesty. The human Wen-Tian bowed. Boi used his spiritual sense to check the contents of the scroll. Then he said, this is a half-finished product. The energy runes inside are still empty. Wen-Tian said, this was written by Queen Medusa using the energy of a Naga candidate. Her Xian Qi is naturally insufficient to write the entire scroll. Boi said, that's easy. I will send a few dozen elders to fill in the energy runes inside. Following which, Boi laughed coldly. Human, no wonder you are willing to give it to me. So it's useless to you. You still need me. Wen-Tian felt disdain in his heart. However, he bowed even more humbly. Your wisdom is not inferior to your majesty. Boi Ming immediately waved his hand and said, all right, you can leave now. Wait for my reward. I will take my leave. Wen-Tian left humbly. Boi said, men, give that human Wen-Tian a few second-generation female Naga girls. Yes, an old voice said. However, he probably can't mate with the Naga girls. Boi curled his lips. Even if he can't use the girls below, he can still use the girls above. Just give him some rewards. He is just a lowly human. Yes, the old man said. Boi stood up and flew to the elder hall with the scroll. The energy runes inside the scroll required a shocking amount of Xian Qi. Hence, it required more than a dozen elders to complete it. In the elder hall, a few dozen new Naga elders heard that Boi had obtained the greater space technique. They were extremely excited and cheered loudly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Whoever obtains the greater space technique will be able to liberate all of the new Naga and lead the entire Naga Empire to conquer the world. He will be able to restore the glory of the old Naga Empire. The day our king obtains the greater space technique will be the day he ascends to the throne. It will also be the day Queen Lan Chi steps down. The Naga elders were all filled with ambition. There was not a moment when they didn't want to break out of this sealed space and conquer the world. Now, they were finally going to get what they wanted. In the ruins of the old Naga Empire, Naga Shuang's recovery speed was much faster than Yang Dingtian had expected. In just half a month, her meridians had all recovered. Her flesh and blood had all recovered. As for the last piece of scale, it was a complete recovery. When the last piece of scale recovered, Naga opened her eyes and woke up. Chapter 1152. When the Naga woke up, her golden pupils condensed layer by layer, looking real, mysterious, and gorgeous. Of course, at this time, her eyes had nothing to do with humans. They were more like the eyes of a dragon. Her pupils were like burning flames, gorgeous and gorgeous. Then, her figure gradually condensed and finally turned into a human. Her snow-white body was still curvy, and her whole body was full of dreamy beauty. After a long time, she said, "Didn't you want to break up with me? Didn't you always want to leave and exile me in the ruins? Then why didn't you leave when I was seriously injured? Why did you save me?" These words were so arrogant that Yang Dingtian didn't want to answer. "What? You don't even want to answer me now," the Naga Shuang said. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. The Naga before was also unreasonable, but she didn't care about reason and was directly cold and ruthless. How did he turn from being unreasonable to being arrogant and unreasonable? Yang Dingtian bit his lip, still didn't know how to answer. The Naga Shuang hugged her knees, sat cross-legged on the crystal floor, and buried her beautiful face in her knees. Both of them fell into silence, and then tears fell from Shuang Er's big eyes one by one. At first, they fell one by one, but then tears just poured out. Yang Dingtian was completely turned to wood. Naga can cry. This is the most powerful race in the world, and she can still cry? It's really unbelievable. Since the complete transformation, the Naga Shuang had always been cold and ruthless. She was strong and utilitarian and had never shown any weakness. Crying was also something that Naga had never done. Yang Dingtian stood on the side, not knowing how to comfort her. "I know about Shimin Ningning," Shuang suddenly said. "She is also a Naga, and her mother is Queen Medusa." Yang Dingtian did not say anything. Naga Shuang said, "What's more, Shimin Ningning only gives and doesn't take anything from you. She's gentle and wise. I can't be compared to her." Yang Dingtian did not confirm or deny his words. Naga Shuang said, "So, I'm not the only one who can give you the body of a demigod. She can too." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Wasn't Shimin Ningning a descendant of Naga? He would never be able to break through to become a demigod. No, Shimin Ningning shouldn't be a Naga of the later generation. Naga Shuang replied, "Of course. She was born from a Naga, while I was born from a sea serpent or a mermaid, just like most demigods from Naga. So I should be different from her, but she is not the Naga of the future." Yang Dingtian said, "Her cultivation is far inferior to yours." Naga Shuang said, "That's because a large part of her energy comes from her mother. Her mother, on the other hand, is extremely powerful, so her energy is weak. One day, once her mother decides to inherit all the energy to her, she will instantly become powerful." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Not only did Nagas share energy with their partners, but they also shared energy with their offspring? Naga Shuang nodded and said, "That's right." So in the old Naga Empire, almost no Naga would reproduce. They are always ready to reproduce, but they won't really reproduce because they are immortal. Then, the two of them fell into silence again. Naga Shuang spoke again. "I know that you are very disappointed and angry with me because of my greed for energy, because of the death of the Sea Serpent Queen, because I let go of the Demon King and so on. Yang Dingtian didn't deny her words. Naga Shuang said, I don't want to explain anything. You have always wanted to leave and return to the human countries. So you imprison me in this ruined space. Now you can do that. You can go. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Naga Shuang said, go back to the human countries and find the soul leaving temple. You can mate with Shimin Ningning and have a demigod body. She is different from me. She doesn't need to cultivate. Once the Medusa decides to let her inherit everything, she will instantly have all the energy of the Medusa and become the new queen of the Medusa. In short, she will be much stronger than me. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He got up and prepared to leave. What? You don't even want to explain to me now. Naga Shuang said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, I have already defeated the Demon King. I don't want to break through to the demigod realm at all. I am no longer interested in becoming stronger. Naga Shuang said, Then tell me, what are you going to do next? Yang Dingtian said, Destroy the ghost emperor Wentian of the Underworld Empire, then find the soul leaving temple and rescue Dongfang Bingling. Finally, find the truth of the great nirvana of the world and stop the destruction of the world. All of these matters were extremely important. However, Yang Dingtian said it in a very calm tone. Then Yang Dingtian said seriously, these things don't necessarily need to break through to the demigod realm or even fight. Naga Shuang looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, Husband, you are very smart and wise. However, because you are too kind, you don't have enough understanding of the cruelty of the world, so you seem childish. Yang Dingtian listened to her calmly and didn't refute. Naga Shuang said, Of course, this is the most important reason why you have succeeded so far. It is also the reason why you are great. I have no right to deny this, but husband, please believe me. All of this won't end so easily. Yang Dingtian said, What do you mean by not ending so easily? Naga Shuang said, Reincarnation, destruction, war. Yang Dingtian said, Please explain in detail. Naga Shuang said, After the great nirvana of the martial arts civilization, there will be an apocalyptic war every 200 years, and hundreds of millions of people will die. It's as if the whole world has been reshuffled and then restarted again. And this time, because of your existence, the apocalyptic war almost ended before it even started. The human countries weren't damaged at all. Therefore, the mastermind behind the evil ways won't give up so easily. Yang Dingtian listened very carefully. One of his strengths was that he was humble and could listen to what others said. Naga Shuang continued, Husband, who is the mastermind behind the evil ways? Yang Dingtian said, The soul-departing palace, Queen Medusa. Yes, it's the soul-departing palace. Naga Shuang said, From Wentian to Shimanwuya, they were all controlled by the soul-departing palace. Now, they are all dead, and the great nirvana of the reincarnation that happens every 200 years hasn't happened. Do you think the soul-departing palace will give up so easily? Yang Dingtian said, That makes sense. Continue. Naga Shuang said, I don't want to say bad things about Shimin Ningning. But why did Shimin Ningning appear in Cloud Sky City in the first place? Why did she appear as Shimin Wuya's adopted daughter? After Shimin Wuya's identity was revealed, Yang Dingtian naturally knew that Shimin Ningning's role was not simple. However, he didn't want to think about it or touch on it. Naga Shuang said, Husband, Shimin Ningning is the highest leader of the evil ways in the human countries. Her status surpasses that of the Demon King because she is the daughter of Queen Medusa. She directly represents the will of the soul-departing palace. When these words came out, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Naga Shuang directly told the biggest truth. He never wanted to think about this, but he knew that Shuang was right. Naga Shuang continued, In this world, probably only Shimin Wuya vaguely knows Shimin Ningning's identity. Even the Demon King and the Devil Queen don't know, let alone Wu Yuming and the others. You should be very curious why Shimin Ningning fell in love with you at first sight, because this is destined. She should have told you that she will resist and dislike any man she meets, but when she meets you, she will feel extremely comfortable and moved. She is willing to give you everything, but she can't really make love with you. That's right, Shimin Ningning said this. At that time, Yang Dingtian really found it very strange why Shimin Ningning would be so good to him, and for no reason at all. Nagashuang said, originally, after the Demon King was defeated, you would face the final enemy, Shimin Ningning. But after all, she is a spiritual type Naga. Once she is moved, she doesn't care about anything, unlike our martial Naga, who are so greedy and utilitarian. At this point, Nagashuang's tone was completely self-deprecating. Then Nagashuang said, at that time, in order to help you, she was even willing to give you the deep-sea mystic poison, which had already challenged Queen Medusa's first bottom line. Then, in the battle with Qin Shaobai, she directly transformed and started a massacre. This completely broke Medusa's bottom line. So, before her mission was over, she was summoned back to the soul-leaving palace and imprisoned. That's because she's too fearless in the face of love. Based on her standpoint, there will be a day when she'll become your enemy and become the final mastermind of the evil Tao. But she can't do it. She is not like me, who will betray her spirit and love. At this point, Shuang, Ari's tone was even more self-deprecating. Yang Dingtian finally understood completely. In fact, if he was willing to think about it, he could think of these things. But he just didn't want to touch it. Shimin Ningning was perfect in his heart, and he didn't want anything to stain her. Now, under Nagashuang's analysis, the truth was revealed. Shimin Ningning was the highest leader of the evil ways in the human countries, and the direct leader of the Demon King. However, she was still pure, flawless, and flawless. Yang Dingtian's heart softened, and he was very happy, because Shimin Ningning was still flawless. She was originally going to be the ultimate character in this big show, but she didn't want to betray her love, so she retired early and was imprisoned in a space that no one knew about. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, there are many things that I haven't told you, but you know all of them. You can read minds, but you are a martial Naga, not a spiritual type Naga. Nagashuang turned her face to the side and said, because you are my lover, I can read your heart. We Naga are always loyal to love, not only because we share energy, but also because it has nothing to do with love. Okay, you can go. Go find Shimin Ningning. Nagashuang cried.